Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 601, Underappreciated and Overworked. Hema stood outside the headquarters of Royal Intelligence. In her hands was a cigarette, not of the hemp variety that had become widespread among the Kingdom of Germany's army, but instead it was a tobacco cigarette. Such things were a luxury as tobacco was currently only being grown in the colony of New Vienna and shipments to the fatherland were in limited quantity. The woman pressed her luscious pink lips against the edge before taking a long draft, taking the smoke in through her lungs before exhaling heavily. The rush of nicotine was something that kept her mind stable. After all, as the Deputy Director of German Imperial Intelligence, she had a very stressful job. With Linda gone, away in the New World on her honeymoon, more and more work had piled up on the Deputy Director's plate, so much so that she wondered how it was even possible for one woman to do all the work that her superior handled daily. After finishing the cigarette, Hema looked at her watch and scowled. It was time to get back to work. Thus, she flicked the cigarette to the floor and stamped out the embers before walking back into the headquarters. The moment she entered the doorway, the sentries who were dressed in military-style uniforms saluted her as she passed by. After entering the third floor of the building through a spiral staircase, the woman charged directly to her destination, which was the conference room where the other heads of various departments were currently gathered, speaking about a certain counter-espionage operation that was ongoing. The moment she pressed open the twin doors, the agents gathered quickly silenced themselves before jumping to an attention and saluting their superior. A woman with blonde hair tied back in a ponytail was quick to greet Hema and pay her respects. "Deputy Director, we were not expecting your visit, but it is a great honor." Hema merely took a seat and tapped her armrest as she scolded the woman for her remarks. "Can the crap and get to the point, what is going on with the Arab agents that have infiltrated our borders?" The woman was taken aback by the blunt nature of her superior but quickly laid out the intelligence reports that they had gathered. "A team of agents from the Timurid Empire has entered our southern borders and are gathering information on Germany's military capabilities as we speak. We are discussing a plan of action to disrupt their operations." Hema grabbed hold of the dossier and flipped through its contents. She sighed heavily after skimming through for a few moments. "Why should we disrupt them? They are here to gather intelligence about the German army's capabilities. Then perhaps we should show them the true might of the right. Put in a request to the Department of Defense. Hopefully those old misers will do a joint military exercise with the Kingdom of Lombardy. In doing so, display just how effective our newest weapons are. The Sultan has displayed his timidness. He is wary of the threat we possess and appears to be unwilling to commit to an invasion of our allies if it means his army's complete destruction. So show him the fate of those who oppose the Kaiser." It shocked the subordinates who had gathered for this meeting to see how Hema was prepared to respond to this threat from the Near East. One of the men instantly cleared his throat before inquiring further about the Deputy Director's intent. "You mean to further deter them from invasion?" Hema nodded her head in momentary silence before speaking up with an authoritative tone. "The Kaiser and the Director are currently on a vacation. That means it is our top priority to delay the inevitable invasion of Byzantium until they can return home. If we can successfully bring the Arab world to the negotiating table, I have no doubt that Berenger could broker an agreement between the two parties. The real question that comes into play is what to do after peace in the East has been achieved. The Arabs will want another region to conquer, and I pity whoever is unfortunate enough to fulfill that role. However, none of that is important. For now, we must continue to deter the invasion until the Kaiser has returned from his honeymoon. Besides, don't we have other worries to deal with? Is there any news on Spain's attempt to seize the saltpeter mines in Calvados?" A different intelligence officer quickly gathered the documents in his hands before handing them over to the Deputy Director. "Yes, it would appear that the Spanish intend to attack the mines and take control of them within a fortnight. They are already gathering the necessary forces, fully aware that such an act would reignite the conflict in Iberia. Field Marshal Adelbrand has reported that his troops are ready and willing to provide assistance, but the miners are deep behind enemy lines and it will take some effort to reach them in time." Hema did not hesitate to respond to this news with a firm solution. Aside from Linda and Yasmin, the Deputy Director was probably the individual most aware of Berengar's plans. After all, she was the second in command of Imperial Intelligence and dealt with Linda on a daily basis, and that red-headed vixen had a propensity to talk about her husband and his plans in an adoring state. However, to the people in the room, her response to these actions was shocking, to say the least. Not everyone was fully aware of Berengar's ongoing efforts to provoke a conflict with the Spanish kingdom. "Tell Adelbrand that his worries are unnecessary. In fact, have him evacuate the miners in secrecy and leave only the smallest force to occupy the area so it would appear to the enemy that our operations are on full scale. Inform him that any and all saltpeter that has been mined so far is to be removed and shipped back to the fatherland. It is time for Phase 2 of our operations in Iberia. Not a single soul in the room knew just what Hema was referring to. Thus, it was no surprise when the blonde-haired woman voiced her concerns. Phase 2? A wicked smile appeared on Hema's face, one that mirrored that which had been commonly expressed by the director herself. The plan is simple. Now that the enemy has bought the bait which the Kaiser has so kindly laid out for them, it is now time to draw the Spanish army in and take it out with one massive explosion. It took the people in the room to properly comprehend just what Hema was saying, but eventually one person in particular gasped before asking in disbelief. You don't mean? Hema nodded her head before clarifying her previous response. Exactly. Berenger intends to destroy the saltpeter deposit and the Spanish army with it. It was at this moment that everybody else in the room expressed their shock. The Calvados saltpeter mines were one of the few natural resource deposits of such a valuable commodity in Europe. Though Berengar's miners had been working overtime to secure its resources, the reality is they had only mined a small percentage. However, Berengar's army was not reliant on natural deposits of saltpeter to create gunpowder. Instead, they used complex nitraries and farmed the substance on a national level. In his eyes, it was better to use the deposit to annihilate the Spanish army in what would be the biggest man-made explosion in history rather than continue wasting years fighting for control of it. This was Berengar's plan ever since his ability to manufacture gunpowder exceeded his demands of it. It was why he had made the security of the location so lax, allowing a Spanish agent to eventually infiltrate it and report its contents to the Spanish crown. With this information out in the air, Hema made one further order before departing from the meeting. Inform the field marshal of the Kaiser's orders and have him fulfill them. If he needs any support from intelligence, you are to provide him with it. This operation is of critical importance to the war in Iberia and if done correctly will allow our allies to swallow the peninsula in its entirety. Remember, failure is not an option. The agents immediately sprung up from their seats and saluted the deputy director. Yes, ma'am. With that said, Hema nodded and smiled before leaving the conference room. The moment she entered her office and closed the door behind her, there was only one thing that caught her mind. A renewed pile of paperwork. The woman could not help but curse her own existence. Are you fucking kidding me? I just finished my paperwork not 30 minutes ago. How the hell can one woman do such much work? God damn it, Linda, I hope you are having the time of your life right now because I am drowning in everything you have left for me to do. Where the hell is my hot young emperor? It isn't fair. After saying this, the woman quickly stormed over to her seat and sat down with a huff. She did not hesitate to pull out a stamp and began reading the first document on the mountain of paperwork. With a firm punch, she stamped her approval on the report before moving on to the next. Until Linda returned, this was how the deputy director would live out her days. Underappreciated and overworked. Chapter 602, One hell of a last night. Berenger sat on the beach and gazed off into the distance with a bitter smile on his face. It had been weeks since he and his girls had first arrived on this private island, and one might say it was the greatest vacation he had ever experienced. Not that he had experienced many, as most of his so-called vacations in his past life were simply staying home and entertaining himself with some form of media. Still, he knew the days he could spend alone and isolated with only his lovers for company were coming to an end. Tomorrow, he would have to return to the Empire and live a life filled with warfare and ruthless court politics. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips as he drank from his coconut daiquiri and gazed upon the setting sun. In the back of his mind, he made a solemn vow to himself. One day in the distant future, when he had achieved all of his goals in life, he would retire to the countryside like his parents and live a peaceful life in his twilight years. To hell with politics. That is something the younger generation should be worried about. Besides, who the hell would want a senile old man as their nation's leader? He was all too aware of the consequences such a thing would have and had no desire to tarnish his legacy in his feeble old age. As he was dwelling upon this, a hidden figure lurked in the shadows. A pair of dark eyes cautiously watched the man lying on the beach. After observing Berenger for some time, the mysterious being gripped a hold of the shaft of his spear and stalked ever closer to the seemingly unaware monarch. Only after he had reached striking range did the golden-haired man make a move. Berenger smoothly reached over and grabbed hold of the revolver sitting at the nearby table. He quickly pulled back the hammer and pointed the weapon at the ambusher's skull. The last thing this native warrior saw was a wicked grin on the one-eyed emperor's face before an audible bang occurred and his soul was reaped. After splattering himself with blood and gray matter, Berenger cursed as he struggled to contain the ringing in his ears. Great! Now I'm soaked in blood. I swear to God, whoever is in charge of security is going to get their ass reamed the next time I see them. As if right on cue, the head of security on the island estate and the various members of the Imperial Guard quickly rushed to the scene, witnessing the spectacular sight of their emperor dressed in spandex briefs while coated in the blood of the man he just slew. As Berenger gazed upon the dumbfounded soldiers, he scowled before giving them their orders. Well, don't just stand there. Secure the fucking island and make sure my wives are safe. The soldiers quickly saluted their emperor before running off to do as they were told. The head of security stayed behind and knelt beside Berenger, apologizing profusely for failing to prevent such an attack. "My Kaiser, I am sorry. I don't know how the natives slipped through our security." Berenger wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand as he reprimanded the man for his failure. "It is quite obvious to me these filthy savages have been watching your patrols for weeks, waiting for the opportune moment to attack. My guess is they are from the nearby island and are pissed about us claiming this land for ourselves. You have my permission to show our guests the true spirit of German hospitality." The man in charge of security quickly nodded his head before responding to his emperor's statement. "It will be done, my Kaiser." Just when he was about to turn away and enact his orders, Berenger made one last statement that sent a chill down the man's spine. "Fail to fulfill your duties as a member of the Imperial Guard again, and I will have your head removed." The man did not respond to his Kaiser's threat and instantly rushed off to secure the Imperial family and eliminate the threat that presented itself. Google while alone, Berenger noticed that his drink was unfinished and responded by drinking its contents, where he then examined the revolver in his hands. With a heavy sigh, he gazed off towards the distance where his wives were located and commented on the whole situation with a single phrase. "Fucking savages. They just had to ruin everything on my last night." While Berenger was enjoying his drink on the sandy shores of the beach, his wives were busy preparing a meal in the outdoor dining area of the private estate. They had decided to leave their husband be for the time being as they worked together to make sure they prepared a proper feast for their last night on their honeymoon. Unknowingly to them, a variety of native warriors from the nearby island that was known as Karayaku in Berengar's past life had infiltrated their estate and were beginning their attack. As Linda was carving the roast beef, an echo resounded in the distance, signifying that a gunshot had occurred. The moment this happened, the girls quickly huddled together and called out for help. Unfortunately, their wails only attracted the predators to their location. Within moments, a group of native warriors quickly surrounded them. These men were dressed in grass skirts with their bodies painted and the bones of the slain decorating their hair, creating a terrifying presence as they inched closer to the foreign women. Anuria quickly grabbed hold of a steak knife and gripped it in her hands. With a calm expression on her face, she prepared herself to battle it out with these native warriors. The other women in Berengar's harem were not as confident as the purple-haired pirate queen and shivered with fear. The roars of conflict echoed in the air as gunfire resounded and the screams of the defeated filled the island. Upon seeing one woman take up a knife, a large warrior sneered in disdain before charging at the woman with his stone maul. As he swung the weapon down towards Anuria, the girl quickly evaded and, as she passed him by, cut his throat with the knife in her hands. The man fell to his knees as he covered the severed artery with his hands, desperate to stop the bleeding. However, in the end he collapsed to the ground dead. He could not fathom such a sharp substance existing. With a confident expression on her face and a body covered in blood, Anuria cried out to the native warriors in fierce call. "Come and get me, you filthy savages." Immediately, the native warriors rushed towards the girls with fierce intent. One of them quickly grabbed hold of Adela and brought her into his arms. He had a lust-filled expression on his face as he licked his lips. Just when Adela was about to scream, thunder crackled and her captor's skull was blown apart. Adela quickly shoved the corpse aside as she gazed into the distance to see her knight in shining armor. Berenger stood with a revolver raised in one hand and a sword in the other. After finishing his drink, he had rushed into the house to get his dress sword, which was lying with his other belongings. He then charged out to the outside dining area where he knew his wives were, only to see them surrounded by the enemy. With a concerned look in his eye, he gazed over at his wife and consoled her. "Are you all right?" Adela nodded her head in silence with tears streaming from her eyes. She wanted to hug Berenger and never let go, but unfortunately they were still surrounded by the enemy. Thus, she steeled her resolve and responded in a hateful tone. "Kill them all." Berenger nodded his head and raised his pistol in the air once more, and fired several more shots into the torsos of the native warriors, gunning them down left and right. It was only after he was out of ammo that he charged at them with his sword in hand. A hateful glint was in his eye as he cried out in mad laughter. "You motherfuckers have done it now. When I'm through with you, I will kill your whole fucking tribe." Anuria took advantage of the chaos and ruthlessly attacked the stunned native warriors with her knife, creating a concert of carnage between herself and her husband. A wicked smile was on her face as she jumped on top of one of the warriors and stabbed into his chest repeatedly as if she was a howling banshee. She cried into the air in fury. "Kill! Maim! Burn!" When Berenger noticed this, he smiled before deflecting an oncoming spear. With a lunge and a thrust, his narrow blade protruded through the heart of the enemy, killing him on the spot. With a quick withdraw, Berenger rushed towards the next enemy, standing side by side with Anuria as they drove back the invaders. Anuria had a smile on her blood-stained face as she commented to Berenger about the whole situation. "This is one hell of a last night on our honeymoon, isn't it?" Berenger chuckled when he heard this before making his retort. "I quite honestly never expected to fight side by side with you. Your sword skills have definitely improved since I first taught you all those years ago." Anuria merely smirked in response. She did not need to hear that from a man who spent most of his battles on horseback. The tides of battle had now turned and the savage warriors had become deathly afraid of the dynamic duo in front of them and retreated. Honoria was quick to follow while Berenger called out to her. No, wait. However, she was already gone, forcing him to rush after her. Apparently, he made it just in time. For the moment, he grabbed a hold of her shoulder and dragged the Byzantine princess back into his embrace. The savages rounded the corner and were gunned down by a firing line. Honoria gazed at the bloody scene with shock, realizing that if Berenger had not stopped her, she too would be mincemeat right now. Berenger sighed in relief. He had made it just in time. It was only then that an officer revealed himself and gave his emperor a status report. My Kaiser, the island is secure and we eliminate the savages. What are your orders? Berenger gazed off into the distance to the larger island nearby with a devilish smirk on his face. I say retaliation is in order for such a grand insult. Inform the colonial expeditionary forces that I permit them to invade this island chain and kill every living native they come across. These filthy savages picked the wrong man to fuck with. Chapter 603, Narrowly Avoiding a World War. Weeks had passed since the night Berenger and his troops had repelled a native attack on their private island, and during this time he had returned to Kufstein, where he quickly got back to work. After all, many exciting things had occurred during his absence and his immediate input was required. Initially, the girls were shaken up by the bloody events, but they eventually calmed down when they returned to the sanctuary of the Imperial Palace. Still, for some of them, it was their first time seeing such bloodshed and it would haunt their memories for many years to come. Upon returning to the fatherland, Linda immediately took back her position as Director of Intelligence. There was no doubt that she was now pregnant, but it would still be a few weeks before it affected her daily life, and thus she dedicated the time to fulfill her role as Berengar's spymaster. At the moment, Berenger was gazing over 3 reports from Imperial Intelligence with a frown on his face. 2 out of 3 of his ongoing theaters of intelligence operations had some relatively unfavorable news. While the Spanish were marching into a trap designed to annihilate their professional army and allow for a rapid German Granitan conquest of Iberia, the Timurid Empire had failed to do the same. The cautious attitude of the Timurid Sultan had caused Berenger to order an immediate investigation of the man and his background. It had been a while since he had such a rational opponent. While he waited on results from such espionage, there was a more important matter to attend to. France was in a state of temporary unity as the rebelling dukes and the English alike ceased hostilities for the time being. By Berengar's count, Sibylla must have returned home by now, and she was likely going to instigate conflict with Germany as a result of her harsh treatment. Though Berenger was fully unaware of just how brutal her sentence had been. After all, the operation of the labor camps was something he did not personally look after, and the corruption that plagued the system had gone unnoticed. As the German emperor read the report about the ceasefire, he frowned. A unified France would always be a threat to Germany, though they would never be as powerful as their German neighbors, nor had they really ever been in his past life aside from possibly Napoleon's reign. France still posed a threat to the empire when allied with other nations, a lesson Berenger had learned from both world wars of his past life. Thus he sighed heavily as revealed his thoughts on the matter. This is unfortunate. The papacy has insisted on a ceasefire between the kingdoms under their thumb. This presents some difficulties in our plans to destroy the national identity of France and balkanize it into smaller territories. Linda, Hema, and a few generals were present in the room to discuss the ongoing efforts of Germany's espionage in the foreign kingdom. Hema was the first to speak as she handed a proposal to Berenger, listing Imperial Intelligence's suggested courses of action to resolve this issue. Berenger quickly looked over the proposal while Hema spoke about their options. It is the opinion of our Covert Operations Department that the most effective solution to restart the conflict in France is to conduct a false flag attack on the English crown. If we can assassinate a member of the English royal family and successfully pin it on the Kingdom of France, we can easily reignite the war. This prospect immediately drew Berengar's interest as he glanced over at Linda, seeking her approval on the matter. The angelic beauty smiled as she addressed her husband. She knew the next question the emperor was about to ask and did not hesitate to reveal her thoughts on the matter. My Kaiser, I believe that we have an 82% chance of successfully pulling this off. However, if we fail and our plot is revealed, then it will give the Kingdom of England a casus belli against us. Such a thing would warrant an invasion by the entire Catholic world. It is in my honest opinion that despite our military advantages, we are not appropriately prepared for such an event at this time, especially with the jihad lingering on the corner. Any Catholic invasion of the fatherland would immediately result in our allies being swarmed by their Muslim neighbors. Let me remind you, with the leak of agricultural technology to the rest of the Western world, it has freed up a lot of hands who are now being trained in the art of war for the sole purpose of the upcoming crusade. The number of forces that our enemies could theoretically mobilize within a month across our borders is well over 1 million men. As for our own estimates, we have roughly 300,000 men in active service who are a part of land-capable forces, 10,000 of which are spread throughout the colonies. Alongside this are roughly 50,000 reservists who can be called up at a moment's notice. That is hardly enough soldiers to protect the empire's borders in their entirety. Need I remind you that we have only recently accumulated large amounts of territory, and the less than loyal states may be subject to rebel to spare their own power? After all, not everyone shares your vision of a unified German empire beneath Austria's rule. The upside to this conflict would be a complete and total domination in the sea. However, that is the only aspect that we will win with ease. There is another major downside, and that is the fact that the Catholics consider all Germans to be heretics. Because of this, they are liable to slaughter our civilians. If we fail in our aim to assassinate a member of the English royal family and frame the Kingdom of France, it will undoubtedly result in the bloodshed of millions of your people. Berenger weighed the pros and cons of such a potential outcome with great thought. He did not want to make a decision that might result in defeat and the end of his dynasty. Though he was confident he would win the war, the losses he would suffer could set back his plans by decades. He was not some immortal cultivator, and he knew his time as a ruler was at most another 40 years. The German emperor dwelled on whether such a risk was really worth dividing France over. After all, if he waited a few years for the crusade to naturally take place, he would be in a better position and could use the war as an excuse to divide France. While Berenger sat in silent contemplation, Linda could tell that her husband was struggling to come to a decision and smiled warmly as she offered her personal opinion. If you think such a risk is not worth taking, then don't do it. There are always alternatives that we could come up with to ensure our plans to destroy France become realized. In response to this, Berenger sighed heavily before voicing his decision. The destruction of France will occur as the years pass, regardless of whether we choose to act now. I do not wish to take such a massive risk to the empire and its people, especially over a matter as simple as this. Perhaps there is something in the future that could warrant such action, but France is simply not worth the risk. Linda smiled as she heard Berengar's response, though it was the opinion of several of the more hawkish members of imperial intelligence that this was the best course of action. She knew once she fully laid out the risks, Berenger would make the right choice. Perhaps in an alternate timeline, Berenger did indeed have a member of the English royal family assassinated, and his plot was in fact revealed, resulting in a conflict that would resemble a world war. Yet, in this world where Linda existed to give him a proper risk assessment, Berenger would never make such a costly mistake. Hema, on the other hand, was displeased with the result. She had spent quite a significant effort compiling that suggested the course of action and was upset to see it go to waste. However, if this was the will of the German emperor, then she would not complain. After all, such a thing would easily be hazardous to her career. Instead, she merely bowed her head and took the folder back before speaking graciously to her monarch. Very well, if that is your will, my Kaiser, then I must find an alternative solution which fits your requirements. If you will excuse me, I must get back to work. With that said, Berenger waved his hand, signaling that the deputy director was dismissed. All that remained in the room was himself, Linda, and a few generals. It was with this in mind that he quickly inquired about the ongoing military efforts in Spain. How is the second phase of our operation within the Iberian Peninsula going? One of the generals quickly approached his emperor, where he did not hesitate to inform the man of the recent news from the field. My Kaiser, we have received word from Adelbrand that the operations are currently underway. The miners have been evacuated and just enough presence to commit to a feigned retreat is present at the location. As for the remaining saltpeter, what we have already mined has been covertly withdrawn from the region and is heading back to the fatherland as we speak. Berenger smiled and nodded his head as he flexed his fingers before speaking his exact thoughts. Excellent, then proceed as planned. The moment the Spanish army invades, you know what to do. The general quickly saluted their monarch before responding. Yes, my Kaiser. After saying this, Berenger signaled for the men to be dismissed, leaving him alone with his wife. The two then spent the rest of the afternoon preparing for the inevitable conflict in Iberia. Luckily, because of her input, Berenger had narrowly avoided a world war. The consequences that could have resulted from the aforementioned conspiracy would have been disastrous for Germany and Europe as a whole. Chapter 604, A Feigned Retreat. Far away from the fatherland, in the middle of the Iberian Peninsula, deep behind enemy lines, a young soldier stood on lookout within the watchtower of his encampment. His orders were to keep an eye out and immediately report any sighting of Spanish troops. This young man was merely 18 years old and had only recently begun military service in the German army as part of his military conscription. The reality was that Germany did not have the means to facilitate the massive influx of troops resulting from their recent unification, and thus a lottery system was used to dictate which young men they drafted into service. Unfortunately for Private Adrian Winterlinger, he was one of the unlucky few to be selected into armed service. After graduating from infantry school, he was immediately deployed to the Iberian theater, where he just so happened to be stationed in a mine behind enemy lines. His job was dreadfully boring mostly, and the majority of the men within this encampment spent the days playing cards and drinking. However, recently the alert status was raised and rumors of a Spanish attack were widespread. Though being honest, Adrian did not know what High Command was thinking. During such an intense period, they had not only evacuated the miners but left a small portion of troops behind to fight against any possible attack. What madness had overcome the field marshal to think such an idea was favorable? Thus, he sighed in defeat as he pulled out the canteen attached to his combat belt and took a long swig. After returning it to its proper place, he picked up his binoculars and gazed into the distance for the 11th time in the past hour. However, this time something was different. In the distance was a shimmer that he could not immediately identify. However, as he focused his vision through the binoculars, the shimmer began growing in size until it reached clarity. A shock appeared on the young man's face as he froze on the spot. A massive army was marching towards the German encampment. He did not know just how many men were within the sea of shimmering iron, but he knew it was not something they could easily combat. Thus, he quickly gained control of his panicked state and rang the bell within the watchtower, signaling an enemy army was approaching. The soldiers in the camp below all panicked as they rushed towards the earthen fortifications of the encampment and gazed over the neatly placed sandbags. When they saw what had awaited them on the horizon, they quickly donned their helmets and loaded their rifles. Those few men who were lucky enough to man the Mk2s quickly began inserting the rounds into their weapons to prepare for the oncoming attack. Soon, the officer in charge of the camp came out from his command post and began addressing the troops. Hold the line until I give the order to retreat. Any man who falls back before the order is given, I swear I will shoot you myself. Such a threat immediately sent a tingle down the spines of the men present. Were they seriously going to stand and fight? Just when they were thinking this, the roar of cannon fire filled the air and several dozen cannonballs fell down from the sky into the entrenched position. The soldiers of Germany quickly scrambled into their fortification and responded to the Spanish army's attack with one of their own. With the commands being issued by the local artillery officer, the battery of 6 guns loaded their 7.5 centimeters shells and fired off a barrage towards the advancing army. Adrian gazed through his binoculars into the distance to see the shells explode upon the enemy forces, engulfing the Spanish army in flames and shrapnel alike. One could hear the blood-curdling screams resound in the distance, and despite this, the enemy was undeterred. As the Spanish cavalry charged, they were met with the fire of the Mk2 Schmidt guns, which fired hundreds of bullets from their muzzles as the minutes passed by. The Spanish cavalry were being cut to pieces, and despite this, the army still rushed forward in a suicidal charge, knowing full well the camp and its defenders did not have the ammunition to completely defeat them. A single battle cry filled the air as the Spanish soldiers rushed into the gunfire. God wills it. At this point, Adrian had shouldered his rifle and fired upon the advancing forces. However, in the next moment he saw a cannonball rapidly approaching his watchtower, where he quickly jumped out of the windowed area and landed into a cart filled with wheat below. Just as he escaped the impact, the wooden watchtower splintered into fragments. Had he not escaped the moment he did, he would be dead. Adrian quickly recovered from his shock as an allied soldier pulled him from the cart and dragged him into the trenches. Keep firing, Private. If you want to live, you must keep firing. Adrian did not hesitate and quickly racked back the bolt on his G22 rifle, ejecting the spent cartridge, where he pulled a spare from his web gear and inserted it into the chamber before closing the bolt home and aiming his rifle at the oncoming enemies. He did not hesitate to pull the trigger, claiming the life of the oncoming Spaniard. Just when the enemy reached the borders of the encampment, the whistle resounded and the following orders were given. Retreat, abandon the camp. The German soldiers were completely shocked to hear this order, but did not hesitate to follow it. After all, tens of thousands of men were rushing towards their position and they had no hope of victory, thus they quickly fled the scene. Not long after this, King Felipe rode on horseback into the encampment as his men lifted their weapons in the air and screamed in joy at the victory. The Spanish monarch had a wide smile on his face as he addressed his troops. Men of Spain, today we have gained a magnificent victory. The enemy has stolen from us a valuable stockpile of saltpeter and we have just reclaimed it. This resource can cripple the German stranglehold over gunpowder and allow our forces and those of our allies to properly fight back against the heretics who inhabit our lands. Today, the soldiers of Christ claim victory over the German Empire. Death to Berenger the Accursed. In the distance, the German commander gazed upon the scene through his binoculars and had a wicked grin on his face as he saw King Felipe instigating the hostile chant. With a single phrase, he condemned the Spanish army to their fate. Do it. With those words spoken, the nearby sapper pressed the plunger on his detonator, which had an underground cable leading into the mines below the encampment. The detonation traveled throughout the wire until it reached the hidden explosives buried deep within the mines next to all the saltpeter. As Felipe was enjoying his victory with a wide smile on his face, several dozen tons of TNT were detonated, and when combined with the pressure of the mines and the concealed saltpeter, ignited an explosion so large it created a mushroom cloud. In an instant, the Spanish king and most his army were engulfed by flames and incinerated from this world, leaving nothing behind, not even their bones. The German soldiers ducked behind the trench line as the shock wave of dirt and debris flew over their heads, thoroughly destroying the backup camp several kilometers away from the mines. After it was all over, the commander raised his head and gazed at the massive crater that existed where the mine used to be. A fiery cavern was all that remained of the one proud saltpeter deposit. The German soldiers raised their heads in shock and dusted themselves off. They could not believe such a massive explosion had occurred. Had they not ducked under their fortifications and wore their steel helmets, they very well may have passed away from the shockwave. Silence filled the air as the German army gazed upon the destruction wrought by their hand. In the end, it was only broken by the mad cackling of the commander. My God! Such devastating power, truly only the Kaiser could envision such a thing. Send a messenger to the field marshal at once, inform him that the king is dead and most of his army is with him. The time to reclaim Al-Andalus is now. Agent Jurgen was quickly handed a message and given a horse to ride back to the capital of Granada. The entire time he rode, he gazed off towards the direction of the crater in shock until it was no longer visible. He could not believe mankind could make such a destructive weapon, let alone that he was able to bear witness to it. In the following days, a new war would begin, and Iberia would once more be completely embroiled in conflict. Chapter 605, A Military Exercise in the Kingdom of Lombardy. King Bruno of Italy stood by one of the German Empire's newest generals. Wilhelm Ritter von Krieger was a man who had been fighting in the German army since the early days of Berengar's conquests. Since his days fighting brigands following Berengar's ascension as the Duke of Austria, the man had been in nearly every conflict Austria had taken part in, proving himself to be a valuable commander and a gallant soldier. In fact, Berenger had even awarded him with the Imperial Order of the House von Kufstein, which was the highest honor in the Kingdom of Austria. It also made him a de facto noble with the title of knight, hence the Ritter von Krieger surname. In the fields below these two men was a German artillery brigade, armed with the newest toys the Empire could provide them. By their side was an artillery brigade belonging to the Kingdom of Lombardy and was using the old 14, 17, 12 pounds field guns that had long since been phased out of the German army's predecessor. King Bruno gazed upon the weapons used by his suzerain's forces with envy in his eyes. He could not believe such masterful machines existed. For every round his soldiers fired from their cannons, the Germans could fire 10, and at a greater distance with far greater lethality. Unbeknownst to this man, there was a group of Arab spies from the Timurid Empire observing this exercise with shock. Not only was this German Empire capable of fielding such massive numbers of artillery on their borders, but they could even deploy a similar amount of cannons to a military exercise with a neighbor. Just what kind of unholy military capability was this? However, the moment they witnessed the explosive impact of the 75mm shell on the straw dummies who were clad in steel armor, their jaws dropped. Yet that was not the end of their astonishment. Shortly thereafter, another 70 rounds fell on the target location and then another and another until they had conducted 10 separate barrages in the span of a minute. By the time the firing had ceased, nothing but a crater remained at the location of the targets. The sheer range, volume, and destructive power of these tiny field guns greatly outmatched the Timurid Empire's bombards. If they were to go to war with this German Empire, only death was certain. With this in mind, one spy immediately said his prayers, frightened by the mere thought of such a potential reality. While the Arabs were praying, Wilhelm lifted his hand in the air, signaling the German artillerymen to cease their fire. After the shelling had stopped, he gave out another order which practically made both the King of Lombardy and the Arab spies' eyes jump out of their sockets. Prepare the revolving cannons. The artillery crews immediately switched to a single battery of revolving cannons. These weapons were based upon the Hotchkiss revolving cannon of Berengar's past life, but were scaled up to a 40mm high explosive shell. If one wanted to understand the devastation a single one of these could cause, all they needed to do was imagine 68 40mm grenades falling on their location within a single minute. Thus, when the 6 weapons were loaded and fired off their 40mm explosive shells at such a rate of fire, everyone who was not already aware of their destructive power practically fainted from shock. Just how powerful was the German army with such devastating weapons at their beck and call? It was this thought that immediately caused the Arab spies to conclude that a war with Byzantium would mean coming to arms with Germany, and that would be nothing more than suicide. The 2 Arab spies immediately ran off, no longer having the courage to witness what further destruction the German army was capable of. Not long after, the military exercise ceased and the 2 armies returned home. As for the Arab spies, they charted the fastest clipper they could get back to the Timurid Empire's borders as quickly as possible. After several weeks, they were kneeling before their Sultan Salan Mirza with fearful expressions on their faces. They had just reported the news of the espionage to the Sultan, who was staring at them in disbelief. "Are you certain of this?" The 2 spies quickly responded without hesitation as they nodded their heads before declaring their utmost loyalty. "We wouldn't dare lie to your majesty. I swear on Allah that everything I have reported is accurate and true. If I am lying, then may he strike me down where I stand." This answer forced the Sultan to sit down in his seat out of shock, contemplating just what this meant. 70 of these weapons were on his borders and another 70 were behind the scenes protecting the German Empire's borders. If the German army had such steel manufacturing technology that allowed them mass-produce these weapons, then it stood to reason that there were far more than 140 of them spread across the world. If such a thing were the case, then military action against the Byzantine Empire would be foolish. Their allies were simply too powerful. It became increasingly clear to Salan that if he wished to accomplish his goals, diplomacy was the only viable alternative. Thus, he dwelled deeply on the subject before issuing an order to his subordinates. "Inform the heads of the other sultanates. Military victory is a fool's goal. Only through diplomacy can we gain what we want. If they doubt my claim, let them know of what you had seen. If they still refuse, then remind them who is really in power among the Muslim world. Other than gathering those fools' attention, dispatch a letter to the Byzantine emperor discussing our willingness to negotiate over our claims and the current disputes between our 2 realms. However, make him aware that Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein must be present at these discussions, or else they will leave us with only war as an option to settle our differences." The 2 spies quickly nodded their heads and agreed to these terms. "Very well. We will dispatch your orders at once. Is there anything else you need of us, your majesty?" Salon merely shook his head before responding to this question. No, you have done well and will be handsomely rewarded. As for the other agents in the field, tell them to stay clear of the German Empire. I have a feeling sticking our nose in the Kaiser's business may be seen as an act of aggression, and I want him to be in an amicable mood when we finally meet. The two spies silently nodded their heads before thanking their sovereign for his benevolence. Thank you, your majesty. After saying this, they disappeared from his palace, leaving the man alone with his many wives, one of which was a woman of striking similarity to the Princess Yasmin. The woman wrapped her arms around her husband's neck and gracefully leaned on him for support as she whispered in his ears. Will you be inviting my cousin to these negotiations? I hear that foolish boy is in an alliance with the Germans. It should be interesting to see his take on the dispute over the Holy Land. Salon immediately turned around and gazed at the woman with a stern gaze. He then grabbed hold of her throat and squeezed it tightly. You dare hide such information from me? Why am I only hearing about this now? The woman struggled to voice her defense as the air escaped from her lungs. I only found out recently. Upon hearing this, the Sultan released his grip, causing the woman to heave as she struggled to regain her breath. Only a look of disdain was on the man's lips as he spoke a single phrase with fierce authority. Speak, what do you know of this Berenger von Kufstein? After regaining her composure, the woman lowered her head before responding to her husband's question. Only that he is neither Catholic nor Orthodox. Apparently, he has been excommunicated by the Pope and started his own sect of Christianity, which is the dominant religion in his empire. He also appears willing to act peacefully with Muslims, even going so far as to marry my cousin Yasmin in order to secure his alliance with Granada. I swear I know nothing else. Upon hearing this, Salon sneered in disgust before barking orders at the young woman. I need you to send a message to your cousin. Tell that foolish boy that if Granada does not support their Muslim brothers in the fight for the Holy Land, then I will turn the entire Muslim world against his petty kingdom. I may not be able to strike him directly now that he has allied with Germany, but I can still cause conflict in his lands by a simple decree from an imam. The young woman nodded her head before bowing to the Sultan. It will be done, husband. After saying this, the Sultan dismissed the woman so she could get on with her task. A simple phrase escaped his lips as he gazed out the window towards the west. Berenger von Kufstein, I wonder what kind of man you are. Chapter 606, Defining a Legacy. Adelbrand stood within the confines of the Granadan royal palace. In his hands was a letter delivered from the front lines. By his side were the various generals and officers tasked with leading the war efforts of the German-Granadan alliance within the Iberian theater. A devilish smirk was on his face as he pronounced every word with perfect prose, as if he were reciting a poem. The king is dead and his armies with him. The trap that the Kaiser has laid for our enemies went perfectly. Spain is ripe for conquest. Hassan heard these words and immediately felt a wrenching feeling in his gut. He had not suffered from such anxiety since his capital was under siege years ago. After taking a moment to calm his senses, he wore a stern expression as he issued the command that would alter the course of history forever. Prepare my army and inform the men that we march on Spain on the morrow. Al-Andalus will be restored. Cheers erupted in the war room as the young sultan announced the declaration. War had come to Iberia once more, and Hassan did not seek to be merciful during this round. The Granadan royal army had spent years preparing for this very moment, and in this time his armies were second only to Germany's. Because of the smaller scale of Granada compared to the Byzantine Empire and the fact that Hassan had purged his ranks of those who were disloyal before he had even begun reforming his army, the Sultan could become a power that was greater than even the mighty Romans in the east. The excessive bureaucracy of the Byzantine Empire, combined with its armies being held by various generals with their own political interests, had forced the Byzantine Empire to modernize rather slowly compared to their allies. The fact of the matter was that individual strategos held too much power and authority for the emperor to assume full control. Unlike Granada, which had the most modern equipment, Berenger was willing to sell them. Many Byzantine units were still in the era of pike and shot. However, this was of no concern to Hassan, as he knew his Byzantine allies would not be aiding him in this conquest. Adelbrand quickly took the stand as he addressed the gathered military officials with pride on his face. The German army has begun its march as we speak. We shall take the forefront of the conflict. With the Spanish army defeated in Calbado, we cannot allow the Catholic world time to respond. As for our Granadan allies, you can secure the cities we have conquered and ensure the loyalty of the locals. For the Empire. The German officers immediately broke out into cheers as they saluted the field marshal. For the Empire. With that said, the war for the restoration of Al-Andalus had begun, and the Reconquista that had been going on for centuries would soon come to an end. Berenger sat back in his office with a smile on his face. He was reading a telegraph report directly from the German army headquarters in Iberia. This report stated the success of his trap and the fact that the German army had begun its march. Before the Catholic world could react to this news, Germany could easily occupy 3/4 of Spain and entrench their position, waiting for how the papacy would respond. Technically, he had done nothing wrong, as the Spanish attack on the mines had violated the Treaty of Aquitaine, and thus military action was considered a lawful and appropriate response. However, the Catholic world would not easily abandon all of Iberia to the Muslim faith, especially knowing that the Muslims in charge of the new Al-Andalus were in an alliance with the German Reformation. He was happy that his armies that were on standby had already deployed across the Spanish border. It was just a shame that he had to lose an artillery battery and a few Mk2 machine guns in the trap that he had laid for his enemies. A sultry voice interrupted Berengar's thoughts as a pair of tanned and dainty hands wrapped around his neck. Just what has got you so happy? Berengar kissed the Granadon prince's hand lovingly as he looked into her deep amber eyes and responded with a coy tone. I have fulfilled my promise to you. A look of confusion appeared on the Moorish bowtie's face as she gazed upon the words transcribed on the paper. As she read the content of the paper, her confusion turned to shock before ending in delight. Yasmin quickly kissed Berengar on the cheek and hugged him tightly before voicing her disbelief. I can't believe it. Is it true? Are the King of Spain and his armies really dead? Berengar nodded his head in response before placing the paper down on the desk with a wide smile on his face. Indeed, soon enough, Al-Andalus will be restored and the glory of your people with it. The heart of the maiden beat rapidly as she grappled with the words she had just heard. She could not believe it. After centuries of defeat and humiliation, Al-Andalus would be reborn. It was all thanks to one man in particular, thus she rewarded this man with a passionate kiss on the lips. Berengar enjoyed the moment to his fullest ability before breaking apart from the woman. He had many things to take care of now that the war had begun. After all, this was a monumental occasion in history. How could he not lead the charge to restore Al-Andalus? When Yasmin took notice of this, she sighed heavily before releasing her grip over her husband. In doing so, all the excitement she had felt moments ago was replaced with dejection. You're leaving again, aren't you? In response to this, Berengar nodded his head. Upon noticing her bewildered expression, he grabbed a hold of the woman's chin and gazed into her amber eyes with a solemn expression. You don't need to worry so much. You'll be fine. I always am. Yasmin scoffed when she heard this before grabbing Berengar's eye patch and stretching it out. After it was pulled a few inches away from his face, she released it, causing it to snap against his eye socket. Berengar immediately flinched in response and cursed in displeasure. Fuck. What the hell did you do that for? Yasmin merely sneered at her husband with a shite-eating grin before crossing her arms in a lecturing manner. To teach you a lesson about your own mortality. I know you better than anyone. The last thing we need is you doing something stupid like leading a cavalry charge into artillery fire and getting yourself killed. Berengar chuckled when he saw how worried the woman was about his safety. However, all that managed to do was make her pout. He could tell she was furious with his behavior during the War of Unification. He did not know how his reckless actions were leaked to the woman, but it was obvious that they had been. Thus, he made a solemn vow to her. I promise I won't do anything stupid that will get me killed. Upon hearing this, Yasmin hardly believed Berengar's words, but she knew she would get nothing better out of him. Thus, with a heavy sigh, she ultimately agreed to his decision. Fine. Just know that if you die trying to restore my homeland, I will never forgive you. A slight chuckle resounded in the room as Berengar grabbed his pregnant wife and forced her into his embrace. The couple remained like this for some time before a knock on the door interrupted them. Linda quickly entered the room and saw the wholesome sight. She bit her lip in envy as she interrupted the scene. We have a status update on the jihad. Apparently, our military exercise in Lombardy has caught the Sultan's spy's attention, and he is now openly requesting for a negotiation on the hostilities between the Muslim and Orthodox world. He has specifically requested that you attend these meetings. Apparently, he knows you are the de facto leader of our alliance and wants to deal with you specifically. I am afraid that you are going to have to choose between leading your forces in Iberia or overseeing diplomacy in the East. When Berengar heard this, it displeased him. He desperately wanted to play a leading role in the restoration of Al-Andalus, but he also knew that if he snubbed the Sultan of the Timurid Empire's request, they could see it as an act of hostility provoking future conflict in the East. Initially, Berengar had sought to destroy the Muslim forces in a single engagement, much like he had done with Spain, but Celan had proven to be a more capable leader than he had suspected. Though it was a bit optimistic, too much so for Berengar's comfort, perhaps with such a man at the head of Islam's armies, together they could achieve peace between Christians and Muslims in this world. Berengar had to reflect on what he wanted his legacy to be: the warlord who restored Al-Andalus, or the man who brokered peace between the Christian and Muslim worlds. This was a question that plagued his mind for several moments of silence before he sighed heavily with his response. Very well. I know what I must do. Chapter 607, Less Than Peaceful Negotiations Part 50. Berengar sat within the confines of a room. Gathered around him were men of prestigious standing. Sitting before him was an Arab man, though it was not the German emperor's friend and ally Hassan, rather the mighty Sultan of the Timurid Empire. As Berengar's war for the restoration of Al-Andalus was ongoing, he had made the tough decision to attend to the Timurid Byzantine peace accords rather than lead his men to victory in Iberia. The reason for this was complicated and ultimately would diverge into two paths he could have followed. By leading his soldiers in Iberia, Berengar would be remembered as a conquering warlord who used the sword to bring Iberia under the heel of his Granadon allies. He would be revered as the savior of a dying people within the future nation of Al-Andalus. allowing his plan to place his son with Yasmin on the throne and slowly converting the Muslim people of the region into a reformed version of their religion. Such a plan would have long-term effects on the Muslim world and perhaps even prevent the rise of fundamentalist extremism that was so present across the earth in his past life. However, despite this potential reality, Berenger elected to personally visit the city of Constantinople to attend to the negotiations between Byzantium and the Muslim world. Why would he give up such an opportunity for personal glory in Iberia? Because a better option existed with the Timurid Empire that if done right would lead to the same result of a peaceful existence between Christendom and the Islamic world. Berenger had already proven himself to be an exceptional conqueror with his various wars across Central Europe, which ultimately resulted in uniting his empire by the tip of the spear. If he were to personally lead the charge in Iberia, it would no doubt further cement that legacy. However, rather than be known solely as a man who solved his disputes via bloodshed, Berenger had taken the opportunity to prove to history that he was equally capable in the art of diplomacy as he was in the art of war. Thus, he sat alongside Orthodox leaders such as Emperor Vitranes of the Byzantine Empire and King Bessarion of the Kingdom of Georgia as he quietly watched and waited for the appropriate time to speak. Solon gazed at Berenger curiously. The German emperor was much more regal and refined than he had envisioned. However, this princely appearance was contrasted with an obvious battle wound across the man's right eye, proving that Berenger was a man who led from the front lines. Such a thing was reckless but admirable in the eyes of the Sultan, as most generals would not have the resolve to fight alongside their troops. As Solon observed Berenger, the German emperor too examined the Sultan from the east. He was quite obviously a man of Turco-Persian descent. The man had tan skin, emerald green eyes, and dark hair, as well as a thick beard. He also had swarthy features which complemented him well. However, the most noticeable thing that Berenger took note of was the thick calluses on the man's hands. Evidently, Solon was a man who got his hands dirty. Even if he didn't lead from the front lines of war, there were other physical matters that he personally attended to. As the two men were sizing each other up, Vitranes and the Sultan in charge of the Mamluk Sultanate were in a heated discussion, with the Sultan practically on the edge of violence. "How do you call me a heretic? You filthy kafir. By Allah, I will have your head and the Holy Land will be returned to its proper masters." Vitranes sprang up into a shouting match with the Mamluk Sultan as he raised his voice and curled his fists, practically ready to pounce on his rival from the east. "Over my dead body. I would rather burn the Holy Land to the ground in its entirety, your holy places and ours, before I surrender it to your possession." The Sultan sneered in disdain as he spat out his venomous words. "That can be arranged." It was at this moment that both Berenger and Solon sighed heavily and rested their weary heads into the palm of their free hands. At the same time, they both yelled at their allies to cease hostilities. Silence. When the two men voiced their commands, the entire room became tranquil as the various parties gazed at the leaders of the two alliances with shocked expressions. Berenger looked upon his Muslim counterpart with surprise as he gave the man the floor. "Would you like to state your conditions first? After all, you are the one who requested my presence at these peace accords." A stern expression filled the Sultan's face as he listed the first of his demands. "My first condition is simple. Vitranes must allow the Muslims who still live in the Byzantine Empire's borders to practice their religion freely and without the heavy taxation that they suffer just to worship Allah and his holiest of prophets." Berenger shook his head and made a counterargument to the Timurid emperor, meeting his stern gaze with an expression that exuded authority. "Would you do the same? I understand that the Christians who live in your lands suffer the same penalty even though the Holy Land is not under my control. I believe I speak for my ally when I say that we will not accept such a double standard. Get rid of the jizya and we will do the same." Both Vitranes and the Mamluk Sultan both raised from their seated position and were about to curse once more, that is, until Berenger and Solon raised their hands signaling for them to remain silent. The two religious monarchs both bit their tongues and begrudgingly sat back down. Solon stared deeply into Berengar's deep blue eye as he tried to get an understanding of the man in front of him. The only thing he could see was utter confidence. In the end, he resorted to a religious argument, unaware that Berenger was a completely secular man. "The Quran explicitly states for us to fight against kafir until they give the jizya willingly while they are humbled. As far as I am aware, there is no religious demand of your faith for non-believers to pay taxes." Berengar's response to this argument was shocking to the religious leaders. He broke out into a brief fit of laughter before completely spitting on their beliefs. "You have me mistaken, Sultan. I do not give a damn what your religious beliefs are, or theirs for that matter. As far as I am concerned, there can be no peace in this world so long as men are willing to behave in irrational behavior like killing in the name of God. I do not ask what your deity would permit, but what you, as a man, are willing to concede in order to achieve this peace. I promise you this, as long as I am in charge of negotiations at this table, I will not accept any terms that will put my allies in an unfavorable position. Make no mistake, I can afford a war with the Muslim world. Can you say the same, Sultan?" Solon was slightly taken aback, though he did not let it show. He thought for sure that Berenger would be a religious man. After all, he had started the German Reformation supposedly in response to the Catholic Church's corruption. The Sultan did not know that religion was a means to control the populace as far as Berenger was concerned. Nothing more, nothing less. To make a religious argument on why you should not be held to the same standard in a negotiation was invalid by the German emperor's standards, and he would not concede on this point. If Solon wanted to adhere to his faith's beliefs, he would need a rational argument and not one based on faith. Something he quickly thought of and responded with. Even if I was willing to abolish the jizya in exchange for your demands, my people would never accept it, nor would my allies. In the end, it would only invite chaos and disorder within my borders. Surely you can understand this? Once more, Berenger shocked the man with his response. With a simple raise of his brow, the German emperor blew the Timurid sultan's mind. And how is that my problem? We are here to discuss a peace agreement, not an alliance. What happens within your borders is none of my concern. Solon finally understood why Berenger was unwilling to concede to this point as he gazed upon the confident expression on the man's face. The German emperor was in a position where he did not care whether war broke out because they both knew that there was only one possible result: total German victory. Berenger was negotiating from a position of power, as he often did, and because he knew the Timurids were afraid of his power, he could use that as leverage to get what he wanted. He did not even need to make an overt threat. He could simply reject any terms he found unfavorable and respond with a witty retort about how it was the Timurids who opened negotiations and demanded his presence. The German emperor refused to accept any peace that was not long-term. To do this, he realized he would need to make both parties come to an equal understanding and not favor one over the other in the treaty. Thus, negotiations for peace between Christendom and the Muslim world were off to a slow start. Chapter 608, Laying Siege to the City of Madrid. The echo of guns filled the air above the capital of the Kingdom of Spain. Not even a week had passed since the German-Granadan alliance had begun its invasion over the Iberian kingdom, and yet the allies were already at the capital of their enemy. If not for the foolish actions of the Spanish monarch, such a rapid advance would not be possible. After all, King Felipe had foolishly rushed into the saltpeter mines with the majority of his army. In doing so, he walked straight into a trap that had successfully killed himself and his forces. Because of this masterful play by the German emperor, the Kingdom of Spain was practically defenseless, with only a few thousand defenders spread across its many cities, most of which threw up their arms in defeat the moment they witnessed the German-Granadan alliance cross into their borders. Despite this mass surrender, the city of Madrid was more than willing to lie down their lives in its defense, and thus they had established a prolonged siege outside the city's borders. Hassan's orders were explicit. The German army was not to destroy the city in its attempt for a rapid victory, and because of this they had focused their artillery fire on the walls. The plan was to bring them down and allow the German soldiers to advance into the city en masse. At the moment, Adelbrand was sitting back in the siege camp watching the fiery explosions as they detonated against the walls. He had a cup of coffee in his hands, which was recently brewed. He drank several small sips from the mug as his officers addressed their concerns. Soon word will reach the French about our invasion and the Spanish kingdom's defeat. If we wish to hold onto the ground we have gained, we will need to set up defenses in the Pyrenees, where we can ambush any crossing the French or other Catholic kingdoms might make into Iberia. I know the papacy will not abandon these lands without a fight, so we should at minimum expect an expeditionary force to combat our gains. At the very least, the Pope will be able to claim that he tried to combat our conquest. Adelbrand nodded his head as he heard these terms before placing down his coffee mug onto the table and glancing over at General Ziad of the Granadan Royal Army. With a stern expression on his face, the German field marshal asked for the man's advice. Do you think your men are up to the task of holding the borders? I can assure you that our navy will deter any seaborne operations the Catholics may attempt. It is simply a matter of protecting the Pyrenees and preventing the Catholic army from invading. Ziad took a few moments to contemplate before nodding his head in response. Indeed, we now have a chance to restore the glory of Al-Andalus. My soldiers would rather die than let our victory go to waste. I assure you the French will not be able to pass through the mountains. I will make sure of it. It was at this moment that the walls came crashing down around the city. Cheers echoed in the air as the generals looked over into the distance and noticed only a few sections of the once mighty city barrier stood standing. Upon noticing this, Arnulf took a few gulps of his coffee, finishing it before donning his helmet over his head and wearing a smirk on his face while posing a question to the other leaders of the Alliance's army. Shall we get to it, then? The German field marshal did not wait for an answer. Instead, he pulled out a nearby G-22 rifle and ensured it was loaded before marching alongside his guard to the city, which had been infiltrated by the German and Granadan armies. Because of their strict orders not to shell the city into oblivion, the few defenders the city could manage to muster were lying in wait with their matchlock muskets and arquebuses ready. The instant the German and Granadan soldiers rushed past the ruined walls, the defenders opened fire on them. A spray of smoke and lead pelted the German and Granadan soldiers. Despite this, fewer than one would suspect were killed or maimed. The armor that the Germans and Granadans were equipped with protected their vitals from any form of fire the enemy could produce. Only at extremely short distances could a Spanish musket ball penetrate the quenched and hardened steel armor that their enemies wore. Most of the rounds were simply deflected off of the armor of the advancing soldiers, with only the most unlucky dying from the impact. If one were misfortunate enough, a musket ball could penetrate through their unarmored face or femoral arteries. Aside from that, most of the men simply walked through the line of fire and exchanged a volley of their own. The city's defenders desperately struggled to load their weapons and fire another round, but the ability to reload your weapon in a matter of seconds was simply too much for them to handle. Eventually, the sheer volume of fire overwhelmed the Spanish defenders, who were either slaughtered behind their defenses or outright surrendered. Eventually, the siege came to an end and the gunfire halted. Those fortunate enough to survive could sense only the smell of smoke and blood within the city. As for the leaders of the German Granadan alliance, Hassan led his generals and that of his German allies into the royal palace as if he were a conquering hero. The young sultan stepped foot into the center of the great hall and wore a stern expression as he noticed the Spanish queen huddled up alongside her children, shivering in fear. When he noticed this, his expression softened and he opened up his arms in a peaceful gesture, begging for the woman to surrender. "It is over. Surrender your forces now and accept the restoration of Al-Andalus. If you peacefully end this conflict, I promise that you and your children will live a life of peace and prosperity. Under my authority as Sultan, I swear no harm shall come to you. All you need to do is bend the knee to my rule." The woman snubbed his graceful gesture. She glared at the young sultan with a killing gaze. Unbeknownst to Hassan, the woman had a dagger concealed behind her back, and thus the moment the Grenadan sultan neared her presence, she lashed out at the man, attempting to skewer his heart and take his life. Hassan gazed upon the knife, which was a mere foot away from his torso, with trepidation. As his life flashed before his eyes, the echo of a gunshot resounded in the room, and the woman who was so close to killing Hassan fell to the ground lifeless. A bloody red circle appeared between her eyes. Noticing that he was still alive, the young sultan immediately searched for the man who had killed his attacker. What he saw was Adelbrand holding his revolver. The German field marshal quickly blew out the smoke protruding from his barrel before reholstering the weapon, as if killing the Queen of Spain was not the slightest concern to him. When Adelbrand saw the look Hassan was giving him, he was confused and thus voiced his complaint. "What? The bitch was going to kill you. You should be thanking me. I just saved your life." The Grenadan royal guard instantly moved to secure their sultan as Hassan's soldiers restrained the queen's crying children. The sultan could not believe what had just taken place. He had offered the woman peace and luxury, and instead she tried to kill him. If not for Adelbrand's sharp eye and quick draw, he would be dead right now. After several moments of shock, Hassan sighed before thanking the German field marshal for his help. "Much like your Kaiser, I owe you my life. When this war is over, I promise to reward you handsomely for your heroic actions." Adelbrand merely smiled and nodded his head before dispatching orders to the surrounding soldiers. "The capital is ours, but we still have much territory to conquer. If the Catholic expeditionary forces cross the Pyrenees, we will be in for a long and bitter campaign. We will leave behind a task force to secure the region and then advance north. The Queen's death will surely embolden the Spanish people to resist our rule. If we do not act swiftly, this will become another Portugal." With this said, the German and Granadan soldiers quickly saluted their leaders before embarking on their quest. Within a matter of hours, a small Granadan garrison would secure the city of Madrid, and the remaining forces would rapidly advance north. While Berengar's negotiations with the Muslim world reached a standstill, his allies in Iberia made swift progress in the restoration of Al-Andalus. As for his remaining enemies, they would struggle to act on the German Granadan invasion of Spain. After all, provoking conflict with the German Empire was a hard choice to make, especially when they knew they were not yet ready to face their might. Chapter 609, Less Than Peaceful Negotiations Part LL. Salon scratched his bearded chin intently as he tried to think of a resolution to the current disputes between his people and the Christian world. He had to admit he completely underestimated Berenger and his aggressive nature during negotiations. The German emperor held a position of complete control. After all, it was exactly as the man had said. He and his allies combined could take on the entire Muslim world without much difficulty. It was this confidence that had led the negotiations to be so troublesome until this point. Berenger was unwilling to concede on the jizya, and Salon was in a precarious position. Personally, he did not care about Muslims being taxed in Byzantium. If he were alone, he would surely not even have mentioned such a thing. However, his allies in the Mamluk and Jalayirid Sultanate were not so easygoing and demanded that such taxes be lifted. The problem lied with Berenger, who was absolutely unwilling to concede on the issue. The only way he would convince Vetranis to drop the taxes was if the Muslims reciprocated. Considering the fact that the jizya was a legal tenet of the Muslim faith, it was impossible for Salon to get rid of it without some form of rebellion within the Arab world. So there were only two paths forward: concede to Berengar's demands and risk revolution, or drop the issue and focus on more important matters. Thus, with a heavy sigh, the Timurid Sultan made his decision. "Very well, since we can't come to terms with this aspect of the treaty, we will leave it as it currently stands." The moment he said this, the Mamluk Sultan jumped out of his chair in protest. "Absolutely not. I will not accept any form of peace unless the Byzantine Empire and their allies cease the religious taxes on the Muslim faith. There is no valid reasoning for such attacks by these Kafirs." Berenger sneered in disdain before speaking to Salon about his ally. "Do you mind keeping your dog on a leash? It is hard to have a civil discussion when he barks in protest at any form of progress being made." The Mamluk Sultan's face turned red in fury. He was just about to lash out at Berenger verbally for his remarks when Salan raised his hand, signaling for the man to be silent. Afterward, the Timurid Sultan spoke in a stern tone as he glared at his Mamluk counterpart. If you cannot act with civility, then leave us. There is no point in you being present if you are going to continue such unruly behavior. The Mamluk Sultan was practically at the point of explosion, but rather than upset his ally, he tucked his tail and ran out of the room, cursing only when he was certain that Salan was out of earshot. Upon seeing that the most troublesome of the Muslim leaders had been dealt with, Berenger raised his voice as he questioned the motives of the Muslim states. You seek peace, and I understand why you would, however so many centuries of hostilities cannot easily be buried overnight. Let's cut to the chase and address the actual issue at hand. The fact of the matter is you want the Holy Land, and that is not something the Christians would ever be willing to concede to you. Obviously, we could continue to fight over the Holy Land for the next few centuries and pointlessly shed the blood of millions in the process. However, I think such a thing would be an utter waste of everyone's time. So how about I offer a different solution to this little problem of ours? Everyone's eyes shifted to Berenger as he said this. As far as they were aware, there was no viable solution to the question of the Holy Land. Thus, Salan was quick to ask just what the German emperor had in mind. What do you propose? Berenger smirked before taking a sip from his wine. After doing so, he spoke about his vision that might solve many of the problems these two religions faced. My idea is quite simple. You want the Holy Land, we want the Holy Land. So how about we simply grant the province of Palestine its independence and form a republic where religious freedom is a core tenet in its constitution? Christians and Muslims alike would be allowed to freely practice the religion of their choice without persecution. An educated electorate of both faiths will govern the republic, and the state would act as a protectorate of both the Byzantine and Timurid empires, ensuring that mighty empires protect the interests of Christians and Muslims alike. The group of leaders gazed at each other with strange expressions. The idea of creating a single state where Christians and Muslims could peacefully coexist was something none of them had ever thought of. However, it would be an interesting experiment and would show that both sides were at least willing to put an end to centuries of hostilities. The question on everyone's mind was whether Vetranes would accept such a suggestion, thus everyone's gaze shifted to the Byzantine emperor, who was deep in thought. After several moments of intense contemplation, Vetranes sighed before nodding his head. If it meant bringing a long-term or even permanent peace between his neighbors and himself, it was something he was willing to do. Very well. If this is what it takes to achieve peace between our two realms, then I will consider it. I will only agree to Palestine's independence once we have drafted a proper constitution that we can all agree upon. With this said, everyone present sighed heavily in relief. They could not believe that such a crazy idea was agreed to. However, this meant that perhaps the Middle East had a chance for peace in this timeline. Berenger was satisfied as well. Truthfully, he did not expect Vetranes to so easily agree to such a condition. Over the next few hours, the Christian and Muslim delegates would heavily debate other issues, but they were all minor when compared to the establishment of the Free State of Jerusalem. After a while, they concluded their arguments for the time being and dined together. At the dinner table, Berenger could not help but notice the beautiful woman by Salan's side was heavily reminiscent of his wife Yasmin. Perhaps her bust was a bit smaller and her features were less desirable, but there was no mistaking the two were similar. Because of this, he voiced his interest in the topic. I'm sorry, but you look very similar to my wife, Yasmin Al-Fadl. Are the two of you perhaps related? The woman gazed over at the German emperor and smiled before responding to his question. Naturally, she is my cousin from my father's side. I was surprised when I heard she got married to some Christian king in the center of Europe. Though I must say, I now understand why. Berenger smiled when he heard this, however Salan scowled at his wife. Was she seriously flirting with the German emperor in front of him? He would need to severely punish her for such a statement later that night. As for the Timurid emperor, he spoke with Berenger as he cut into his lamb. So tell me, Berenger, I hear you have had many wars. It is surprising to hear that you have fought so many wars in so little time. How do you achieve victory so quickly? By my understanding, most of your wars have lasted several months at the most. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before responding with a smug tone. I simply have superior artillery. In a world where man cannot own the skies, artillery is the most important weapon on the battlefield. The Timurid emperor reflected on this statement with great curiosity. The reality was that field artillery had not been fully developed yet outside of the regions under Berengar's influence. Most cannons in this era were large, heavy, immobile, and used almost exclusively in sieges. However, Berengar's knowledge of the future had helped improve the efficiency of artillery on the battlefield. Despite his superior firepower, news of Berengar's conquests and how he had achieved such rapid results were more of rumor than fact in lands as far east as the Timurid Empire. Few German traders made it that far, and even fewer had actually witnessed the might of Berengar's armies. Thus, when Salan heard it was through artillery that Berenger had achieved such significant results, he immediately made a mental note of this and decided to invest in the research, development, and manufacture of cannons as a primary focus of his military. As for the rest of the dinner, it went on rather peacefully. In the coming days, Berenger, Vetranes, Bessarion, and the Muslim leaders would go to the great lengths to establish a new republic in the Holy Land. Whether they would succeed in their endeavors or devolve to infighting had yet to be seen. Chapter 610, Establishing the Free State of Jerusalem. Having concluded the night's dinner, the guests of the Byzantine palace were led to their allotted quarters for the evening, where they rested peacefully under the security of the mighty Byzantine Empire. Though the negotiations up until this point had been quite fierce, in the end, both sides had come to a tacit understanding about the most outstanding issues between them. Berenger, ever the hard worker, did not immediately go to sleep upon returning to his quarters. Instead, he spent the night putting pen to ink as he drafted a critical document for the meeting that would undoubtedly take place the next day. It was not until well past midnight that the young emperor got any wink of sleep. When the light of the dawn shone through Berengar's window, he rose from his slumber and prepared himself for the day's negotiations. As with every day, he started out his morning with a strict exercise regimen before bathing. After doing a set of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, Berenger ran laps around the palace gardens. A liberty that Vitranes granted him during his first visit. Unbeknownst to him, while he was doing his morning run, Salon was nearby and shocked to see that the German emperor maintained such a high level of discipline regarding his fitness. The Sultan of the Timurid Empire could not help but approach his German counterpart and express his natural curiosity. "Tell me, it is the crack of dawn, and here you are in the gardens running laps around them. I would not question such actions on a normal day, but you are an ambassador for your people here in Constantinople. Surely you should take a more leisurely approach to these peace accords." Berenger stopped in his tracks when the man approached him and wiped the sweat from his chiseled body with a hand towel that he kept stashed in his shorts. It was only after he had finished this action did he answer the Sultan's questions. "A healthy body creates a healthy mind. Believe me when I say that exercise is extremely important to maintaining one's well-being. Since today is not a rest day, I work out. It is as simple as that. Why am I up so early? It is because I like to get my daily fitness regimen out of the way as soon as possible so that I may use the rest of my day entertaining more important matters." The diligent answer that Berenger had responded with stunned the Timurid emperor. He could not fathom a monarch following such a rigid lifestyle. After all, most men of power lived in excess. To see the German emperor have such discipline was something unexpected. It appeared to the Timurid emperor that his German counterpart was an exceptional man. This was not the first statement Berenger had made that caused the Sultan reflect deeply on the meaning behind the words. As with the German emperor's military advice on artillery being the single most critical aspect of warfare, so too did the man's philosophy of strict physical and mental discipline have its appeal. Perhaps he would begin changing his lifestyle to account for rigid physical training? However, none of this was a concern to Berenger, who gazed upon his watch and noticed the time. Soon, the negotiations would take place at the breakfast table and the various delegates would come to terms with the establishment of a new republic within the Holy Land. "It's almost time for breakfast. I suppose I will cut my morning run short for the day. I will see you at the table." After saying this, Berenger sprinted off to take a bath so that he was presentable for the meal. As per usual, Berenger used his bath time to its utmost efficiency before reappearing in the dining hall where the others had already gathered. He was dressed in his imperial regalia, which resembled that of the German emperor from his past life, the primary difference being it was in the colors of this world's kingdom of Austria. A variety of medals and orders adorned Berengar's attire, symbolizing his heroic feats in battle. Similarly to Berenger, Vitranes was also dressed in this modern style, as Austrian fashion had spread across Germany and into Byzantium to a certain extent, especially among the nobility. While Berengar's attire was based upon that of the German emperor, Vitranes tailors had designed a similar style which resembled the military uniform worn by the last king of Greece in Berengar's past life. The primary difference was that the uniform was in the color of Tyrian purple, a symbol of Byzantine wealth. As for Bessarion, he was not dressed in as luxurious attire. Instead, he wore clothing that would have been found among the medieval nobility. Thus, when compared to his allies, he was definitely lacking in terms of fashion. Such prestigious uniforms were something that the Muslims were not accustomed to, and thus, when they gazed upon Berenger and Vitranes, they could not help but stare with envy. Eventually, Berenger broke the silence as he dug into his meal. He was more interested in ending these peace accords as quickly as possible. "So, we have agreed to the creation of an independent republic within the Holy Land. Because of this, I propose we establish a formal name for this country. I've given it a lot of thought and I nominate the Free State of Jerusalem. A place where Christians, Jews, and Muslims can coexist in peace." When Berenger said this, the Muslim leaders' heads turned towards him with scowls on their faces. They quickly protested a certain aspect of the German emperor's statement. "Jews? Who said anything about Jews? I thought we were discussing the peaceful coexistence between Muslims and Christians?" Berenger sighed when he heard this. He had done an awful lot of research on the province of the Palestine to prepare for this meeting and had shockingly learned that in this world, the Jews never spread beyond the Holy Land. Because of this, there were very few Jews in all of Europe, mostly as traveling merchants. However, this meant that a very large percentage of Palestine was Jewish and they could not be ignored in the establishment of this new state. Thus, he put on a stern expression as he explained the reality to the people gathered. "You know as well as I do that the Jewish people make up a significant minority in the province of Palestine. What do you suggest we do? Remove them from their homes? Where would we resettle them? No, the Jews will remain in their homeland, and since they are a sizable minority, we must give them appropriate representation in the government of this new republic. Need I remind you that our goal is to create a peaceful, holy land that represents the interests of all who have a claim and, therefore, is not a cause for anyone to fight over? This point is non-negotiable. The various Muslim leaders looked at each other with discomfort, as did Vitranes and Bessarion. They had not even thought about what they would do with the Jewish minority. However, the Christian kings were much more in line with Berengar's thinking. They had a claim to the land as well, and if they were going to make Palestine into an independent republic, they should be given appropriate representation for the size of their population. As for Salon, he discussed in private with the other Muslim leaders about the possibility of accepting such a state. The other two fanatics beside him were vehemently against the idea of peaceful coexistence with the Jewish people. However, after some skillful maneuvering on Salon's part, they ultimately agreed to it, even if they did so begrudgingly. After seeing that the people gathered were becoming more agreeable to the idea, Berengar pulled out a few pieces of papers he had drafted the night before, which was essentially a carbon copy of the United States Constitution as it was in its original form, with a few minor alterations that applied to specifics about the nation they were creating. This is the Constitution I drafted last night. Look it over and see if there are any major points of contention that we may address before we come to an agreement. One by one, the men present read over the Constitution and voiced any minor changes they wanted. In the end, the government of the Free State of Jerusalem looked similar to the U.S. government in its early days, but with a multi-party system in place. When the men had voiced their last concerns, they then drafted a comprehensive peace treaty between the various Muslim sultanates, the German Empire, the Byzantine Empire, and the Kingdom of Georgia. There was even a stipulation that ensured the Orthodox and Reformist nations would remain neutral in the event of a Catholic war with the Islamic world. Thus, after several days of heated negotiations, Berengar had successfully led a peaceful agreement between the Christian and Muslim worlds. How long this peace would last was uncertain. After all, empires rose and fell, and it was uncertain if the Timurid successors would honor these agreements. However, for the time being, the current Muslim states of the world had ceased their desire for jihad, and the Christian states outside of Catholicism had ceased their hostilities to Islam. History would remember the part Berengar had played to bring the Abrahamic religions to a more peaceful state, and would consider the Treaty of Constantinople to be a critical aspect in maintaining peace within the Near East. Chapter 6:11, Returning Home to a Nice Family Meal. Berengar sat back in the royal train with a drink in his hand as he watched the Austrian landscape go by. Since German unification a year ago, substantial progress had been made on the German National Railway, and though it was far from completed, many cities across southern Germany were now connected in a way they had never been before. The young emperor took a sip from his drink before placing it down on the table in front of him. The kitchen cart had prepared a hot meal, and Berengar dined on one of his favorite breakfasts. By introducing the potato, many staples of German cuisine from Berengar's past life had now been introduced to his empire. Among these was a meal referred to Bauernfrühstück, which was a dish made from fried potatoes, eggs, green onions, parsley, cheese, and bacon and ham. With a warm glass of milk by his side, Berengar dined upon this breakfast with a satisfied smile on his face. Eventually, a servant approached Berengar and handed him a telegraph report. After doing so, the young woman silently scurried off, leaving the German emperor alone. Berengar waited until after his meal was complete to read the report in his hands. When he did, he could not help himself from smiling. This report contained the latest news from the conflict in Iberia. During his absence, Madrid had fallen, and the German Granadan forces marched further north, seeking to cut off any response by the Catholic world before they could pass through the Pyrenees. It appeared the restoration of Al-Andalus was merely around the corner. All he had to do was sit back and wait as his forces unified the lands under the rule of the Al-Fadl dynasty. As Berengar gazed out the window, he reflected on everything that had happened to him recently. If there was one thing that left an unsettling feeling in his gut, it was the encounter he had during his visit to Badahena's Grove. Since then, he had established a government department of archaeology to dig up any information they could find on the old gods of Germania, and yet despite their best efforts, nothing had been revealed. Or at least nothing he did not already know. Thus, he could only sigh in defeat as he dwelled on the words the girl had spoken to him. Ultimately, he left this matter to be. Whether the gods truly existed and if they had some plans for him would reveal themselves in time. For now, he would focus on securing his empire's position in the world. Now that his empire was unified and on the path to industrialization, he would need to secure many of the world's hidden resources if he wished to transform Germany into the industrial powerhouse he desired it to be. Hours passed by as Berengar dwelled on his actions, and eventually the train arrived in Kufstein, where the Imperial Guard led him back to the Imperial Palace of Kufstein. The moment the door opened, a pair of dainty, pale hands wrapped themselves around Berengar's eyes as a sultry voice entered his ears. "Guess who?" Berengar smiled before answering the question with utter confidence. "Linda, my love, am surprised to be greeted in such a way." The red-headed beauty immediately released her grip and put on a pouting display as she realized her game had been ruined. However, she quickly recovered from her state and instead focused on more important matters. "So, I hear that you have secured peace with the Muslim kingdoms. I must say I am impressed. That is not an easy feat to manage." Berengar chuckled when he heard this. Nothing of importance escaped this woman's ears. It did not surprise him in the least that she had become aware of what he had accomplished before it was even officially announced. Thus, he merely shook his head before giving a few juicy details. Though I am certain that you are already aware, allow me to tell you in person. I believe I have established a long-term peace between Christians and Muslims alike, maybe not the Catholics. I'm sure they will be pissed when they hear about what we have accomplished. However, through some harsh negotiating we have solved the centuries-old dispute of the Holy Land. Linda was not the least bit surprised as Berenger revealed this information. She had a tendency to keep a close eye on him while he was away from home. There were plenty of people by his side who reported the Emperor's affairs to his veteran spymaster. One might call it obsessive, but Linda liked to know that Berenger was safe and, more importantly, behaving himself while abroad. After he had brought home Yasmin unannounced, Linda had gone to great lengths to ensure that she knew everything her husband did while overseas. The last thing she needed was her man bringing home another foreign whore. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. The moment Linda thought of this, Yasmin entered the room and hugged onto Berenger like lamprey as she kissed his neck. Welcome home, husband. Linda was stunned when she saw this. Yasmin's actions were completely against what his wives had previously agreed to. Besides this point of contentions, there was another aspect of the intimate display that bothered the veteran spymaster. If there was one woman in Berengar's harem who threatened the red-headed beauty, it was the Moorish princess. After all, Yasmin had been nothing but a perfect wife to Berenger, so much so that she even stayed out of family drama altogether, believing herself to have no part in it. When Berenger saw Yasmin, he kissed her on the lips and informed her of what he had achieved in his absence. You should be happy to know that I have brought peace and prosperity to our two peoples. I have single-handedly ended the hostilities between Christians and Muslims, or at the very least begun a long path towards such a result. Yasmin stroked Berengar's slicked-back golden hair and complimented him for his efforts. That's my husband. No man alive is greater than he. When Berenger heard this, he chuckled before remembering something. Oh yeah, I met your cousin while I was in Constantinople. You never told me she was married to the Timurid Sultan. Yasmin's face grew dark as she heard this. She simply crossed her arms and made a snide remark about the woman. That harlot? I really do not care to hear about her. Such a harsh response had led Berenger to believe there was definitely some conflict between the two cousins who looked so similar. However, if Yasmin did not want to talk about it, he would not force her. Instead, he grabbed a hold of the woman's plump rear and whispered sweet nothings into her ears. She's got nothing on you. If anything, she is merely a discount version of the beautiful Moorish princess who I am lucky to call my wife. Yasmin chuckled as she heard this before bopping her husband on the nose with her index finger. Behave yourself. I have already prepared food for your arrival. I wouldn't want it to spoil. Upon hearing this, Berenger chuckled and nodded his head. The bedroom fun would have to wait until later. After all, there were few things Berenger despised more than wasted food. Very well. Shall we adjourn to the dining room? After saying this, he looked over towards Linda, who had been completely sidelined by her rival, and asked her to join them. Linda, join us. I am sure whatever Yasmin has cooked is delicious. The red-headed vixen stared in disbelief at Yasmin. She was well aware of the surprise that awaited her man in the dining hall. However, she was shocked to see that the Moorish princess had stolen her thunder. Despite this, she put on a pretty smile as she accepted Berengar's terms and grabbed a hold of his hand, leading him into the dining area. As she did so, she gave a fierce glare to Yasmin, silently scolding the woman for her thieving actions. Yasmin merely smirked in response. Sometimes Lindy's jealousy was just too adorable. Yasmin knew fully that out of all of Berengar's women, the red-headed vixen was his favorite, and despite this, the girl still acted with hostility to anyone who got too close to her man. Berenger did not notice the heated rivalry going on between his two favorite brides and instead entered the dining hall with an excited expression. The moment he walked into the room, it shocked him to see that all of his wives and their children were present. It was the first time in a long time that they had a giant family meal together. Usually at least one child was not present at the family meals because of their age. However, as he gazed upon the gleeful eyes of his many children and their beautiful mothers who tended to them, he could not help but smile. Thus, he happily took his seat at the head of the table and prepared himself for a nice family meal. Chapter 6:12, Wolves and Liverwurst. Within the confines of the dining hall of the German Imperial Palace, the von Kufstein family sat together and dined for the first time in a long time. Berenger gazed at his children and smiled. It had truly been some time since been together with all of his kids in one place. While the German emperor was inspecting his children, one boy in particular was digging into his food with an ecstatic expression. Hans, much like his father, was an avid eater and thoroughly enjoyed the foreign dishes that Yasmin cooked whenever she found herself in the kitchen. Taking a lesson from his father's playbook, the crowned prince smiled and complimented the chef for her skills. Mommy Yasmin, your cooking is amazing, as always. Such a compliment caused the Moorish princess to grin in delight as she tousled the boy's strawberry blonde hair. After doing so, she served up another slice of roasted lamb for her husband's oldest son. I'm glad to see that you like it so much, Hans. Here, have some more. Hans did not hesitate to take a bite out of the succulent lamb. While this was going on, Linda was glaring at her son. The boy was so quick to compliment Yasmin's cooking, but not her own. Thus, the red-headed vixen hurriedly shoveled a pile of case spatzel that she had prepared for this occasion onto her son's plate, as if she were competing with the Moorish beauty. Hans, have some of Mommy's case spatzel, I'm sure you will enjoy it just as much as Yasmin's lamb. Hans did not deny his mother and quickly took a spoonful of the noodle dish and ate it with a delighted expression. Thanks, Mommy, your cooking is good too. As per usual, the boy acted his own age around his parents. Neither Linda nor Berenger were fully aware of just how intelligent the boy was or the schemes that had festered in his mind. As for the Emperor, he frowned as he saw his two favorite wives compete for his son's affection and not his own. Thus, he decided to stir the pot by turning to one of his other brides. Honoria, can you be so kind as to pass the liverwurst and rye? The young pirate queen immediately understood what her husband's intentions were and pulled out a slice of marble rye bread that had been toasted to perfection. She skillfully slathered the liverwurst onto the toast as if it were cream cheese. After doing this, she fed Berenger herself, immediately causing Linda and Yasmin to look at her strangely. Here, Daddy, let me feed you. Berenger eagerly took a bite from the treat and nodded his head in satisfaction. While this was going on, his daughter Helga observed his behavior and struggled to prevent herself from scoffing. She may be young, but even she could see the mind game that her father and Honoria were playing on her mother. As if right on cue, Linda pouted and offered her case spatzel to Berenger as well. My love, won't you do me the honor of giving me your honest opinion on my dish? The German emperor smiled as he took a spoonful of the cheesy noodle dish and dined on it. He struggled to contain his satisfaction from becoming visible as he pretended to mull about for some time before giving Linda a shocking answer. I think you overcooked it. I give it a 6 out of 10. Linda gazed in shock towards her husband while the other girls laughed at her misfortune. Berenger had deliberately given her a poor review just to see this reaction, and it worked like a charm. As Linda was pouting like a child, an unexpected visitor appeared. Her cat Midnight ran into the dining hall with its tail puffed out and jumped into his master's lap. Not far behind, it was a playful wolf pup chasing after the cat with a happy smirk on its face. When Linda saw this, she immediately scolded her son for letting his pet out of its cage. Hans, what have I told you about letting that thing run about freely? I don't care what your father may have told you. That is a wild animal and it should be treated as such. Hans felt a headache was about to come over him as he heard his mother's complaints. Since he had gotten the wolf pup, he had been training it to obey his commands daily. Despite its origins in the wild, the creature had become rather tame and was practically no different from a common domesticated dog. Despite this, Linda seemed to have a problem with the creature, whether it was an internal dislike of canines as a whole or simply the fact that she feared the beast. She had done everything in her power to keep the prince's pet caged up and away from the family. Despite this, the hound walked up to its master and sat while wagging its tail, waiting for the boy to give it a command. When Berenger saw this, he was rather surprised. This pup was only a few months old and yet it was behaving like a well-trained golden retriever. Was this thing really a wolf? However, in the next moment, the boy shocked his father even more when he gave a command to his pet wolf. Wolfgar, lie down. The wolf's ears immediately perked up as it heard this command before quickly obeying it. It lied down and rested its head on its paws as the creature waited for his master to finish his meal. With a satisfied smile on his face, Hans countered his mother's complaint. Mommy, look, Wolfgar is well trained. He would never hurt anybody that I did not command him to. Berenger gazed at the beast with a curious expression. He did not expect his young son to have such an affinity with animals. Thus, he wore a smile as he tried to convince Linda to accept the wolf. However, when he gazed over at the woman, she was gently petting her black cat while glaring daggers at the hound. Before Berenger could utter his decree, Linda barked at her son. Keep that ravenous mutt away from my precious Midnight and away from your siblings while you're at it. If something happens to any of them, I will hold you responsible. Berenger immediately grabbed hold of Lindy's hand and tried to calm her down. Dear, the wolf seems to be well trained. I doubt it will pose a threat to our children or your cat. It appears like he was just playing with Midnight. There is no reason to be so upset. Despite Berengar's words, Linda refused to concede on this issue. In her eyes, no matter how tame the beast, maybe it was still a wild animal. She could never trust such a creature around her children or pets. If not for Berengar's insistence on allowing the boy to keep the wolf, she would have personally disposed of it long ago. In Hans' eyes, his mother was simply being unreasonable. He knew full well how disciplined the creature was and suspected that his mother simply did not like canines. The fact that she witnessed his pet obey his commands so thoroughly and still demanded to keep it away from his siblings showed just how biased the woman was. However, he knew this was a battle he was not going to win. Taking this into consideration, Hans rose from his seat and bowed to his mother and father, taking the initiative to lock his pet wolf away for the time being. All right, Mommy, I will lock Wolfgar away if that's what you want. After saying this, the boy called for his hound and ran off towards the courtyard where its own quarters were. Once Hans was out of earshot, Berenger sighed before gazing upon Linda with a stern expression. Did you really have to force the boy to lock up his pet? It seemed completely obedient to me. Linda merely rolled her eyes at her husband before taking a sip from her glass of milk. After doing so, she responded in a haughty tone. No matter how tame it may be, that beast is still a dangerous wolf. It needs to be properly locked away so it can harm none of my children. I will make this abundantly clear. If Hans gets hurt because of that creature, I will blame you till the day I die. Berenger merely sighed in defeat before responding to his wife's criticisms. Very well. After saying this, he dug into his food once more, not willing to waste the energy on such a pointless matter. Having seen how well the boy commanded his pet, Berenger was certain that the creature would not harm his son. However, Linda was right about one thing: they should keep away such a dangerous beast from his other children. Thus, with this argument out of the way, Berenger continued to enjoy his meal with his entire family. It was a relatively peaceful afternoon in the life of the German emperor. Chapter 6:13, A Papal Dilemma. Pope Julius sat upon his papal throne with an exhausted expression on his aging face. He had only become pope a few years prior, and yet it appeared as if he had spent decades presiding over the church. After countless losses against his rival in Central Europe, he had just about lost the will to continue his struggle against the German Reformation and its damnable figurehead. In his hands, loosely held by a failing grip, was a note that recounted the recent events in Iberia. King Felipe was dead, and so too was his army. However, that was not the worst of it. In the hours after the foolish Spanish king had walked into his death, the German-Granadan alliance had marched into Spain and conquered most of its territory. Berenger, the accursed, had expertly laid a trap, and the Spanish king walked right into it. Worst of all, this damnable fiend had the nerve to extinguish one of Christendom's few natural stockpiles of the valuable resource known as saltpeter. Because of this, the Church's hopes of winning its upcoming crusade against the German Empire were slimmer than ever. The man in charge of the Catholic world could only sigh heavily in defeat as he contemplated just what reasoning God would have to continue to torment him to such a degree. While Julius was lamenting his lot in life, a cardinal entered the chambers and knelt before the man. He had a nervous expression on his face and clenched the report in his hands tightly, crumpling the paper as he did so. Julius knew that whatever news the cardinal had received, it was nothing good. Thus, with a heavy sigh, he begrudgingly asked for the information. Go on, get out with it. What terrible news do you have to report to me this time around? The cardinal struggled to look the Pope in the eyes. Such words caused a tinge of guilt in his heart, as he knew he was always the bearer of bad news, especially these days. However, in his panicked state he managed to mouth a few words, stuttering as he did so. The Holy Land? It has fallen. Julius' pupils grew wide in shock as he heard this news. At first, he thought he had misheard. After all, the Holy Land was owned by the Byzantine Empire, and he had received no news from the east that it had come under attack. Thus, he immediately asked for clarification on what had just been spoken. What do you mean, the Holy Land has fallen? Has there been a new jihad I am unaware of? Just what has happened? The cardinal realized that his choice of words was a bit misleading, but contained the truth nonetheless. Still, he spent a few moments collecting his thoughts before speaking about the information he had received from the Byzantine emperor's public declaration. Emperor Vitranes has declared that he is allowing the independence of the Holy Land. After careful negotiations with the Timurid Empire and the other Muslim sultanates, they have established a republic which is open to both Christians and Muslims. This means that the Saracens now have power over the Holy Land. How shall we respond? The Pope immediately reacted to this news by picking up a nearby book and throwing it towards the cardinal in a fit of rage. He could hardly believe such a thing had happened, and though Vitranes had been the one to voice this sudden change, Julius knew only one man could be responsible for such evil. Thus, he had no qualms about pinning the blame on his German rival. You damn fool. This is Berengar's work, I am certain of it. With one hand, he destroys Iberia, and with the other, he brings damnation to the Holy Land. This devil cannot be allowed to further defile Christendom. We must respond to this incursion, send word to every able-bodied man. The Holy Land must be reclaimed. It shocked the cardinal when he heard this decree, and he immediately voiced his confusion over the matter. But what of Iberia? When Julius heard this, he gazed upon the cardinal with an idiotic expression. As the Pope, he could not very well abandon the Iberian Peninsula to the fate of becoming an extension of the Muslim world. The threat of an Islamic state on the borders of France was something that Christendom had not felt in centuries, and he did not wish to return to those days. However, the Holy Land needed to take precedence, and since Julius knew he could not contend with the German and Granadan armies in the field, his only chance of achieving victory in the two theaters was to focus his attention on Jerusalem. Thus, with a heavy sigh, he decided on how to proceed. I will not abandon the people of Iberia to the Muslim hordes who now seek to conquer and control them. However, it has become painfully obvious to me we are not yet prepared to take on the might of the German-Granadan alliance. Thus, we can only encourage martyrdom and give our people in Iberia the means to resist their unholy occupation. What we can do is bring the might of the Catholic world into Jerusalem and reclaim the Holy Land for ourselves. It is doubtful that Berenger would commit troops to the region when he has left its protection up to the Byzantine and Timurid empires. So long as the German Empire does not interfere in our conflict, we have a high chance of winning. After all, we have spent the last few years preparing for a war with Berenger. Surely the means we have gained will allow us to defeat the Byzantine army and the Muslim hordes of the Timurid Empire. When the cardinal heard this train of thought, a sadistic grin etched itself upon his rat-like features. He understood now more than ever the Catholic Church needed a glorious victory, and Berenger had so kindly delivered it to them with the Holy Land's independence. Thus, he bowed before the Pope and asked for him to give the order. Your Holiness, I would be honored to convey your commands to your followers so long as you are willing to give the order. With this, a smug sneer formed on Julius' lips as he issued the decree which would set Jerusalem ablaze in the flames of war. I, Pope Julius, hereby declare a crusade to reclaim the Holy Land from the Saracens who currently inhabit it. God wills it. Upon hearing this, the cardinal grinned wickedly as he nodded his head and obeyed the command. Very well, I will muster the Crusader orders and the Catholic kingdoms to march on the Holy Land at once. Jerusalem must not fall into the hands of the Saracens. With that said, Julius dismissed his agent to get started on his task. It was only after he was alone that he collapsed into his papal throne, exhausted beyond measure. It took every ounce of his strength to maintain the facade of dignity and strength. He could not believe that he was forced to choose between Iberia and Jerusalem. With a powerful slam of his fist upon his gilded armrest, the Pope cried out in fury. Berenger von Kufstein, I swear to God, one day I will have your head and will permanently remove your lineage of vipers from the face of the earth. After saying this, the man sighed heavily. The most he could do to the man was curse his name. If not for that fool Simeon, then perhaps the church could have removed Berenger from power before he gained the strength to stand on his own. However, as it currently stood, such a thing was impossible. The German emperor had the backing of the most powerful military in the world and the most advanced spy network. After the failed attack on his life, Imperial Intelligence had created a dedicated department whose sole goal was to collect information on viable threats against the royal family and to counter such efforts. It was virtually impossible to harm a hair on Berengar's head. The only way to kill the man would be to do so on the field of battle, and even then, Berenger had not been seen in battle for roughly a year. It seemed to Julius that his goal of claiming the man's life was drifting further away as time passed him by. The only thing that could drown the Pope's sorrow was wine, and copious quantities of it. Thus, he got off his seat and grabbed hold of the nearest flagon where he poured the contents of his drink into an old Venetian glass chalice. Since Berenger had invented the means to mass-produce clear glass, the Venetian market had been completely strangled to death, and thus such an antiquated cup was only used by the most hateful of Germany's adversaries. Having filled the glass to its brim, Julius then engorged himself on the sweet red substance, drifting himself into a further state of intoxication. If Berenger had known that he caused the Pope's alcoholism, he would surely be pleased with himself. However, he was unaware of such a reality, as was anyone else, and thus the Pope slowly but surely drank himself to sleep in the middle of the afternoon, completely defeated by the recent events that had occurred. Chapter 6:14, The Quest for Gold begins. Berenger stood within the confines of his office and gazed upon a map that he had personally designed. It was incomplete, as the world had yet to be entirely discovered in this era. Yet there were markings of the German Empire in Central Europe as well as its colonies in North and South Vinland and their holdings in the Caribbean. To put it simply, Berenger had taken the first step in establishing a global empire. Yet, despite this, Berenger was not satisfied with his current achievements. There was more that needed to be done and not enough time to accomplish it in his lifetime. Only by investing further into colonization could he achieve 1/10 of what he had planned for his dynasty's empire. Thus, he set his eyes on a new territory that he had yet to explore. With Honoria by his side and his new Grand Admiral, a man by the name of Friedrich von Wolflingen, Berenger laid out his plans for his next colony. His finger shifted from the fatherland all the way to a blank portion of the map settled in between the two colonies in the New World. If he were to be looking at a modern map of the world, his finger would surely hover over the region known as Mexico. An excited smile was on his face as he boldly declared his plans to his wife and admiral. With the current capabilities of our Navy and the first Dominion-class ocean liners set to be finished in the coming weeks, we will soon have the ability to project such force to the New World that no kingdom we may come across can possibly challenge our rule. It is because of this newfound military might that I intend to go all out with colonization and connect our two territories with a third in between them. Honoria immediately scoffed when she heard this goal. In her eyes, this was a foolish endeavor. After all, the existing colonies were still not fully independent, and yet Berenger so desperately wanted to charge into the unknown and conquer a third. Despite this feeling, something pulled at her heartstrings, telling her in the back of her mind that her husband knew something of worth that was located exactly where he pointed. How the man knew this info was beyond her, and despite her best efforts, she had not gained a single clue as to where the German emperor's hidden knowledge originated from. While she could easily ask, she figured her husband would reveal his secrets when he finally felt like doing so. As Honoria was scrutinizing Berengar's actions, Friedrich had a satisfied smile on his face. Truth be told, the German navy was so powerful that no kingdom in this world could compete with it. Because of this, he had been dreadfully bored ever since he first joined his specific branch of the German military. While he acted as a glorified coast guard, securing Berengar's theaters of operation with an ironclad blockade. Berengar's army claimed all the glory on land, in combat, fighting for the unification of the German Empire. It was partly for this reason that recruits to the naval branch were lagging behind the army and the border guard, as the majority of its sailors felt a lack of importance in their role. However, times were changing and Berenger was paying a vast fortune to begin his colonization efforts. Naturally, only those most trusted were privy to such classified information, leaving the Navy as the primary driving force in these operations. Since they had first set sail for the New World over a year ago, the German Navy and those fortunate personnel deemed trustworthy enough to see its bountiful lands had begun to play a pivotal role in the development of the empire. Now Berenger had turned his attention to a new colony in the center of the strange and foreign land. The prospect of maintaining the relationship between the German fatherland and its colonies was exciting to Friedrich, who had been so dreadfully bored since he had assumed control over Emmerich's old position. Perhaps if he worked hard enough, then one day he too could be a colonial governor. Thus, while Honoria scoffed at the notion, Friedrich was excited and voiced his support for the endeavor. With the construction of the ocean liners nearing completion, we will soon be able to transport far more resources and troops throughout our empire. Thanks to His Majesty's efforts, radio telegraphs are being constructed on board our vessels and within our colonies, allowing for ease of communication overseas. Currently, our existing colonies are secure, and with the influx in population we have received since unifying the fatherland, it is only a matter of years before we have enough people to properly settle the New World. In the meantime, I highly recommend scouting out further territory in this new world and search for resource-rich areas to claim as our own. Only by seizing this world's assets can we truly hope to establish a global hegemony. Tell me what you want from me, and I will move the oceans to make it so. Berenger smiled when he heard such enthusiasm about his colonization efforts from his newest Grand Admiral. This man had a promising future in his role, and thus Berenger did not hide his intents. First and foremost, I need you to assemble a sizable fleet enough to ferry 1,000 men to the New World. Though our ocean liners are equipped with enough firepower to successfully eliminate any threat that approaches them, it is never inappropriate to prepare for whatever the world may throw at us. Your second task will be to vet enough Marines to fill aboard these vessels to act as the security for our colonization efforts. I need these Marines equipped with the latest weapons and armor. That means they will wear our new nylon plate carriers beneath their tunics. Thirdly, I will need you to go over a list of civilians to transport to all of our colonies for future settlement. As it stands, our colonies are currently military strongholds. I wish to change that and allow thriving settlements to exist within their borders. We can't rely on the military to act as farmers, miners, and any other necessary roles needed to sustain a long-term colony. Friedrich nodded his head after hearing these requirements. He wore a confident expression as he responded in the affirmative to his emperor's orders. I will have everything prepared by the time our first ocean liner rolls off the assembly line. The colonization of the New World is of the utmost importance to our realm, and I will not fail you, my Kaiser. Berenger smiled when he heard such certainty and patted the man on the shoulder before complimenting his efforts. Good. I look forward to your career. See that you are prepared to depart within a fortnight. If you do not have any more questions, then you are dismissed. After saying this, the Grand Admiral saluted his emperor before departing, leaving Honoria alone with Berenger. She had an inquisitive gaze on her face. Berenger was bringing far more troops to this new colony than he had done in the past, and such a level of precaution was unordinary for his personality. That is, unless he was already aware of a great threat that existed in the region they were going to land in. Thus, she could not help but ask just what it was that he knew. I know that look on your face. You're worried about this new colony. I don't know how you know, and I also know that you are not yet prepared to inform me, but there is a serious power in this new location, isn't there? Something the likes we have not yet encountered? Berenger gazed at Honoria with a curious expression. He was not aware how much of his past this woman knew of, but since she was not deliberately asking about it, he would not tell her for the time being. However, he also would not lie to her about the dangers he was about to face, and thus sighed heavily before revealing his thoughts. If my information is correct, there is a mighty empire in the region I seek to conquer. They are sitting on a vast reserve of gold, the likes we have never seen before. I need the gold to stimulate my economy, and I fear this unknown civilization will be far more hostile to our first contact than the natives you found in South Finland. Honoria scoffed when she heard this response. It was as she had suspected. Berenger knew more than he let on. She instantly pouted as she realized the reason he wasn't allowing her to join in on the fun. So you're sending me on a quest to explore less hostile areas while you take on this mighty empire by yourself? Typical. Berenger chuckled when he saw the look on the girl's face as if he had just killed her pet. To think she was so bloodthirsty that she wanted to take on the Aztecs. Thus, with a heavy sigh, Berenger relented and allowed for his pirate queen to play her role in this conquest. All right, if you really want to, I will allow you to come with me on this perilous journey. Just make sure you and your girls stay out of needless trouble. Honoria smiled before wrapping her arms around her husband's neck and kissing him passionately. After releasing herself from his embrace, she thanked him for his concession. Thank you, Daddy, I promise we will behave. After saying this, Berenger sighed and revealed some of the information that he was aware of regarding the Aztec Empire and the control they had over the region of Mesoamerica. With this, Berenger had made his plans to claim the most precious of resources the New World offered. The quest for gold had begun. Chapter 6:15, Honoria learns the truth. The day had finally come. Over a month had gone by since Berenger had begun preparations for his invasion of Mesoamerica. At the moment, he was standing in front of the bathroom mirror where his wives dried off his soaked body with various towels. The young emperor dipped his fingers into the greasy pomade and slicked back his hair into the elegant style he had become known for over the years. After taking his time perfectly styling his golden locks, he reached into a nearby drawer and fetched an eye patch. This brown leather eye patch contained an iron cross embedded within its center, a symbol of authority and bravery in the act of war. It was one of the many designs Berenger kept to conceal his hideous wound. After stretching the leather band over his head so that the iron cross was seated perfectly over his damaged pupil, he dressed himself in a combat uniform. This uniform started with nylon polyester blend undergarments, where he then placed a pair of Feldgrau trousers over them. He continued by securing his boot socks, followed by a pair of embellished brown leather cavalry boots in the style used by his hussars. After dressing in the lower portion of his uniform, Berenger stretched a Feldgrau undershirt over his chiseled body, where he quickly adorned a Feldgrau concealable plate carrier above his vitals. This plate carrier contained ceramic composite plates that were rated to stop just about any projectile this world could throw at him. After donning this piece of life-saving armor over his torso, he put on a Feldgrau hussar tunic, where he placed his Order of Merit and his Grand Cross of the Iron Cross around his collar. After doing this, he pinned his Star of the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross onto his chest before fastening his brown leather Sam Brown belt around his waist and shoulder. This belt contained both a 1422 service revolver and a hussar's sword, which would be his primary weapons in the upcoming conflict that he was certain would result when he discovered the mighty Aztec Empire. Finally, after all of this was finished, he grabbed hold of a 1422 Stahl helm, which was modeled after the 1916 Stahl helm used by German soldiers in the Great War of his past life. This helmet was designed to distinguish his royal guard from their regular army counterparts and offered superior protection to the standard steel pickelhaube. Berenger held this helmet tightly to his hip as he turned around and faced his loving brides and sister. All except for Anuria had concerned expressions on their faces. Truthfully, they did not know where Berenger was going or what he was going to encounter, as he had not been specific to them. However, they were aware, as with every time he left the fatherland in pursuit of conquest and glory, that danger would be present. Ultimately, Linda was the one to first voice her concern for his well-being. "Come back to me in one piece, okay? I swear if you die out there on the other side of the world, I will follow you to the grave and leave our children to be raised by Adela." When Adela heard this, she gave a questioning gaze to her old rival. Must this bitch really be so melodramatic? However, Berenger merely smiled and wiped the tears from Lindy's eyes and nodded his head before responding. "I understand. I will be home shortly. You do not need to worry so much. Take care of our children while I'm away." After saying this, he kissed his wife on the lips before saying his proper farewells to his other wives. After all was said and done, he grabbed hold of Anuria's hand and led her to the railway, where the two of them boarded the royal train together and headed towards the docks in Trieste. The two of them sat in the rail car together for some time, gazing out at the German landscape. Ultimately, it was Anuria who broke the rather awkward silence that prevailed in the room. "It's amazing what you have accomplished in so little time. Sometimes I wonder whether you are actually human." When Berenger heard this, he chuckled before responding to Anuria's comments. "I assure you, I am very much human." Anuria's response to this claim was to observe Berenger in silence for a few moments as he drank his coffee. Ultimately, she replied with a smug smile and a jest. "I'm not so convinced." To this, Berenger merely shrugged his shoulders before changing the subject. "So, are you and your girls ready? I won't lie to you. If my information is correct, then we may very well be fighting an empire filled with millions of savages. We have at most what? 1,000 men on this journey? This will be a long and bloody campaign." Anuria merely scoffed when she heard this. She finally had enough of his cryptic answers to just how he knew this stuff. Eventually, she sighed before asking that had been on her mind for some time. "All right, that's it. Be honest with me. How do you know all of this?" Berenger wore a bitter smile as he mulled over whether he should reveal the truth to the girl. While Yasmin had been loving and did not care for his origins, he was not so certain with the other women in his life. Ultimately, he sighed before revealing his biggest secret to the Byzantine princess. "Would you believe me if I told you I have memories from the future?" Anuria's first response was to scoff once more. Such a fantasy was preposterous, thus she simply crossed her arms and pouted as she scolded Berenger for not being honest with her. "Fine, don't tell me. See if I care." Berenger merely chuckled when he heard this before commenting about her behavior. "You're the one who wanted to know the truth. If you don't believe me, that is up to you." Anuria tilted her head and did not look at her husband for several moments, dwelling upon his answer in silence for some time. Eventually, she could no longer contain her curiosity and broke the silence with a single question. "How is that even possible?" Berengar's brow raised when he heard this question, and a smug smile appeared on his lips as he lectured the girl about his past. "Your guess is as good as mine. Truthfully, I do not know how I gained such memories, but I will tell you what I do know. Years ago, when I was still but an heir to the barony of Kufstein, my brother poisoned me, and in doing so, he nearly killed me. Hell, perhaps Lambert did kill me, for I drifted into a deep sleep where I dreamed about another life in the distant future, where I was born to an impoverished family and worked my way to the position of an engineering officer in the world's most powerful army. The last thing I remember is dying from an enemy attack on some foreign battlefield. When I finally awoke, this dream was as clear as day, and there had been a fundamental shift in my personality. My indolent, carefree, and dim-witted self had been replaced with the ambition, cunning, and knowledge of Julian. However, many of the aspects of my original self were still present, if not dormant. It is only now, after years of contemplation, that I have come to realize, perhaps, my original personality is not as dead as I once thought. Anuria gazed at Berenger with a curious expression as he calmly drank his coffee and spun his tail. She could not fathom that what he was saying was actually reality, and only a single question escaped her lips. "You're serious?" In response to this, Berenger laid down his coffee mug and wore a bitter smile as he nodded his head in affirmation. "Quite." After several moments of awkward silence, Anuria finally revealed the thoughts on her mind. "So you're not Berenger?" "I'm so confused." The young emperor chuckled lightly before responding to this question. "I am Berenger, at least the only Berenger you have ever known. I like to think that I am a new and improved Berenger. One could say that all the faults that existed within both of my past selves were extinguished in their deaths, and in their place, a superior amalgamation formed. Believe me when I say that if you knew my former self, his personality would disgust you. A drunken fool, that one. It's no wonder Lambert tried to kill me." Anuria struggled to come to terms with what she was hearing and immediately ordered a cup of coffee from the staff. Her hands were shaking as she slowly sipped from the substance. Eventually, she found the question she most desired in the labyrinth that was her current state of mind and asked it. "So, you know all of this information about engineering and the New World because?" A smug expression formed on Berengar's face as he answered this question with complete honesty. "Because in my past life, all the information in the world was readily available to practically everyone. At least in the West. It was just that most people were too lazy or foolish to give a damn about it. I spent my childhood reading troves of information and experimenting with what I learned. It was a way to stave off boredom. After all, I had no friends to hang out with. I also had a superior memory, so most of everything I learned stayed within my mind. I never would have thought that I'd die and be reincarnated into the medieval period where I could use everything I had learned to create a vast empire. It's quite entertaining to think about if everyone reincarnates when they die and enter foreign worlds, how useless would the overwhelming majority of people be? Are all the great men in history like me? Or were they natives to the world they were born in? If not, then why have I reincarnated when nobody else has? These are the questions I entertain myself with when I'm alone. The truth of the matter is I have only ever come across one clue to my resurrection, and it has proven rather difficult to chase." Anuria was stupefied by her husband's remarks and needed some time to dwell on them. Thus, they spent the rest of the train ride to Trieste in silence. Never in a million years would Anuria have suspected that this was the source of Berengar's mysterious knowledge. She could hardly believe it, but the man seemed adamant that this was the truth, and either he was insane or there was some greater force lingering in the shadows controlling his destiny. Either way, neither of them had any answers as to how Berenger came into this world. Thus, they did not dwell on it for too long. Chapter 616, An Unexpected Encounter on the Mediterranean. Several days had passed since the time Berenger informed Anuria about his origins. After such a shocking revelation, she had needed some space to process the information and had spent the last few days within isolation on her ship. She had deliberately asked Berenger to stay on board another vessel while she worked through her thoughts. Thus, at the moment, Anuria had a bottle of rum in her hands as she lied back on her mattress. She had a downcast expression as she combed the vacant spot next to her. Normally, Berenger would be lying next to her, playing with her hair and whispering sweet nothings to her. However, such a thing was not the case, and she realized that she only had herself to blame. The Byzantine princess was certain that she had messed up by asking her husband about the origin of his boundless knowledge, and all his honesty had done was complicate things between them. However, as time flew by and the alcohol affected her mind, she realized she was overreacting. Fundamentally, Berenger was correct when he had said that he was the same man she had always known and loved. It was with this in mind that she dragged her intoxicated ass off her bed and wobbled to her door, ready to publicly proclaim her apology over the telegram. Such a thing would not only be a breach of protocol, but was just a bad idea in general. However, she was determined to make amends, and thus she grabbed hold of the doorknob and twisted it open. The first thing that Anuria witnessed was the shocked appearance of her first mate. Melissa gazed upon her intoxicated captain with a disapproving expression. "Anuria, with all due respect, you look terrible. I would ask you what's wrong, but we have greater matters to worry about. Why don't you get some rest and I will take charge for now?" This notion confused Anuria, and she immediately tried to ask about what was transpiring. What's wrong?" The fact that the woman was slurring her words proved she was in no condition to assume command, and thus Melissa sighed heavily before grabbing hold of Anuria and leading her back to her bed. "Nothing to worry about. They'll handle it. Just focus on feeling better." After saying this, the woman grabbed hold of Anuria's liquor bottle and yanked it away from her grasp. The Byzantine princess struggled to regain control of her precious rum, but Melissa was sober and could easily dodge Anuria's drunken attempts. After a while, Anuria gave up and collapsed into a state of unconsciousness. Melissa made sure the girl was face down in case she vomited before departing from the room. The moment the door was shut behind her, she sighed before voicing her thoughts on the matter. "Trouble in paradise, huh? I'll have to give that asshole a piece of my mind when I next see him." After saying this, she took a swig from the bottle of rum to calm her nerves before ascending to the helm where several of the crew members lie in wait. When they noticed their captain was not in tow, they looked at their first mate with a curious gaze. "Where's Honoria?" Melissa merely shook her head before stating her honest opinion. "Too drunk to do anything, I guess I'm in command. Tell me what's going on?" In response to this, the girls looked at each other before reporting to Melissa what a crew member had spotted. "There appears to be a fleet flying the flag of the Knights Hospitaller. Though it's strange, some of the ships are neither caravels nor carracks." When Melissa heard this, her brow raised as she asked for more information. "What exactly are we dealing with?" The girls looked at one another with gazes filled with confusion before shrugging their shoulders and reporting their honest opinion. "I honestly don't even know how to describe it. You can look for yourself." Melissa merely sighed before grabbing hold of a pair of binoculars and walking up the stairs to the top deck. When she arrived, she noticed that a relatively fierce storm was taking place within the Mediterranean, and it immediately barraged her with a combination of wind and rain. Despite this, the first mate quickly looked through her binoculars and gazed upon the Crusaders' ships. There were several dozen of them, and they appeared to be mostly the old carracks, caravels, and galleys, most likely repurposed from the remains of the Iberian, Venetian, and Genoan fleets. However, at the forefront of the armada were much larger vessels. If Melissa had to describe their appearance, she would probably do so by saying these ships looked as if somebody had taken the sail plan off of a Berenger-class frigate and plastered it onto an extended carrack. These extended carracks also had gun bays where 30 bronze cannons were stashed away on the broadside. This fleet posed no threat to the German Navy nor even a single armored frigate. However, they were a fearsome representation of the innovation that was going on in the Catholic world as they desperately tried to catch up to the German Empire. It was at this moment that Melissa climbed back down into the helm and issued an order to her telegram operator. "Inform the SMS Berenger of what we have spotted and asked for further orders." The girl quickly nodded her head and sent the message to the SMS Berenger, which was the flagship of the fleet. On board said vessel, Berenger was relaxing in his personal quarters when he suddenly received a knock on the door. He quickly walked over and opened it to see his Grand Admiral staring at him with a report in his hands. The man said nothing and simply handed it to his emperor, waiting for a response. Berenger gazed over the report and a smile formed on his face. It would appear that the first wave of Crusaders had begun their invasion of the Holy Land. In response to this, Berenger handed the paper back to the Grand Admiral and said one simple phrase. "Do nothing. Let's see how they react to our presence." After saying this, Berenger climbed to the top deck and stood in the middle of the pouring rain, gazing off the starboard side towards the Hospitaller fleet. As the ships neared each other, it became dreadfully apparent of the different eras the German Empire and its enemies were in. Steam engines powered Berengar's mighty fleet, and his vessels were armored with steel, while the Crusaders were still on wooden sailing ships that were dwarfed in comparison by the frigates of the German fleet. The maritime flag of the German Empire flew proudly in the raging winds as Berenger smiled and stared at the Hospitaller fleets, who simply passed him by with shocked expressions on their faces. One Crusader in particular reached for his arquebus but was halted by his commander. The last thing the Hospitaller order needed were these steel behemoths raining their guns down upon them. Thus, the two fleets silently passed each other by, one heading west to the New World and another heading east to the Holy Land. It was only after Berengar's ship was no longer visible to the Hospitaller fleet they sighed in relief. Meanwhile, the German Emperor himself smiled as he descended back down into the lower decks, satisfied with the results of his plans. The Catholic world would send their full might to reclaim the Holy Land and fight a war against the combined power of the Byzantine and Timurid empires. From Berengar's perspective, the likelihood of a papal victory was slim, but the damage it would cause to the Timurid Empire would keep the two factions in check. Either way, things were progressing smoothly. For now, Berenger did not care about the war for the Holy Land. If something unexpected happened, he would be notified by telegram and could respond in kind, giving orders at a moment's notice on how to respond. What was more important was the vast wealth he would get with his conquest of the Mesoamerica. How he would manage to do such a thing with so few forces, that was something that the history of his past life had already taught him. Chapter 617, Landing on the Coast of Mesoamerica. Berenger sat back in his vessel and gazed upon a map that he had created. This was a map that was drawn from memory about Mexico and the current political alliances of the region. The year in this world was 1424, which meant that he was roughly 4 years away from the creation of the Aztec Empire. Instead, if this world were to have followed his past lives timeline exactly, there would be 3 major city-states that had yet to align with one another and form the mighty Aztec Empire. Truth be told, Berenger could not be certain that this was the case. The reality was that this world differed vastly from his past life. Not only had major historical events and figures changed, but the map of the old world itself differed completely from the history he knew. It was entirely possible that not only had the Aztec Empire been formed early in this timeline, but perhaps they had even conquered several of their neighbors, making the state larger and more powerful than it was in the history of his past life. Either way, Berenger needed to be prepared for whatever it was he came to face. It was at this moment that a knock resounded on his door with a stern voice from the other side. "My Kaiser, we have arrived." Berenger sighed when he heard this and rolled up the map before exiting his quarters. As he climbed to the top deck, he gazed upon the Aztec coastline with a wide grin on his face. In this life, he was able to use his memories of history to come to the new world in advance of the other powers and secure its resources for himself. The only thing he had to contend with were the native kingdoms. Now, he could finally get his hands on the absurd amount of gold the Spanish introduced to their economy during the 16th and 17th centuries. Supposedly, if history was anything to go by, the Spanish had encountered so much gold that they broke their economy with it. However, in this life, all of that wealth now belonged to Germany, and Berenger would kill anyone who impeded such a thing. It did not take long for the German fleet to come into the bay and anchor their vessels, deploying the boats necessary to bring the troops to shore. When Berenger first stepped foot on the beaches, he gazed into the distance and smiled. This would be the perfect area to create a new colony if only they did not have such troublesome neighbors. The moment Honoria touched the ground, she ran up to her husband and kissed him on the lips, apologizing profusely for her previous behavior. "I'm sorry that I overreacted. Can you ever forgive me?" Berenger was startled. It had been weeks since he had revealed his secret to Honoria, and judging by the way she reacted, he thought that potentially their relationship was over. Instead, he received a pleasant surprise the moment she next encountered him. Thus, he chuckled lightly as he kissed her back. With a shite-eating grin on his face, he bopped her nose with his finger and whispered something in her ear. "I suppose I can, but you will have to make it up to me later." Honoria flushed in response and silently nodded her head, understanding what he meant. As the couple were enjoying their time together, the rest of the German Marines began their landing, followed by the soldiers of the German army and the engineering corps. Berenger was adamant that a proper stronghold be built as quickly as possible and a port with it. It was no exaggeration to say that there was a major threat further inland, and Berenger wanted a secure base of operations. Because of this, he had brought a sufficient supply of granite and mortar to build a proper star fort on the coastline. This was part of the reason Berenger had not invaded the region of Mesoamerica until now. He needed to transport such vast quantities of stone, and his warships were simply incapable of carrying the vast loads. However, with his new Dominion-class vessels, he could store several thousand tons of stone, allowing him to bring the materials to rapidly construct a star fort. With 1,000 men to use as labor and the materials, theoretically, he could build his fortress in a matter of weeks. After all, it took 24 hours for his mortar to set, and though it would not be fully cured, it could provide a reasonably solid structure when combined with granite blocks. At the very least, it could resist any weapons that the Aztecs may possess. As the beachhead was secured by the Marines, the engineers brought over the supplies and moved them onto the coast. Small boats ferried important pieces of machinery from the vessels, such as steam shovels, steam cranes, and other construction equipment. Within the first 3 hours of landing in the New World, excavation had begun, and preparations for setting the foundation of a star fort were being made. Around the same time as the German landing, a band of Jaguar warriors was chasing after an escaped slave. Among their ranks was a beautiful young woman who wore nothing but the skins of a jaguar. One of her sizable breasts laid bare. The only concealment was war paint made from the blood of her victims. The sun glistened on the woman's tanned abdominal muscles as she pranced after her target, as if she herself was the physical embodiment of the creature whose skin she wore. Just when she was in reach of launching her atlotl, a loud roar the likes she had never heard before echoed nearby, spooking the birds off of the trees and into the air. Unknowingly, her weapon had slipped from her hand and launched into the escaped slave's back, who stood in shock at the edge of a cliff. The spear penetrated the man's chest and sent his lifeless body rolling down the edge and onto the beach below. When a nearby warrior saw what the woman had done, he ran over and complimented her for her kill. "Great job, princess. The punishment for fleeing captivity is death." Despite the kind words, the woman stared in disbelief, trying to comprehend what it was she had just heard. Eventually, she asked her comrades to see if she was simply imagining things. "Did you hear that?" The man looked at her with confusion in his eyes and was just about to speak when he heard the shouting of several men in a language he did not recognize. He quickly rushed through the woods and onto the cliff below to investigate the noise. When he gazed down at the beach below, he could not believe his eyes. Golden-haired men with pale skin and blue eyes were dressed in clothing he did not recognize, carrying weapons he could not comprehend. However, the most insane thing of all was that these men came from the east, beyond the Great Sea, in massive vessels, using machines to dig out the sand on the beaches below. Some of these men were inspecting the corpse that had fallen from the cliff above, and when they gazed up to see where he had come from, they witnessed the sight of the native warrior with a weapon in his hand. Immediately, the German soldiers reacted by raising their weapons and shouting at the native, "Drop your weapons. Drop them now." Unfortunately, the communication barrier was too strong to overcome, and after seeing their hostile weapons and speaking in an aggressive tone, the Jaguar warrior did not react as the Germans had expected and charged down towards them. Unfortunately, he was dealing with men equipped with vastly superior weapons, and the squad of soldiers instantly fired their rifles, sending their .4570 projectiles straight into the man's torso, claiming his life in the process. The woman who had accompanied the Jaguar soldier immediately cried out in shock as she witnessed the death of her comrade. Tlanik. However, as the Germans overheard her shrieks, they rapidly reloaded their weapons and fired in her general direction, narrowly missing her in the process. The princess immediately collapsed to her knees in fear and ran off in the opposite direction. She could not believe what she had just seen. These men who had so ruthlessly gunned down her comrade resembled the god Quetzalcoatl and had come from the east where he was said to be banished. On a one-reading year nonetheless, were these the envoys of the great feathered serpent? If so, why were they hostile? These were the thoughts that flooded the woman's mind as she ran away from the bloody scene. Meanwhile, Berenger had heard the gunshots and rushed over to the location where he witnessed the 2 dead natives lying in the ditch created by the steam shovel. He glanced around and addressed the NCO in charge of the squad. Where did they come from? Are there any more of them? The sergeant immediately saluted his officer and reported what limited information he knew about the situation. We heard a woman wail after we shot the big one. However, after firing a volley, she appears to have escaped into the woods. As for the smaller one, it appears that big guy was chasing him and had a spear thrown through his chest. It all happened so fast. Berenger nodded his head and gazed into the hills above with a devilish smirk on his face before issuing his orders. Alert the patrols, we have come into contact with potentially hostile natives. As for the one who escaped, I will get her. Quickly fetch me my horse and the members of my royal guard. It appears a chase is in order. The sergeant immediately saluted and responded in the affirmative. Yes, my Kaiser. After saying this, the Germans were alerted to the presence of the hostile natives and become on edge. Meanwhile, Berenger would begin the pursuit of the mysterious woman with his royal guard in tow. Chapter 6:18, The Great Pursuit. News spread like wildfire in the German camp. Despite just landing hours ago, natives had already revealed themselves and proven to be hostile. Before Anuria could even react, her man was leading a pursuit into the unknown landscape. By the time she figured out what was going on, Berenger was already gone, leaving the Byzantine princess to curse the man she loved. Bastard! I thought we were supposed to do this together. While Anuria lamented her lot in life, Berenger was in the woodlands where he rode on top of his mighty red steed. A cavalry sword was in his left hand while the reins were in his right. He skillfully maneuvered through the dense woods in pursuit of a woman who had witnessed his people's landing. If she were to report back to whatever kingdom she hailed from, it would only cause further conflict. For the safety of the German landing party, she needed to be captured or eliminated. Thus, he had personally led the charge as he wanted to get this over with as quick as possible. Though the woman had a head start, she was, after all, only on foot. The speed and maneuverability of cavalry posed a significant advantage to the German host. However, there was one serious matter they were lacking in, and that was knowledge of the local terrain. Though they knew the general direction she had gone in, they could only follow the clues left behind from her retreat of locate the woman of interest. While Berenger was in pursuit, the female jaguar warrior had regrouped with her allies and informed them of what she had witnessed. I'm telling you, there were several hundred, maybe 1,000, of these golden-haired, white-skinned men, several of which could conjure thunder. With a simple pointing of a stick, they murdered Tlanek as if he were a mere ant. A particularly large and burly warrior scoffed when he heard such words. A group of golden-haired, white-skinned men coming from the east, possessing the ability to conjure thunder. What were they, the offspring of the feathered serpent? Because of this absurdity, he was not afraid to express his disbelief. Princess Tlexicli, with all due respect, I think you should lay off the mushrooms. They are starting to affect your mind. The young princess immediately pouted as she urged her party to retreat. Fine, believe me, don't believe me, I don't care. The fact of the matter is that our mission is complete, and my father will be furious if something were to happen to me. There is no reason to stay here, especially after what I have seen. The warrior scoffed once more. He was about to tell the princess what he really thought of her wild claims. However, before he could utter a word, the scout of the party lifted his ear from the ground and interrupted. Something is coming. I don't know what it is. It sounds like a group of beasts I've never heard before. Tlexicli's eyes grew wide in shock and immediately shouted to her comrades. Quick, hide. It's them. Before the team could react, the princess had run off and climbed into a large tree, gazing down at the area below where her friends were too slow to react. The beating of hooves resounded as Berenger and his squad came across the jaguar warriors. The natives raised their weapons in fear when they realized what their princess had said was accurate. One of them immediately pulled out a blowgun and prepared to strike. However, before he could react, Berenger retrieved his revolver with his free hand and fired a round straight into the man's skull, killing him on the spot. The loud thunder combined with the splattering of the man's brains caused the other jaguar warriors to freeze in trepidation. They were absolutely terrified of what they had just witnessed. Before they could get their act together, the German cavalry pulled out their lassos and ensnared the surviving native warriors, jumping off their horses to hogtie them on the ground. Berenger immediately noticed that no woman was present, and thus he climbed off his horse and gazed around at his surroundings, looking for the missing member of the squad. Despite his best efforts, the thick foliage had successfully concealed the warrior princess as she glared at the one-eyed man with hatred in her eyes. Berenger immediately grabbed hold of one of the hogtied men and pressed him against a rock, pointing the revolver to his skull and pulling back the hammer as he shouted at the man in the German tongue. Where is she? The warrior in question was the same man who had believed that the princess was making up a fairy tale. He gazed up toward where the woman hid and said nothing, instead spitting on Berengar's face in a last act of defiance. Enraged by this behavior, Berenger head-butted the man, instantly dropping him to the knees where the German emperor slashed at the man's neck with his blade. The cold steel edge easily cut through the spine and severed his head. When Tlexicli saw this, she could only bite her tongue in order to silence the scream rising within her. She swore she would taste this one-eyed man's blood before the days were over. As for Berenger, the moment he realized he would not get any information from these men, he ordered for their lives to be terminated. Kill them and search for the girl. She couldn't have gotten far. With this order given, the members of the royal guard raised their rifles and gunned down the captives mercilessly before searching their surroundings. As for Berenger, he searched the area for any clues where the woman might be hiding. While he was doing this, Tlexicli climbed in the tress above, stalking the members of the German royal guard like a sly jaguar. Only when the men were alone did she strike. The woman reached into her belt and grabbed hold of her obsidian-headed axe before jumping off the branch and onto the back of one of the German soldiers, covering his mouth with her hand and slitting his throat with the sharp edge of her stone axe. Aside from the noise caused by the tumble, not a single sound had escaped into the surroundings, allowing her to stealthily retreat to the trees above. She repeated this tactic until Berenger was all alone, returning to the bloody scene where the German emperor inspected his surroundings. As the leader of these foreigners and the man who issued the order to slaughter her comrades, Tlexicli knew that Berengar's death had to be slow and painful. Thus, she stealthily approached him as he was kneeling down and observing footprints. Just when she was about to incapacitate her target, he spun around and raised his revolver to her face, saying a single word. "Clever girl." However, in the next moment, Berengar's smug expression vanished and was replaced with one of fear as the yellow eyes of these regions' greatest predator revealed themselves from the shadow. While Tlexicli had been hunting Berengar's men, she too was being pursued by a vicious jaguar, enraged by the sight of its slain kin being worn so proudly over the woman's naked figure. Berenger reacted before the jaguar could pounce, pushing the woman out of the way and raising his sword in the air as the creature jumped where she once knelt, skewering itself in the process. The jaguar wailed and roared as in its death throes, trying its best to take the man who had so violently penetrated its abdomen with it into the afterlife. The German emperor struggled to reach for his revolver that had been knocked to the floor in the scramble as he evaded the creature's jagged teeth, which snapped towards his neck in an attempt to claim his life. The only thing keeping it at bay was the sword embedded in its guts. Eventually, Berenger grabbed hold of the gun and raised it to the beast's skull, squeezing the trigger and blowing out its brains. After killing the jaguar, Berenger retrieved his blade, sheathing it into his scabbard. By the time he recovered, he noticed that the woman had assumed a fighting position and was encircling him. Clearly, their little dance was far from over. Recognizing the danger he was in, Berenger lifted his revolver once more and sighed heavily in defeat before revealing his thoughts. "I really do not want to have to kill you. It is against my moral code to kill a beautiful young woman such as yourself. I thought that by saving your life, you may have come peacefully, but I can tell by the hatred in your eyes that this will only end with one of our deaths. I'm sorry, but your time has come." Just as he was about to squeeze the trigger, the girl pounced on him like a wild beast, causing him to miss his shot, where she grabbed a hold of him and launched the two of them off the edge of a nearby cliff. The duo tumbled into the dirt and rocks below as they fell down into a river, completely unconscious. By the time the two rivals awoke from their state, they would have floated downstream to a strange and foreign land. Chapter 619, Working Together to Survive. Hours had passed since Berenger and Tlexicli fell over the cliff's edge. Lying on the riverbed was the young German emperor who awoke from his unconscious state with a sore head and a damp body. His first instinct was to look around him and survey his surroundings. The moment he finally gained clarity, he realized he was alone in the jungle with nothing but his sword and a few loose bullets to keep him company. After coming to this realization, he desperately searched for his compass, which he immediately realized was missing. It must have fallen out of his pouch when he was tumbling down the cliff, or so he thought. Berenger groaned as he stretched his legs and rose from the riverbed, stretching his sore body to ensure that everything was still functional. After confirming that he was miraculously uninjured, Berenger gazed off into the distance. Large wooded cliffs and a relatively narrow river surrounded him. Aside from that, all he could see was a waterfall in the distance. A single thought escaped his lips as he realized the precarious situation he was in. "I am so fucked." He had only one hope: find the woman he had fallen off the cliff with and coerce her to lead him back to his camp. Unfortunately, she was not within his immediate vicinity, and it was entirely possible that she flowed down a different path in the river. With only one immediate landmark visible to him, Berenger headed to spring below the waterfall, hoping to find something of value. Berenger marched for several hundred yards on the edges of the unknown river before arriving at his destination. It appeared that God favored him. For the moment he approached the pond, he spotted the woman he had been chasing. There was visible pain on the woman's pretty face as she stretched her ankle and grunted in agony. Berenger took a moment to thoroughly examine the native beauty. She was young, not even in her mid-20s, and she had short brown hair in a style similar to a bob. She had an athletic frame which was stacked with muscle with a defined six-pack. Evidently, she spent a large amount of time engaging in physical fitness, which was not surprising when he considered the fact that she was an Aztec jaguar warrior. Other noticeable features were the red war paint that adorned her face and body, which concealed her bare breast. If Berenger had to guess, she was sporting C-cups which were just the right size, in his opinion, for a fit woman like her. He nodded his head in approval of the woman's beauty. Not everyone could understand the appeal of fit women, but he was a man of culture and truly appreciated the hard work this native girl had put into her health. After a while, the woman noticed Berenger examining her and flushed with embarrassment before grabbing hold of her obsidian hatchet and attempting to charge at him. Unfortunately, she had severely sprained her ankle during the fall and was in no condition to fight. Thus she collapsed into the river, glistening her already damp tan skin with water. Berenger noted this and chuckled before helping the woman out of the river. The first thing he did was confiscate her weapon, which she immediately reacted to, struggling to gain possession of her obsidian axe. However, Berenger was stronger and swifter, thus he easily secured the weapon in his personage. He simply could not risk the woman being armed during negotiations. After all, she was his only guide out of this foreign territory. However, coercing her into assisting him would take all of his charm, especially when one considered they could not communicate with one another through language. The woman struggled out of Berengar's grip and tried to punch him. However, Berenger was obviously stronger and merely wrestled her to the ground while pinning her arms to the sandy floor. There was simply nothing she could do other than avert her gaze and bite her lips as she feared the worst treatment by her captor. Berenger did not take the bait and instead continued to hold her until she relented to his control. After several minutes of struggle, the woman looked up at him in shock, stunned by the fact that he did not rape her. Berenger noticed her confusion and merely responded by whispering in her ears. "Are you going to behave now?" Though Tlixicli could not understand what the strange one-eyed man was saying, she knew it was not hostile by the tone of his voice, and if anything it was playful. Thus, there was a confused expression on her face as she tried to communicate with the stranger from the east. "You're not going to claim my virtue?" Berenger did not know what the woman was saying, but he could tell by the tone of her voice it was a question. Thus, he took the safe route and assumed she was asking whether he would kill her. Thus, he shook his head in response. His actions confused the woman, as rape was a common consequence of war, and she expected this golden-haired man to force himself on her after achieving his victory. Upon seeing the confusion on her face, Berenger released his control and lifted his hands in a non-threatening gesture, communicating with body language the need for cooperation. He achieved this by pointing to her ankle, then pointing to the cliff above, emphasizing that she could not make the trek herself. He then pointed to himself and his surroundings while shaking his head. "You cannot walk, and I do not know where I am. Only together can we escape this pit alive. So, shall we work together to overcome our current predicament?" After several failed attempts, Berenger managed to successfully convey his thoughts, leaving the woman to ponder on the proposition. She knew it was her best option for survival, but if she led this man to safety, he would surely keep her as his captive, preventing her from warning her people about the strange invaders that had entered her father's lands. However, if she did not accept his proposition, she would die here long before she recovered from her injury. If she were to judge by how her own people treated captives, then she would surely choose death. Do you want to read more chapters? However, this man had already showed his unwillingness to harm her, and considering the possibility that he might be the envoy of the feathered serpent, or gods forbid the deity Quetzalcoatl in the flesh, then perhaps risking captivity might be worth it. Thus, after careful consideration, Tlixicli nodded her head and motioned for Berenger to carry her up the cliff, a task the German emperor was well prepared to take. Berenger immediately lifted the girl up into a piggyback position and instructed her to form a body triangle around him, securing her grip over him and freeing his hands for climbing. He had to fight every instinct he had of freeing himself from such a secure grip and instead pursue his path out of the narrow river valley. The strength that this golden-haired man exuded as he carried not only his own body weight but hers as well impressed the Aztec princess. Berenger climbed up the cliffside as if he were a seasoned rock climber, never looking down and never fumbling. A single mistake would surely mean their deaths, and despite this pressure, he continued upward into the sky until he reached the ledge. With all the strength in his body, Berenger latched hold of the cliff edge and pulled himself and Tlixicli onto the plateau above. Sweat had accumulated across his body, and he breathed heavily as he unfastened his collar and medals, pulling open his hussar's tunic while showing off his glistening pale pecs. Upon seeing this, Tlixicli realized where his strength came from. It turned out this man was every bit as a warrior as her comrades who he had slain, and was not merely relying on the mystical powers of thunder to achieve victory. As the two rested on the ledge above, a pair of jewel-like eyes gazed upon the duo from the distance. Hidden within the woods was the figure of a woman whose face was obscured by a bird headdress. This strange woman smirked as she gazed upon the duo's escape from the river valley. Unknowingly to Berenger, she praised him and his efforts as she spoke in a long-forgotten language. "Impressive. I see now why they have chosen him. I look forward to playing with the boy emperor when he enters the ancient city." After saying this, the woman vanished into thin air, as if she had never existed to begin with. In her place, a dense fog dispersed and filled the area. Berenger and Tlixicli gazed in shock, entirely unaware that a supernatural presence was responsible for the sudden turn of the weather. It would appear their ability to navigate through the dense jungle had become a troublesome matter. Chapter 620, The Search for the Missing Emperor. Anuria rode upon horseback through the dense woods as she desperately searched for her missing husband. It had been 12 hours since Berenger rode off in search of the witness to the German slaughter, and the Byzantine princess had become dreadfully worried. For the last 3 hours, she and the soldiers searched frantically for any clue regarding the whereabouts of their absent emperor, only to come up empty. With an oil lamp tied around her horse's neck, Anuria continued to delve deep into the woodlands, searching for the man she loved. Finally, after hours of effort, she heard some good news as one of her girls called out to her from a few yards ahead. "Anuria! Over here, I think I have found something." Upon hearing this, the pirate queen snapped her reins and charged after her comrade, where she witnessed a gruesome sight. The eaten remains of various humans lie on the ground with shredded clothing and scattered weapons. It was nearly impossible to identify any of the men who had died in the struggle, and thus, Anuria broke out into tears, believing that her husband had been slain. However, in the next moment, one soldier climbed up from the cliff below and presented 2 items: Berengar's revolver and his compass, as well as a few scattered bullets that had followed him on his fall into the river below. When Anuria noticed this, she felt as if her heart might explode and quickly asked for clarification on what had happened. "What have you found? Is the emperor dead?" The man shook his head before relaying the information he had gathered from the site. "It appears there was an armed struggle. Judging from the weapons we have found littering the scene above, the royal guardsmen are dead as well as several hostiles. However, judging from the condition of the hillside, the emperor was thrown over the ledge and tumbled into the river below, most likely floating downstream. It is possible he is still alive." Anuria sighed in relief as she heard this. She took several moments to wipe the tears from her eyes and steel her resolve before issuing her orders. "Then what are we waiting for? We must follow this river at once. I will not rest until I find my husband or what remains of him." The soldier immediately saluted the Byzantine princess and responded in the affirmative. "Yes, ma'am." With this said, Anuria pulled out a flare gun and fired a green flare straight into the sky, marking their location to the nearby search teams, alerting them they found a clue to the emperor's whereabouts. After doing this, she gave an additional order. "Have some men stay behind and explain the situation. The rest of you, come with me. We must find Berenger before something happens to him. I pray to God that we are not too late." After saying this, she snapped her reins once more and charged down the hillside into the river valley, following its course downstream in the desperate hope that she could find her man safe and sound. While Anuria was searching for Berenger, he was in the thick fog within the woodlands above the river valley, wandering aimlessly, praying to whatever deity that was listening, hoping some hidden jaguar or poisonous snake did not take advantage of his poor condition. Latched onto his back in a body triangle was the princess of the Aztec Empire. Though Berenger did not know it, certain events had changed in this timeline that allowed the Aztec Empire to form a decade earlier, and the woman he had been pursuing so ruthlessly was actually its third princess, who had elected to live the life of a jaguar warrior. As the two blindly traversed through the treacherous terrain, a shimmering light appeared in the fog. It was the color of emeralds and was moving along the ground with each of Berengar's steps, as if providing a safe path for the duo to walk upon. Berenger was stunned when he saw this. Perhaps he was in the middle of another supernatural encounter. As for Tlexicli, she began speaking in her own tongue. Surprisingly, Berenger could now understand her words. "My gods, could it be?" Berenger immediately looked behind him and over at the woman in shock before expressing his disbelief on the German tongue. "What did you just say?" It was now Tlexicli's turn to be astonished. Even though she heard the foreign words of the German language, she could understand them as clear as day. She immediately questioned if she was hearing things and asked for clarification. "You can understand me?" Berenger silently nodded his head with a befuddled expression. How is this possible? Then again, when he thought about it, he had previously understood the girl who he believed to be the ancient Germanic goddess Badahenna. When he had that vision in the woods within the borders of Frisia, he could understand the little girl clearly, despite the fact that she spoke an ancient and forgotten predecessor to the German language. "Do you want to read more chapters?" The duo stared at each other in disbelief. There were so many questions that they wanted to ask, but before the Aztec princess could ask the question that was most prevalent within her mind, Berenger interrupted her. "We should save any questions we have for later and follow this path. I doubt whatever being is responsible for this would be happy if we deviated from the red carpet they have laid out for us." Though Berenger had used an idiom from his past life, somehow the girl understood what he meant and simply nodded her head in silence as the two followed the glowing path. After several miles, they reached the ruins of an ancient and abandoned civilization. Berenger gazed upon the many pyramids that existed in the city with a shocked expression. However, one such architectural marvel stood out above all others, and when Berenger witnessed its glory, expressed the single thought that dwelled in his mind. The Pyramid of the Sun. How is this possible? Berenger gazed upon the abandoned ancient city with an awe-filled gaze. Unlike what he expected to find, the city, which had been abandoned for close to 1,000 years, was in pristine condition, as if it had been taken care of all these years without the slightest sign of decay. Tlexicli immediately stared at Berenger in disbelief. She could not fathom how this foreigner from across the great sea knew about the great city of Teotihuacan and could only scoff in response. "Impossible, the city of the gods is a ruin. I have seen it with my own eyes. Whatever this place is, it is completely intact, as if it was abandoned just mere days ago." Berenger shook his head. He did not have an answer for this, but he knew for a fact that what he was looking at was the city of Teotihuacan. Just when he was about to lecture the girl, a woman appeared out of nowhere, wearing a feathered headdress in the shape of a bird. It completely concealed her features. When Berenger saw this, he knew he had encountered another pagan deity, and he instantly kneeled before the goddess. Tlexicli, on the other hand, screeched in shock and cried out to the strange woman who appeared out of thin air. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" The woman smirked beneath her headdress before waving her hand. The moment she did so, Tlexicli fell asleep on Berengar's back. Berenger gulped his sweat in fear that the woman might harm him. However, despite his reservations, he stood his ground. When the woman saw this, she chuckled before expressing her disbelief. "So she has given you the boon of courage? Interesting. I never thought I would see the day where that old hag so freely gave away such a powerful gift." Berenger immediately knew who she was talking about and gazed at the woman in front of him in disbelief before voicing his thoughts. "Old hag?" The mysterious goddess chuckled when she heard this before criticizing Berengar's naivety. "She may look like a small child, but believe me when I say that she is older than I am. Though I'm not surprised you were unaware of such a thing. After all, your people lacked a written language during the days following what you would call the Nordic Bronze Age." Berenger could not believe what he was hearing. Not only was this woman claiming to be a goddess, but she also knew about his people. The mysterious woman merely giggled as she saw the look on his face and made a cryptic comment to clarify matters. "What? Do you seriously think that just because you humans lack the means to communicate with one another over long distances, that us deities are bound to the same rules? I mean, we're gods after all. So, yes, I am aware of the other pantheons and the history of the people who worship them." Berenger struggled to comprehend what he was hearing, but the woman cut him off before he could ask for clarification. "Leave the girl behind. I give you my word that she will be safe within the boundaries of my city. We have much to discuss alone." Berenger did not question the orders he was given and merely bowed his head before leaving Tlexicli behind as he walked off towards a distant pyramid, following the curvy figure of the mysterious goddess to her temple. Chapter 621, An Interesting Conversation with a Long-Forgotten Deity Part 50. Night had fallen and the German emperor stood within the confines of an enormous pyramid which once acted as a temple to the mysterious goddess he had encountered in the ancient city of Teotihuacan. The interior was lit with an ethereal light which he believed to be the work of the deity in question. The most notable feature of the interior of this pyramid was not the ornate nature of its pristine fittings, but the countless spiders who crawled among the walls. When Berenger saw this, he felt as if he knew the identity of the woman who sat upon the altar with such grace. Ultimately, he could not contain his shock and voiced his thoughts aloud. "You are the great goddess of Teotihuacan, are you not?" Though Berenger could not tell, the mysterious goddess smiled beneath her headdress before nodding her head in response. "They said you were knowledgeable about this world's history, and though it is not the same as the one you come from, it's good to see that I am not entirely forgotten." Berenger was stunned. After all, historians knew very little about this goddess. Not even her name was recorded in history, and her existence was entirely a matter of speculation. Because of this, there were some crazy theories about what role she played in the ancient civilization, the most common one being she was a goddess of the underworld. Among these strange theories was the idea that she may have been mixed gender. How historians came up with this theory, Berenger truthfully did not know, as pre-Columbian American history was not his forte. However, this became the most pertinent question in his mind, and he struggled to ask for clarification on the matter. "Are you a woman, down there?" The goddess immediately broke out into a fit of laughter as she saw the awkward expression on the German emperor's face. After several moments, she calmed herself before answering Berengar's question with one of her own. "Would you like to see?" Berenger gulped his saliva as he heard such a response. He had to admit he was not expecting such a thing. Normally, a man would turn back at this point and rather live in the unknown than know the truth of such a matter. Perhaps it was because Badahena had gifted Berenger with the boon of courage, but he slowly nodded his head in silence. When the goddess saw this, she smiled before parting her skirt, revealing a large, tanned manhood. Berenger almost did not believe his sight, for in the very next moment the goddess hid her lower half with her skirt before teasing Berenger for his strange thought process. "I have to admit you are a peculiar man. Most in your position would be curious about how they ended up in this world, who was pulling their strings, and what plans the gods might have for them. However, you are more interested in proving whether an obscure historical theory is correct. Well, are you satisfied with the answer?" Berenger was struggling to come to terms with what he had just witnessed and merely gazed at the goddess in shock. He simply nodded his head in silence with a dumbfounded expression on his face. At the very least, a historical curiosity of his had been answered. Whether it was the answer Berenger was hoping for, only he would know. Upon seeing Berengar's response, the goddess climbed off her altar and approached Berenger with a seductive sway. She placed her palm on his shoulder as she whispered something into his ear. "Now that I've answered your question, how about you answer one of mine?" Berenger did not know how to react to the goddess' movements, but he chose not to provoke her and instead answered her in the affirmative. "What would you like to know?" The great goddess of Teotihuacan removed her bird headdress to reveal an extremely feminine and beautiful face. She had long dark hair which fell to her hips and dark chocolate eyes. Her skin was tanned like the native population, and if Berenger had not just witnessed her manhood, he would be certain she was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. Aside from her face, she had a curvy body with a perfect hourglass figure which supported a substantial bosom that rivaled that of many of Berengar's wives. In fact, he was actually curious what she would look like naked, considering she had the upper half of a woman but the lower half of a man. When the goddess saw his inquisitive gaze, she merely smirked before teasing him. "If you look at me with such longing, I might just have to play with you. However, that will have to wait until after we have had our little conversation. So tell me, what are your plans for the Aztec Empire?" Berenger immediately snapped back to reality when he heard these words and reflected on the woman's question with fierce intent. There were still a bunch of questions on his mind, but the key among them was the existence of the Aztec Empire in this world. So the Aztec Empire already exists in this timeline? The goddess nodded her head before responding to Berengar's question. "Indeed, in fact, that little girl you carried to these ruins is the third princess of their empire. So allow me to reiterate, what are your plans for the Aztec Empire?" Berenger thought long and hard about this question. He feared if he gave the wrong answer, the goddess would claim his life. Thus, in order to test the waters, he posed a purely hypothetical question. "Would you be enraged if my answer was conquest?" The goddess did not behave as Berenger had expected and immediately giggled before retorting to his question. "You think I care about the Aztecs? They aren't even aware I exist, let alone worship me. No, the civilization that once saw me as their goddess is long extinct. Do with the Aztecs as you please. I'm just curious whether you plan to follow the same path as your last life." Berenger was relieved when he realized she would not kill him for answering incorrectly, thus he did not hesitate to voice his honest thoughts on the matter. "Initially, I had planned to conquer Mesoamerica. After all, there is a vast stockpile of resources here that I need for my empire to truly prosper. However, as I dwell on this idea, such a thing seems not only unlikely but also the longest route to success. If I were truly to pursue the route of conquest, there is only one feasible way I could gain the resources in the region. That is through slave labor, and I abhor such a thing. The fact of the matter is I simply do not have the population to colonize Mesoamerica in this lifetime. Which is why I have considered an alternative, and that is to force the Aztec Empire beneath the heel of the Reich and make them acknowledge us as their suzerains. In doing so, the Aztecs can continue to rule these lands and use their massive hordes of slaves to mine the resource deposits I tell them to, where they will then pay tribute to the fatherland. This allows me to slowly and steadily introduce the gold and silver to my economy in a way that won't destroy it." The goddess merely smiled at Berenger and nodded her head in approval. After doing so, she grabbed hold of his head and kissed him on the lips. The moment she did so, Berenger felt a searing pain inside his body, and in the next moment he fell to his knees, grasping his chest in indignation. He gazed up at the woman in fury as he interrogated her for her actions. "What the hell did you just do to me?" The goddess frowned and flicked the German emperor's forehead before scolding him for his tone. "You should be thankful that I have taken an interest in you. If you must know, I removed the mark the Abrahamic God has branded upon your soul and replaced it with my own. When your body finally passes away from this world, your soul will reside here with me for eternity. This is the greatest gift I can give you as a goddess of the underworld. Trust me, it is a better alternative than where you were headed." Berenger gazed at the woman in shock. He could not believe what he had just heard. Thus, he could not help but ask the question on his mind. "The Abrahamic God is real?" The goddess frowned when she heard this. Evidently, she was not on good terms with the Abrahamic God. However, ultimately, she sighed as she nodded her head before responding. "Indeed, though, he is not nearly as powerful as his worshippers tend to believe. If anything, he is among the weakest of the gods, hence why he has no actual effect on the world outside of what his followers do in his name. However, because your parents had you baptized at birth, he had a claim over your soul, and believe me when I say that old bastard had you destined for the pit. It's a shame, but the only way to remove a god's brand is for another more powerful deity of the underworld to replace it with their own." Berenger gazed around at his surroundings and nodded his head in approval before making a joke about his situation. "I suppose an eternity here is better than the pit, especially when I have such a beautiful goddess to look after me." The great goddess of Teotihuacan was awestruck when she heard this response. Even after revealing her lower half, this crazy bastard still had the gall to say such a thing. She could not help but blush before muttering something under her breath. "Just don't go getting any other deity to replace my brand, or else I will never forgive you." Berenger gazed at the goddess with a questioning gaze. He had not quite heard what she said and asked for clarification. "I'm sorry. What was that?" In the very next instant, the goddess acted as if she had never said a thing. "I didn't say anything." Berenger scoffed when he heard such shamelessness before switching the conversation to something more important. After all, this was the longest and most productive conversation he had with a deity, and he wanted to learn everything he could about the supernatural aspect of this world. So if the Abrahamic God exists, then why was I reincarnated into this world? Chapter 622, An Interesting Conversation with a Long-Forgotten Deity Part LL. The great goddess of Teotihuacan gazed upon Berenger with a playful smirk before she responded to his question in a deliberately deflective manner. "I'm sorry, but that is not something I can reveal. Do not fret, I am sure that in time you will find those who brought you here, and on that day you can ask them all the questions you want about your role in this world. For now, just know that your soul belongs to me, so do nothing that will bring me dishonor." In response to this, Berenger merely chuckled before responding to the deity's quip. Fine, I promise I won't do anything to dishonor your name. After this was said, the two of them shared a laugh, knowing full well that Berenger would not live up to that promise. When they had finally calmed down, the German emperor asked the next most important question on his mind. So that girl I brought with me is a princess of the Aztec Empire? It's a damned good thing I didn't kill her. The goddess nodded her head before agreeing with what Berenger had said. Yeah, I believe that would have severely harmed your prospects of turning the Aztec Empire into a protectorate. Upon hearing this, Berenger sighed before gazing around the interior of the temple. He did not even know where to begin on his campaign to subjugate the Aztec Empire. Eventually, he was forced to ask the goddess for her opinion. So what now? The goddess walked away from Berenger and sat back down on her altar in a suggestive state. She did not hesitate to respond to Berengar's question with her opinion on how to proceed. For now, you two can stay here as long as you need. The girl is injured, is she not? She will need time to heal. Luckily for you, the flow of time moves slower in my domain than it does out there in the real world. What will appear to be a lifetime in this realm will be a matter of minutes outside. That's why this abandoned city does not look the slightest bit decayed. It shocked Berenger when he heard this, and he immediately followed up with another question. Will I age while I am in this divine realm of yours? The goddess shook her head before she placed her chin on the palm of her hand. She took a few moments to look pretty before responding to Berengar's question. Not at all. I have total control over everything within my domain, including whether you two grow older with time. If you work hard to please me, I assure you I will make it so you are every bit as young as the moment you stepped foot within my divine realm. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before raising a brow. Please you how exactly? The goddess looked at him with a seductive expression as she was deliberately vague about her answer. You will know soon enough. For now, you should use what spare time I have given you to mend that girl's wound and teach her your language. I am certain that will be useful for you in the future. This response intrigued Berenger, and he was quick to follow up her statement with a question. But we can communicate with each other now. Will that ability disappear when we leave your domain? In response to this, the goddess nodded her head before further explaining the matter. In my divine realm, the barrier of language does not exist, but the moment you two leave, you will be once more bound by that restriction. I am a goddess of the underworld. I do not have the means to grant you the boon of universal communication. If you want such a thing, you would have to seek out a god of knowledge. Berenger sighed in defeat as he heard this. If such a thing was true, then he had no choice but to follow the goddess' suggestion. After all, he needed a translator to effectively communicate with the Aztec Empire. Of course, he still planned to wage war as he knew the native empire would not submit without a proper show of force. Still, holding the princess captive and using her to translate his demands would be a powerful bargaining chip. With that in mind, Berenger nodded his head in silence as he came up with a plan. After doing so, he looked up at the goddess, who was smiling at him, and responded with his thoughts. Very well. Should we go retrieve the girl? I have much I wish to discuss with her. However, the goddess' response surprised Berenger as she was quick to decline the offer. You can go to her if you so wish, but I will not speak with her. By the time you two decide to leave this place, I will alter her memories so that she remembers nothing about this journey other than the time you two spent together. If I were to appear before her again, it would only complicate matters. This answer perplexed Berenger, and he could not help but ask the question on his mind. What will you do when I am with the princess? Isn't it lonely to be here by yourself? In response to this question, the goddess merely scoffed before flicking Berenger on the nose yet again. I have been living here alone in this divine realm for an eternity by your mortal standards. I think I will be fine without you, besides it won't be long before you come scurrying for my favor. After all, I know how precious your lifespan is to you. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before responding with another question. What about when I leave this place? You will be alone again for some time. In response to this, the goddess laughed before making a joke about Berengar's mortality. A few decades at most. I am a patient woman, and your soul now belongs to me. It won't be too long before you have returned to my domain, where we will spend eternity together. Berenger did not know how to respond to this. He simply could not comprehend the humor of a divine being such as this goddess. Instead, he merely sighed before switching the subject once more. All right, I will go find the princess until we meet again, goddess. After Berenger was long out of sight, the goddess sighed heavily before collapsing onto her altar. She had a defeated expression on her face as she questioned her actions. What is wrong with me? Why did I save his soul from damnation? After saying this, she gazed down at her lower body and noticed that she was pitching a tent. It was at that moment she laughed to herself and commented on the whole situation with a heavy sigh. Of course that's why. Berenger did not know, but the mixed-gender goddess fantasized about him in his absence. As for the man in question, he rushed down from the temple and found the Aztec princess still asleep against the side of a building. It was not until he touched her forehead did she fully awake. Her first reaction was to gaze around her and witness the splendor of the ancient city of Teotihuacan, which was still in its prime. A single gasp escaped her breath, followed by the thoughts contained within her mind. So this is the city of the gods, huh? After saying this, she remembered the strange woman in the bird headdress who had appeared out of thin air and immediately looked towards Berenger before asking the question on her mind. Where is she? Berenger chuckled in response before giving a bullshit explanation to appease the Aztec princess. She's gone. There's nothing you need to worry about. You won't be seeing her again anytime soon. The warrior princess gazed at Berenger with confusion before trying to stand up. However, in the next moment, she immediately realized that she was still injured and fell to her knees while grimacing in pain. Berenger gazed upon the girl with some sympathy and offered once more to carry her on his back, which she begrudgingly accepted. Thank you. Berenger smiled as he lifted the woman onto her back before introducing himself. I am Berenger von Kufstein. What is your name? The Aztec princess gazed upon the German emperor from behind with a complicated expression. Ultimately, she revealed the truth of her identity. Tlexically. Berenger nodded his head when he heard this before responding to the girl with a friendly smile. Well, Tlexically, let's go find a place to stay. It appears like this fog will not disappear anytime soon, so we should pick a lodging where you can properly rest. The Aztec princess remained silent as Berenger chose the building closest to the temple of the great goddess of Teotihuacan. After everything the deity he had said, he knew he would have to curry for her favor in order to save his lifespan from the unique flow of time within this divine realm. In the coming days, Berenger would provide basic medical aid to the Aztec princess' sprained ankle and instruct her on how to speak German. He would also spend whatever time he could spare visiting the great goddess of Teotihuacan in his attempts to appease her. After all, his very existence depended on it. Chapter 623, A Solemn Farewell. Hours had passed since Honoria and her search party first descended into the river valley in search of the missing German emperor, and yet they still had not found any additional clues. While this was a short period of time in the real world, it was several months within the divine realm of the great goddess of Teotihuacan. The Byzantine princess was just about to give up her search when she found something of interest near the waterfall. There were signs of a struggle and a primitive obsidian axe lying on the ground. Clearly, Berenger and whoever he was chasing after had fought in this location. Honoria instantly called out to her comrades, signaling her findings. Over here. I think I found something. The soldiers under Honoria's command quickly followed her orders and investigated the scene of the conflict. It did not take much effort for them to see the footprints leading to the nearby cliff. What was curious was that there was only a single pair of tracks, which filled Honoria's mind with a sense of confusion. There was no sign of remains, and thus she could not fathom what had occurred with the person Berenger had fought with. However, now was not the time to worry about such concerns. Since Honoria had followed Berenger this far, she would not falter now that she had come across a cliff. With fierce determination in her mint-green eyes, the Byzantine princess grasped hold of the ledge and began her ascent. The rest of the search party followed their commander's actions and slowly but surely scaled the edge of the cliff beside Honoria. It took some serious effort, but eventually the unit rose to the plateau above, only to be met by a large and untamed woodland. Honoria sighed in disbelief as she witnessed this. She had no idea what path Berenger had taken, as his tracks seemingly vanished the moment she climbed to the top of the cliff. She could not help but vent her frustrations as she gazed into the myriad of directions that displayed themselves to her. God damn it. Where the fuck did he go? A nearby soldier broke the awkward silence that filled the air after her rant with a suggestion on how to continue. We should split off into smaller groups and search the immediate vicinity. He could not have gotten far. The Byzantine princess took a deep breath to calm her nerves before nodding her head in agreement. Very well. We will follow your suggestion. You three are with me, the rest of you fan out. We must find the emperor before it is too late. After saying this, Honoria headed straight into the woodlands, unaware of the nearby presence of the great goddess of Teotihuacan. A smirk etched itself on her beautiful face as she once more vanished into thin air, returning to her heavenly domain. In the divine realm of the great goddess of Teotihuacan, Berenger lay on a hammock he had built under the light of the sun. It had been 6 months within this realm, and he had spent nearly every day doing 4 things. Helping the Aztec princess heal from her injury, teaching her German, learning her language, and currying the goddess's favor, which usually came in the form of an oil massage. Aside from this, he merely slept, as all of his needs were cared for by the goddess. Food, water, waste removal, the goddess could simply conjure and disperse such things within her realm at will. His life had been relatively peaceful in this domain, and he had to admit that he enjoyed the brief vacation from warfare. However, just when he was about to fall asleep, the goddess appeared before him and ended his serene lifestyle with a shocking revelation. Your wife has entered the boundaries of the ancient city. Your time here in my heavenly domain has come to an end. I guess this is goodbye. I must admit it was fun while it lasted. Berenger merely grinned as he rose from his hammock and hugged the goddess with a gentle embrace. He had grown rather close to this deity during his stay, and thus he assured her that everything would be fine as he said his goodbyes. You'll be back eventually. After all, you have a claim on my soul. Sooner or later, I will perish from this world and my soul will return to your realm. A bitter smile formed on the goddess' face as she shook her head in silence. Before Berenger could react, she kissed him on his lips where he felt a searing pain in his heart. With a look of shock on his face, he gazed upon the woman one last time as he suddenly entered the real world. The last words spoken with the mysterious woman left him hollow. Your soul is your own. I hereby relinquish my claim over it. You are now free to follow whatever deity you choose. This will likely be our last encounter. I wish you the best of luck in all of your endeavors. You are going to need it. With that said, Berenger entered the real world and gazed upon the ruins of the ancient city with a forlorn expression. He was not expecting such an outcome to occur. He could only sigh in defeat as he gazed off into the cloudy sky above, thinking about the time he had spent within the divine realm and the goddess who ruled over it. After several moments of silence, Berenger gazed over to his right and saw the Aztec princess asleep. As the goddess had proclaimed, the girl had lost her memories of the heavenly domain and could only remember the time she had spent with Berenger and the things he had taught her. He quickly walked over to the woman and kneeled down next to her. Just when he was about to wake her up, he heard a familiar voice call out to him from the distance. Berenger! Thank God you are alive. Anuria rushed towards her husband as fast as she could before jumping into his arms, nearly knocking the man over as she did so. She assaulted him with a passionate kiss as she grabbed the back of his golden hair and smothered him with affection. The search party who accompanied her averted their gazes and instead looked upon the ruins of the ancient city with awestruck eyes. They could not believe such a massive metropolis existed in such a primitive part of the world. Eventually Berenger managed to pry himself away from Anuria and ask her what had happened. What's going on? Why are you here? The Byzantine princess did not hesitate to reveal the effort she had gone through to track him down. I was worried sick about you. After coming across so many dead bodies, I thought for sure I had lost you, but you're okay. You bastard, I can't believe you would do this to me. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before wrapping his arms around his wife and calming her heart. I'm fine, I just got a little lost is all. It was at this moment that the Aztec princess awoke. The first thing she witnessed was the sight of a bunch of German soldiers armed to the death and pointing their weapons at her. She immediately flinched out of instinct and hid behind Berenger like a frightened child while questioning what was transpiring. Berenger? What's going on? Though her German was shaky, she had clearly spoken in the language of the invaders, which was something that shocked the soldiers and Anuria alike. The Byzantine princess became furious as she saw how close the savage woman was with her husband and began to interrogate the man for answers. Who is she? How does she speak German? What the hell have you been up to in your absence? Berenger merely sighed as he gazed off into the distance towards the temple of the great goddess of Teotihuacan. His response had a hint of melancholy in its tone. It is a long story. Just know that she is a princess of a mighty empire and she is now our captive. When Anuria heard this, she instantly issued a command to the nearby German soldiers. Restrain her. Though Tlexicli attempted to resist, she was quickly overpowered by the troops and wrestled to the groan where she gazed at Berenger with confusion in her eyes. What's going on? Why are you doing this? Berenger merely sighed as he gazed at the Aztec princess with a hint of pity in his eyes before expressing his plans. I am sorry, but as of right now you are my prisoner to be used in negotiations with your father. I know he will not relent without a show of force and I intend to display the full might of my army. You will be well looked after in my care, so do not resist. After saying this, Berenger did not wait for a response and merely issued his orders to the soldiers who had accompanied him. Now that we have captured the Aztec princess, we will return to our camp and fortify our position. The enemy cannot be made aware of our existence until we have secured the beachhead. With that said, Berenger led his soldiers out of the ruins of the ancient city of Teotihuacan. He looked upon the city one last time as he wore a bitter smile before pressing on back to the beach. He would forever remember the days he had spent inside the heavenly realm and was grateful for the gift the goddess had given him. Chapter 624, The Crusaders arrive in the Holy Land. The calm breeze of the salty air kissed the rosy cheeks of the French king. At the moment Aubrey stood on board the bow of his flagship vessel with a dignified pose as the sturdy carrack approached the shores of the Holy Land. A crusade had been declared and France was not the only Catholic kingdom to take up arms to reclaim the Holy Land from the unholy alliance of the Eastern Church and its newfound Muslim allies. Aubrey was merely the first among many who would soon arrive in the Holy Land in an attempt to enforce the papacy's claim over the region. The French king wore a pretty smile on his effeminate face as sniffed the salty air of the Mediterranean Sea with his dainty nose. If one were ignorant of his gender, they might accidentally assume that he was, in fact, a woman. However, despite his feminine appearance, he was 100% a man or at the very least a male, so to speak. After all, there wasn't an ounce of manliness in the boy king's body. It was a striking contrast to see such a feminine male dressed in the armor worn by the French knights. Steel clad his petite shoulders and dainty arms as if it were a second skin. Over his delicate chest was a hardened steel breastplate that had ironically been forged in the lands of the German Empire. There was simply no substitute for German steel, and the French king knew it. Over the steel breastplate was a tabard bearing the colors of the House de Valois. These were the symbols of Aubrey's ancestors who would surely be rolling in their graves should they be aware that such a girlish member of their dynasty now ruled over their lands. Speaking of the boy's ancestors, it had since been a tradition for the kings of France to embark a crusade, and Aubrey had decided with this campaign he would fulfill his part. Thus, he had an excited smile on his feminine face as his vessels approached the shores of the Holy Land. Because Berenger had established the Holy Land as a free state protected by both the Byzantine and Timurid empires, the papacy had declared a crusade, and currently there was a sizable gathering of Catholic warriors on the coastline just outside the borders of Egypt. Many of these Catholic warriors were armed with the newest weapons produced by their kingdoms, most of which were firearms designed based on the German arquebus which had been sold throughout Europe for the past few years. The French armies were no exception to this rule. After all, even though Aubrey's enemies had agreed to a ceasefire until the German Empire was dismantled, he knew they were manufacturing and buying their own firearms. With Berengar's intervention in the timeline, firearms had become a major focus of development among the European countries a century earlier than they normally would have been. It was because of this that the Kingdom of France found itself in a precarious position. Though France was openly hostile towards their German neighbors, they simply lacked the intelligent minds to replicate the weapons they had purchased. After all, many of its greatest scientists had fled to the rebelling regions of Aquitaine and Burgundy. Ultimately, this had left Aubrey with no choice but to break the international sanctions placed against Germany and procure his weapons from his greatest enemy. Despite suffering humiliation at the hands of the German emperor and enduring the imprisonment of his sister, Aubrey had to kneel before the Reich if he wished to compete with the enemies within his own domain. However, it was because of this mass procurement of firearms and artillery from Germany that the boy king was confident he and his armies would prevail against those of the Byzantine and Timurid Empire. Thus, the moment the ship landed, the French king disembarked from his vessel as if he were a conquering hero. With an authoritative stride, he led his proud knights into the staging grounds where the Grand Master of the Hospitaller Order greeted him with a forced smile. "King Aubrey, it is good to see you. I am glad that we have the fabled strength of the French knights at our side as we reclaim the Holy Land for God and his people." This was obviously a false greeting. However, no matter how much the Grand Master of the Hospitaller Order despised the French king and his sinful lifestyle, he was forced to suppress his spite and greet him as the king he was. Aubrey was either unaware of the disdain this man had for him or just simply didn't care. Instead, he merely nodded and smiled as he proclaimed his reason for personally leading his soldiers into the fray. "It is good to see you, Grand Master. Like my ancestors before me, I have taken up the cross for the crusade. I look forward to proving myself to my ancestors and to the Lord God Almighty himself as we lay waste to the enemies of Christ." The Grand Master of the Hospitaller Order had to choke back the urge to scold the boy for such hypocritical statements and instead shifted the subject to something completely unrelated. "If you don't mind me asking, with your presence here in the Holy Land, who leads the great kingdom of France in your absence?" A smug smirk curved itself upon the French king's lips as he bought into the obvious deflection and proudly announced his choice. "My sister Sibylla has been named regent in absence. She has suffered greatly at the hands of the German Empire, and though she refuses to tell me what she has endured, a fire has been lit in her soul, and with it a determination to witness the collapse of the Reich." With the mentioning of the German Empire, the Grand Master could no longer contain his fury and thus vented his frustrations on the Germans, who were conveniently absent and incapable of hearing his slander. "Bah! Do not speak of those heretics. In a few years, they will get what they deserve. For now, we must undo their evil acts within Jerusalem. The Holy Land cannot be allowed to be tarnished by those sinful Germans." Aubrey smiled and nodded his head in agreement as he heard the sentiment before voicing his opinion on the matter. "Indeed, I look forward to the day that I can bring justice to my sister for the crimes that she has endured." As the French king and the Hospitaller Grand Master conversed about their battle strategies, a scout in the distance gazed through a pair of binoculars. This man was a soldier of the Byzantine army, and if not for the military aid provided by their German allies, he would not have such advanced technology. He witnessed the arrival of the French king and his retinue of knights with a frown on his face. The enemy's numbers were growing, and despite this, the Byzantine and Timurid emperors had chosen to sit back and wait for them to strike. The scout was furious with such a decision, but he could only bite his tongue. A second scout who stood nearby immediately asked the question on his mind as he, too, gazed upon the scene with his own pair of binoculars. "How many of them do you think there are?" The first scout continued to observe the scene and the arrival of more ships in the bay before expressing his thoughts. "Currently, there are about 25,000, but with all the ships on the horizon, I can guess we will easily be facing a force of twice that amount, perhaps even more." The second scout merely chuckled when he heard this before responding with a sadistic grin on his face. "Boy, are they going to be in for a rude awakening? It is time for the Catholic and Muslim worlds to both bear witness to the military might we have built up these past few years." When the first scout heard this, he immediately slapped the man over the side of his head before scolding him. "Idiot! They have muskets too, and though ours have superior range, their numbers will provide a significant problem. This will not be a one-sided slaughter like you believe it will." The other scout merely scoffed before responding with a lax attitude. "That's none of my concern. They'll leave the fighting to our infantry." It was after the statement was made that the first scout packed his binoculars away and walked towards his horse, which was hidden nearby. "Let's go, we have to report this news to the strategos." After saying this, the two scouts rode off into the distance, heading towards the location of the strategos who had been tasked with leading the Byzantine armies against the Catholic forces. As for the French, they were merely the first of the Catholic kingdoms to arrive. In the coming weeks, more and more kingdoms and their armies would arrive in the Holy Land seeking to challenge the Byzantine and Timurid alliance for control of the Holy Land. Chapter 625, A Wife's Grief. In the city of Kufstein, a dense torrent of rain bombarded the denizens of the Austrian capital. It was an utterly depressing atmosphere as the wind and rain swept away any stains that may have existed in the city's streets. Linda gazed out the windows of the royal palace with a virgin strawberry daiquiri in her hand and a sullen expression on her pretty face. There was nothing she wanted more than to drink an actual alcoholic beverage at this moment. However, she was pregnant with what could very well be her beloved's last child, and she would never threaten the safety of such a precious gift. It had been nearly 12 hours since she had received word that Berenger had gone missing shortly after arriving in the New World, and she was in a state of complete and total despair. As she lounged away in the bar of the royal palace, she sighed to herself. Without her noticing, Hans had approached and gazed upon his mother's look of grief with a painful heart. He did not know what had caused her to end up in such a depressing state, but he knew it probably had something to do with his father. Thus, the boy casually approached his mother and grabbed hold of her dainty hand, instantly gaining her attention. With a forced smile, he tried to comfort the woman for whatever may plague her mind. "It'll be okay, mommy, whatever happens you still have me." Such kind words from her young child brought a bitter smile to Lindy's face as she stroked the boy's strawberry blonde hair. While Hans had been gifted with her brilliant hair color, he had received the eyes of his father, and she gazed deeply into those sapphire gems as tears formed within her own eyes. The second Empress of Austria struggled to fight back her tears, but in the end, the waterworks presented themselves. "Oh, Berenger, please be all right." It was at this point Hans knew something had happened to his father and could not help but ask about it. Did something happen to father? Linda had not revealed to anyone the news of Berengar's disappearance. She had pledged to inform no one until they had found the Emperor or his remains. However, when she heard Hans' question, she felt guilt over not telling the boy of what had happened to his father. Thus, she wiped the tears from her eyes as she mustered the courage to speak the truth. "Your father has gone missing." Upon hearing this, Hans was flabbergasted. Berenger couldn't be missing. As long as the boy could understand the German language, he had heard stories of his father's bravery on the field of battle and his courage in the face of the unknown. As far as the boy was concerned, his father was unkillable, a living legend. He had never once considered the possibility that his father would disappear or lose his life on one of his campaigns. However, to hear such words filled Hans with an overwhelming sense of dread. As intelligent as the young prince was, he lacked the emotional maturity to handle such grim matters and immediately lashed out at his mother for telling him such lies. "That's impossible. Father can't be dead. He's invincible." When Linda heard this rant, she became visibly enraged and in the heat of the moment backhanded her son across his face before screaming at him. "Don't you dare say that. Your father isn't dead, he's just missing. He will return to us safe and sound as he always does." Hans was once more filled with disbelief as he felt the sting on his tiny cheek. For as long as he had lived, his mother had never struck him. She had only shown him the loving and kindness that he had taken advantage of. However, he could see the fury in the woman's eyes at the mere suggestion that her husband may have lost his life. Such a ferocious gaze filled the boy's heart with fear, resulting in him breaking out into tears. When Linda realized what she had done, she climbed out of her lounge chair and knelt down beside her baby boy, stuffing his head into her substantial bosom as she stroked his silky hair, apologizing for her actions. "I'm sorry, Hans. I don't know what came over me. I didn't mean to hurt you. Here, let mommy take a look." The boy instantly revealed his reddened cheek and gazed upon his mother with a sense of intimidation he had never felt before. In that moment, he winced in pain, afraid that she might bare her fangs at him again. However, instead she merely kissed his wound and in doing so made him feel a bit better. Ultimately, the loving scene was interrupted by the Deputy Director of German Imperial Intelligence, who held a report in her hands. When she saw how her superior was acting, she merely coughed, alerting the woman to her presence. When Linda witnessed Hema standing in the doorway of the bar area, her expression turned grim. She immediately gave an order to her young son, who was still latching onto her like a lamprey. "Hans, go to your room. I promise I will meet you there in a bit and will make you some grilled cheese sandwiches." Hans knew that this interruption was most likely an update on his father's disappearance, and though he wanted to stay behind and listen to the news, he feared his mother might strike him again if he protested, and thus he simply bowed his head before scurrying off. "Okay, mommy." It was only after Linda was sure that Hans was not within earshot that she steeled her resolve and asked for the update. "What's the news? Did you find him?" When Hema saw the worried expression on Lindy's face, she merely sighed before giving her all the information she had received. "They found him alive and unharmed quite a bit away from the coastline. He appears to have found the ruins of an ancient civilization. If the reports are accurate, it is a city larger than ancient Rome. I swear only Berenger could go missing and stumble upon such a lost civilization." Linda nearly passed out from the relief in her heart. However, despite maintaining her consciousness, she lost control of her legs and instantly fell to the ground, where Hema helped her up to her feet. The red-headed beauty felt as if this news had lifted a giant weight from her heart. She could only smile with pride and relief as she thought about what adventures her man had been up to. "Oh, Berenger. Thank God you are alive." The moment she said these words, the crackle of thunder resounded in the air as if such words had angered the deity she mentioned. However, such a thought would not appear in Lindy's pretty head, as she did not know the reasoning as to why the Abrahamic god might be enraged by the mere suggestion that he helped save such an apostate. After saying this, Linda gained control of her legs and was able to stand on her own. She bowed her head respectfully to her deputy director and thanked her for the good news. Thank you, Hema. If you had not delivered me such information, I fear what I may have done in my grief. Hema was shocked. She had never seen Linda in such a disturbed state before, thus she could not help but question the condition of her boss. Your Majesty, are you going to be all right? Linda wiped a tear from her eye as she nodded her head thrice in response to this question. Of course. Now that I know Berenger is safe and sound, I will be fine. If you will excuse me, I need to inform my son. In my despair, I may have told him his father is missing and I do not wish for him to worry any longer. After saying this, Linda scurried off towards Han's room where she found the boy curled up in the corner holding onto a painted wooden figure of his father. It was a common toy among young boys within the German Empire, and the Prince of Germany was bawling as he stared at it with grief in his heart. The moment the door opened, the boy looked to his mother for visual cues, and when he saw her brimming with a beautiful smile on her face, he sighed in relief. Thank God. He is okay. The moment the boy said this, thunder crackled in the air once more, but he did not pay the slightest attention to it. He was merely happy that his father was alive and well. Although he also felt a sense of fury at his mother for worrying him over nothing. Linda, of course, took this opportunity to hug her son and confirm his suspicions. Your father is all right, he has been found and he is unharmed. In fact, if the reports are true, he has even found the ruins of a lost and ancient civilization during his absence. Isn't he such an amazing explorer? Hans could only laugh as he heard how his mother rationalized the man's disappearance. In the end, he smiled and nodded his head in agreement before repeating his mother's words. Yes, father is an amazing explorer indeed. After hearing this, Linda wiped the tears from her son's eyes before placing his toy on his nightstand. She had a pep in her step, the likes the boy had not seen in some time, as she latched onto his hand and dragged him towards the dining area. I believe Mommy promised you some grilled cheese sandwiches, shall we? Hans simply looked back towards the wooden figure, which represented his father, and nodded his head with a smile on his face before responding to his mother. Let's. Chapter 626, An Empire's Progress. While Berenger was off in the New World on another one of his escapades, he had left his chancellor, uncle, and father-in-law Otto von Graz in charge of his empire. If there was one thing Berenger admired about the man is he had a work ethic on par with himself. Thus, it was no surprise that the man spent a significant amount of effort maintaining control over the empire's various realms and signing bills into law. At the moment, he was looking at an expense report regarding the expansion of the train network. It had been over a year since Berenger united the empire, and among his largest and most expensive projects was the existence of the National Railway. It had made significant progress over the past year and now connected much of the southern German cities together. Currently, the Department of Transportation was requesting a certain amount of funds to expand the railway into Prussia's borders. Otto carefully looked over the expenses before signing his name on the paper. After doing this, he stacked it into his pile of outbound paperwork, which would be later collected by a clerk and administered to the appropriate departments. After doing this, he grabbed hold of another piece of legislation and noticed it was an expense report regarding the Kingdom of Prussia. King Eckhard von Marienburg was requesting an increase in funding for the construction of his shipyards. The plan was to establish a Baltic fleet to maintain control over the northern seas. After carefully examining the requested amount, he signed away his signature once more before looking at the next piece of legislation. This next piece of legislation was a request by the Reichstag to approve the funding for a series of canals that would connect the Danube to the Rhine and the North Sea to the Baltic Sea. Such a thing would increase trade via rivers throughout the borders of the empire and free up a large section of railway traffic. Thus, Otto did not hesitate to sign his approval for such a thing. After signing this document, he realized it was his last piece of paperwork for the day and quickly pulled out a flask from his drawer, taking a hearty gulp of the fiery alcoholic liquid before stashing it away once more. A heavy sigh escaped the chancellor's lips as he complained about his lot in life. Berenger, how the hell do you get so much paperwork done each day? I swear to God, every time you leave on one of your adventures and left drowning in a mountain of this shit. After saying this, the sound of his grandfather clock struck the newest hour and the man gazed over towards its display in shock. Dear God, is it such a time already? I'm going to be late. After saying this, Otto quickly grabbed hold of his coat and donned it over his torso before running off from his office and towards a nearby restaurant where he had planned to meet two of his daughters for a meal. By the time he arrived, the two women were sitting next to each other and, much to Otto's bewilderment, were being quite cordial with one another. Was he dreaming, or were Adela and Ava actually on good terms? He quickly sat down at the table and apologized to his two daughters for his tardiness. I'm sorry for being late. There's just so much work I have to do these days. You can thank your husband for that, Adela. The German empress merely wore a pretty smile as she assured her father his punctuality was not of significant importance to her. It's all right, father, I know you are very busy overseeing Berengar's work. Ava and I were just reminiscing about when we were younger. Otto stared strangely at his two daughters. They had never been so agreeable to each other since as long as he had known them. Ava was roughly the same age as Berenger and despite this acted like a petulant child most of the time, whereas Adela had always been suffering from her torment. Thus, the old man could not help but question what had mended their differences. So, I have to ask, how exactly are the two of you sitting here right now without making a scene? Ava blushed in embarrassment when she heard her father's words and looked away. Meanwhile, Adela merely chuckled as she drank from her glass. Ava proved me wrong. I thought she couldn't handle looking after the kids, but she did a splendid job while I was away on my honeymoon. I figured if I could trust her with looking after my children, then perhaps we could bury the hatchet. Ava looked out the window and gazed into the bustling streets of Kufstein with an expression of awe on her face. She could not help but voice her thoughts on the changes to the city over the years. I can't believe that this is the same small agricultural town whose fields I used to frolic in when I was young. I will never know how Berenger managed to turn this entire valley into a thriving metropolis. When Otto heard this, he reflected on how rapidly the city had been developed and nodded his head in agreement. It is truly mystifying. The man has proven me wrong on so many occasions. To think he used to be such a foolish and sickly child. Sometimes I wonder what could have possibly possessed him to become the man he is today. It is a damn shame. When Ava and Adela heard this last part, they looked up at their father and voiced their confusion simultaneously. What is? It was at this moment Otto sighed and glared at his eldest daughter before lecturing on her past actions. It's a damn shame that you had to ruin your relationship with Berenger. If I had known that Berenger would one day be the emperor and legalize polygamy, I would have gladly given both my daughters to him. Adela was shocked to hear her father say this, and Ava was overcome with embarrassment. It was her greatest regret in life, breaking her childhood engagement to Berenger and going after a dimwitted count's son. Now her husband was a disgrace, and her ex-fiancé was the wealthiest and most powerful man in the world. Adela gazed over at Ava and saw the complicated expression on her face. She could not help but voice the confusion in her head. You don't still have feelings for him, do you? The busted, blonde-haired mother quickly went on the defensive as she denied the allegations, but it was not a convincing facade in the slightest. What? Of course not. He's your husband. I could never have feelings for him. Why has he asked about me? Adela and Otto gazed at Ava with utter shock. The two of them voiced their thoughts on the matter at the exact same time. How shameless. Otto immediately began to castigate his daughter as he heard such shameless words. Ava, you are already married. Don't get any idea of complicating matters for your sister. Ava immediately began to pout as she defended her words. I know that, but Wolfgang is such a dullard, and I think he's now impotent as he hasn't been able to get it up in some time. Oh Adela, won't you please share your husband with me, just once? I promise I will never approach him again after that. Adela felt like she needed a stiff drink after hearing this, but she would not do so. After all, much like Linda, she was currently pregnant with Berengar's child. Instead, the young Empress of Germany reprimanded her elder sister like their father had done previously. It sure sucks to be you, Ava, but you made your choice and now you have to deal with the consequences. I will not share my man with you just because your pathetic excuse of a husband can no longer satisfy you. Ava sulked in indignation, uttering a single word as she dwelled on her life's mistakes. It's just not fair. After she said that, Adela and Otto merely rolled their eyes. It would appear that Ava would never mature. Adela was not entirely angry with Ava. After hearing her complaints, she could only imagine how frustrated the woman was. However, although Adela had become accepting of sharing her husband with his other wives and his mistress, she would never accept the idea of sharing Berenger with Ava. If she allowed such a thing to happen, the spoiled bitch would never learn her lesson. As for Otto, he felt like he was about to have a stroke. Was he now so old that he was out of date with society? Were such conversations normal among siblings these days? Or is what his eldest daughter had just said equally scandalous as it would have been in his youth? He did not know the answer to any of these questions, but what he did know was that he needed a drink to cope with it. Thus, the Chancellor of Germany immediately ordered a stiff drink to calm his nerves as he continued to have a meal with his two daughters. As painful as listening to these two girls bicker was, it was still better than the mountain of paperwork that awaited him on the morrow. Chapter 627, incorporating recently conquered ground. Within the southern lands of Iberia, the sun gleamed down upon the city of Granada. After centuries of warfare in Iberia under the goal of reconquering the region under Catholic control, the Moors had proven victorious. Such a feat was impossible without the massive military aid provided by the German Empire and the schemes of its Kaiser. This was a fact recognized not only by the young sultan of the newly reformed Al-Andalus, but also the people who dwelled within the lands. Moors cheered Berengar's name as if he was a hero, while the Catholic Iberians cursed him to damnation with their malicious prayers to an absent god. While the people of Iberia came to terms with the outcome of the centuries-long Reconquista, Hassan sat back in the seat of the power of his newly established empire. The Sultanate of Al-Andalus now held every bit of territory within the Iberian Peninsula, and though some regions were in open arms, most notably in small sections of Portugal and most of Spain, the restoration of Al-Andalus had been completed. Of course, rather than mend the wounds that divided the population of this newfound empire, Hassan was enjoying the lavish lifestyle that came with being an emperor alongside one of the men who had made it entirely possible. With a wine-filled chalice in one hand and a cigar in another, Hassan celebrated his victory alongside the German field marshal who had aided him in his efforts. General Adelbrand, I can't say how much you have helped me in this war. Reports from the front lines say that the last resistance in Andorra has fallen and the nobles in charge have surrendered their territory to Al-Andalus. Though we may deal with some minor rebellions in the near future, we can successfully say that our goals have been accomplished. How can I ever repay you and your Kaiser, for that matter? Adelbrand took a sip of the fortified wine as he dwelled on the subject at hand. His mind had previously been more occupied with the stabilization of the region, knowing full well that his Kaiser would command him to stay until the last vestige of rebellion had been snuffed out. He did not expect to be rewarded when his job was yet to be completed. Nevertheless, something immediately caught his interest and thus he voiced his desires. I understand that you have given a particularly large villa on the beaches of Gibraltar to my Kaiser. I myself would not mind a coastal estate, perhaps in Portugal? As for the Kaiser's demands, all he asks is open access through the Strait of Gibraltar and that you allow us to build a naval port in the area. We will be happy to lease the land from you if that is what you desire. Hassan was in a rather generous mood and thought little of this demand. Thus, he simply nodded his head with a wide grin on his face before nonchalantly agreeing to the request. Consider your personal request approved. Find the land you want and I will give it to your house. As for Gibraltar, I would have to speak with your Kaiser personally about this issue, but I see no reason to refuse his request. We just need to discuss some minor details of the matter. When you next speak to your master, you can inform him of my decision. Such an agreeable response was out of Adelbrand's expectations, thus he wore an emphatic smile as she shook Hassan's hands and thanked him for his generosity. Truly, your generosity astounds, your majesty. Hassan merely smiled and nodded his head in acceptance of the compliments. Adelbrand was a man he greatly respected and desired to keep within his lands for many years to come. Thus, the next topic he shifted to was more personal in nature. Have you ever thought of marrying an Iberian woman? A lot of men have died in this conflict, leaving me with more men than women. I would be honored to give you the woman of your dreams from within my realm. After all, you are allowed to have up to 5 wives in the German Empire. Isn't that correct? Adelbrand could immediately see what Hassan was planning and politely declined in a deliberately vague manner while shaking his head. While it is true that we are permitted up to 5 wives, I honestly have never thought of the idea if you had not suggested it. However, I am getting old and soon it will be time to start a family, so perhaps I will take your words into consideration. Upon hearing this, Hassan simply nodded his head in silence while taking a sip from his drink. After several moments, Adelbrand shifted the conversation to something more meaningful. So now that you control all of Al-Andalus, what are your plans for the future? Hassan had a giddy expression on his face when he heard this question, as if he could not wait for someone to bring it up. With a smug smile on his face, he announced his intentions to the German general. Of course I wish to expand. Perhaps North Africa could be a fitting addition to my new empire. If there is one thing Berenger has taught me over the years, it is that conquest is addictive. You can never have enough land and resources under your control. Adelbrand merely rolled his eyes when he heard this statement. Did this man really think he was anything like Berenger? The two rulers were completely different. Hassan was a lazy man who basked in luxury while his competent subordinates ran the show. Whereas Berenger was a hard-working man who micromanaged every facet of his empire that he could. Not to mention the fact that Berenger led his men from the front lines in war while Hassan delegated the responsibility to his generals. The two rulers were about as different in their approach as they could be. Thus, Adelbrand simply kept his opinion to himself and instead advised the Sultan about his foolish ambitions. If I were you, I would definitely wait until you have settled your territory. You have a lot of internal problems that you will have to face that Berenger does not. For starters, you will be ruling over a diverse empire filled with different ethnicities, cultures, and religions. Getting them all to universally accept your reign as legitimate will be difficult, to say the least. A display of force may be necessary in the early days as you stamp out rebellion, but if you use too much of it, you will surely foster resentment among your conquered peoples, creating generations of bad blood that could lead to revolution further down the line and ultimately destabilize your empire. If you wish to maintain the integrity of your dynasty, you will need to heal the wounds that you have created with your conquests. The best way to do that would be to allow religious freedom for your people and improve the daily lives of everyone within your realm via implementation of the agricultural and industrial technology that Berenger has given you. As far as border security goes, you are fairly secure with the only genuine external threat to you being the Kingdom of France, so you might want to invest in fortifications and scouts within the Pyrenees. You don't need to overspend. Just build some simple forts that will deter a French invasion of your lands. Hassan nodded his head as he eagerly listened to Adelbrand's advice. Truth be told, aside from Berenger, he had few advisors who knew how to run an empire. He was astonished to hear some of the things the German general spoke of. After all, he did not expect the multicultural and multi-ethnic society to be as big as a deal as Adelbrand had made it out to be. However, when he thought about it, the empire would be ruled over by an ethnic, cultural, and religious minority which could easily foster dissent among the other people. He would need to ensure the loyalty of his newly conquered subjects if he wished to maintain his newfound empire. After coming to this conclusion, Hassan nodded his head in agreement before responding to Adelbrand's claims. Very well, I will take note of your suggestions and seek to resolve the disputes between my people and those who I have conquered. As you say, maintaining the integrity of my new empire is a priority and I should seek to unite the people before conquering more territory. You have given me much to think about, General. Now if you will excuse me, I have an appointment with my wives. Feel free to enjoy the rest of your wine in my absence. After saying this, Hassan left the room to do as he had always done. Engorge himself in a life of hedonism. It was only after the man had left the room that Adelbrand voiced his complaints about the young sultan's behavior. This idiot is going to get himself killed. With that said, the German general quickly finished the contents of his glass before leaving the palace. He needed to report this information to the Kaiser as quickly as possible. Thus, he would spend the next few hours dispatching a telegram across the Atlantic to the SMS Berenger, which acted as the flagship of the German fleet in Mesoamerica. Chapter 628, Mysterious Disappearances. Months had passed since Berengar's arrival in Mesoamerica, and now a star fort had built on the coastline of the region. This was no simple stronghold but a well-fortified miniature colony which housed 1,000 soldiers of the German armed forces. It was defended with rifled breech-loading artillery, revolving cannons, and hand-cranked machine guns, along with the individual rifles of the soldiers who acted as its garrison. A large dock extended into the sea and provided a staging point for the small fleet that had ferried these soldiers and their supplies into the New World. Despite what one might think, the Kaiser and his soldiers were not cut off from the fatherland. The long-range wireless telegraph built on board his flagship vessel acted as a means of instant communication with his empire across the Atlantic. Because of this, Berenger was aware of every movement his rivals made overseas and could instantly communicate to his forces on how to counter it should such a thing be necessary. While this fortress existed on the coastline of Mesoamerica, the natives were completely unaware that foreigners had long since invaded their lands and built a stronghold. It was because of this that the Aztec emperor of this world, a man by the name of Itzcoatl, was completely dumbfounded on why his scouts kept going missing whenever they investigated the region in which his daughter was last seen. Several native men were gathered in the Aztec emperor's palace as he discussed the strange things that were occurring within his lands. My daughter has been missing for months without the slightest hint of her whereabouts. I would believe she was dead if not for the fact that every man I have dispatched to find her has similarly gone missing. Just what is happening on the coastline? One of the emperor's advisors had a worried tone in his voice as he discussed some of the rumors that he had heard that originated from the villages near the coast. The villagers near the region speak of thunderous roars and strange sounds coming from the coast. Similarly to our scouts, everyone they have sent to investigate these noises has gone missing. However, recently a corpse was found in the woodlands and was back in one of these villages. After saying this, the advisor pulled out a small copper-jacketed lead bullet and placed it on the table. When the emperor gazed upon it, he was furious. He did not know what he was looking at and merely responded to the fool for wasting his time. Just what in the name of the gods is this supposed to be? The advisor merely shook his head before responding with a grim tone. We don't know, but it was dug out of the boy's chest or what remained of it. Whatever this thing is, it left a grievous wound the likes that our most esteemed healers cannot identify. However, if you ask me, I think that our shores have been invaded and this is some kind of strange new weapon who its wielders have used to eliminate anyone who comes close to the territory they have conquered. It was at this moment that another voice interrupted the advisor and complained about his reasoning. That's preposterous. If our shores were invaded, then we would know of it. None of our rivals have made any attempt to encroach on our border. To eliminate all of our scouts to such a degree that they can't even report back to us would require such a large volume of troops that there is simply no feasible way to move them into the area without us noticing. The first man to speak merely gazed upon the man who complained about his reasoning with a chilling gaze before speaking further about his thoughts. Unless this hostile force came from across the great sea. Perhaps the feathered serpent has finally returned to our lands and is angry with us. The moment Itzcoatl heard these words, he shivered before asking the immediate question on his mind. It is a one-reed year, this year, isn't that correct? The first advisor nodded his head in silence while the other scoffed at the very mention of it. Ultimately, it was up to Itzcoatl to decide on how to proceed with this new information. If the feather serpent has returned, then should it not be something to celebrate? Why is he angry with us? When the second advisor heard this line of reasoning, he immediately protested. Your Majesty, do you honestly believe such nonsense? We should not jump to conclusions, instead we should send a larger force to investigate the region and figure out just why our people keep going missing. Upon listening to such solid reasoning rather than the superstitions that his other advisor voiced, Itzcoatl realized he should not immediately assume that a vengeful god had returned and instead find out the cause of these disappearances before jumping to conclusions. With a stern expression on his face, the Aztec emperor issued forth a decree. You are right. We must investigate this thoroughly. If such small numbers of scouts keep disappearing, then we will send an army to figure out why these disappearances keep happening. Prepare to send a full force of our greatest warriors to the region. I dare to see if so many men vanish into thin air. With that said, the two advisors bowed respectfully to their emperor before enacting his orders. As you command. After saying this, they departed from the palace, leaving Itzcoatl by his lonesome. The man gazed off through a clearing into the distance where the shores lie, uttering single phrase in his grief. My sweet Tlexicli, please be all right. Within the confines of the German stronghold on the coasts of Mesoamerica, Tlexicli sat within a large stone suite. Despite the overall size and luxury of her quarters, the Aztec princess was little more than a prisoner, which the bars on her window and the thick steel door made completely obvious. since the moment Anuria and the German soldiers found the missing emperor, they had taken Tlexicli prisoner. During the months, her quarters had shifted from time to time until the Germans finished constructing their fortress. She had witnessed little during her time as a prisoner, as Berenger ensured she could observe nothing of strategic value. Thus, the only windows in her room had a view of the vast Atlantic Ocean and nothing else. Despite being a prisoner, she lived fairly well, perhaps even better than if she was still at the Aztec palace in Tenochtitlan. At any time of the day, if she felt hungry, she could order room service from a large menu of German delicacies. The blonde-haired men showed no sign of hostility when they served her, and her captors never appeared to run out of supplies. She was completely unaware that routine supply drops between the fatherland and the coastal fortress were the norm. Aside from the delicious food that she could dine on as much as she desired, Tlexicli had fully functional plumbing and a library of German books to keep her entertained, which she took an interest in reading. Though she could not remember exactly how she had come to learn the German language, she increased her knowledge of Berengar's world as much as she could. When she wasn't reading, she was exercising, maintaining her muscular figure with a set of weights that Berenger had provided and keeping up with her cardio via a large punching bag and a grappling dummy. In fact, she had grown so accustomed to these luxuries that she had nearly forgotten she was a prisoner. That is, until, of course, Berenger came to visit her for the first time since she was imprisoned. A knock resounded on the door as Tlexicli was doing sit-ups, something she initially moaned about but ultimately halted her exercise long enough to check who intruded upon her activities. When she opened the door, she was shocked to see none other than Berenger standing in front of her with a wide smile on his face. The two of them could not be more differently dressed. Berenger wore his imperial regalia while Tlexicli was dressed in a black sheer thong and nothing else. Evidently, she had assumed that German undergarments were the most efficient form of clothing for exercise because she did not understand in the slightest their intention. When Berenger gazed upon the half-naked woman, his jaw completely dropped. Perhaps it was because all of his wives and mistresses were dainty flowers, but his eyes were drawn to every perfectly sculpted muscle on the woman's body, which was now glistening with her sweat. She did not take notice of his lustful gaze and instead frowned when she saw him rebuking the German emperor for not visiting her sooner. "You're late." Berenger merely chuckled as he asked permission for entry. "I'm sorry about that. I have been dreadfully busy since I reunited with my comrades. May I come in?" In response to this, Tlexicli merely snorted, but she opened the door large enough for Berenger to enter, where he quickly took a seat at her table. He had a confident expression on his face as he gazed upon the woman who did not even bother to get dressed. Instead, she grabbed a flagon of beer and downed its contents to quench her thirst. After doing so, she inquired about Berengar's reasoning for visiting. "So, why are you here now after all this time?" Berenger merely smiled before uttering a simple phrase, leaving the girl with many questions. "The time has come." Chapter 629, Am El Not Merciful? "I'm sorry, the time for what?" Tlexicli gazed upon Berenger with confusion in her deep brown eyes. She had no idea what he was talking about when he uttered the phrase. "The time has come." Berenger took some time to collect his thoughts before speaking of the news he had received. There was a smug expression on his face as he went into great details about his plans. "My scouts report your father is mobilizing a great army with a single purpose: to investigate your disappearance and that of the others who have discovered our little settlement here on the coastline. It is my intention to lay waste to this army as a display of German superiority. Only after I have gunned down your soldiers will I use you as leverage in the following negotiations." Tlexicli was shocked to hear Berengar's plots for control over her people. She had suspected he had come to these lands with ill intentions, but she never knew he wanted to enslave her people. Thus she rose in from her seat in indignation and pressed Berenger against the cold stone wall. Despite the threatening gesture, Berenger only had a smug smirk on his face as he questioned her actions. "You think it is a good idea to harm me? Did you forget you were my prisoner? With a single command, I could have your head removed." When Tlexicli heard this threat, she gazed at Berenger in shock before letting go of him. She swiftly sat back in her seat as Berenger adjusted his metals. After he had sat down across from the Aztec princess, she began to question his motives. "Why are you doing this?" When Berenger heard this, he scoffed at the girl's naivety before lecturing her on the reality of the world. "Why am I doing this? Why does anyone? My reasoning is simple. It is all about resources, and your people are sitting on a massive reserve of silver and gold that I desperately need. This is nothing personal, Tlexicli, and for what it's worth, I rather like you. You are far more civilized than I initially thought you would be. Besides, I think you are mistaken about what it is that I wish to accomplish here in your lands." The Aztec princess scoffed as she crossed her arms and leaned back in her seat, placing her bare feet on the table as she did so. "Oh really? You don't wish to conquer our empire, enslave my people, and sacrifice us to your gods?" Berenger broke out into a fit of laughter as he heard this, so much so that tears began to form in his eyes. The idea that the German people were so savage that they would commit human sacrifice was truly laughable to the man. It had been nearly a millennium since the Germans last engaged in such a barbaric practice, and even then historians disputed whether such rituals were nothing more than anti-pagan propaganda preached by the church to condemn their rivals. Ultimately, Berenger wiped a tear from his eye before responding to this absurd statement. "No, to all of those things. I do not plan to conquer your people and annex your territory into my empire. Nor do I intend to enslave a single person within your realm. As for human sacrifice, that is the last thing I would ever do in this world. My people are more civilized than yours. We do not engage in such brutal rituals. This answer perplexed the Aztec princess, as she did not know what else it would be that Berenger would demand of her father, until a certain idea rattled around in her mind, causing her to blush and back away from Berenger, which caused the man to look at her strangely. Ultimately, she revealed what idea had caused her to react in such a way. I'll admit that I find you attractive, but I have no intentions of marrying you, Berenger von Kufstein. In response to this, Berenger merely scoffed before shattering the girl's tsundere act. Oh please, German law states I'm allowed one more marriage, and no offense, but I can do better than you. But if you would like to be my mistress, I wouldn't mind it. After all, you have a sort of appeal that none of my other wives have. This response had caused Tlexicly to slam her head on the table in embarrassment. She could not believe she had thought this man wanted to marry her. She simply ignored everything else he had said, so devastated by the phrase "I can do better than you" that she had completely blocked out Berengar's suggestion. Eventually, she recovered and was confused. If he did not want to conquer her people and did not want her hand in marriage, then why the hell was he behaving so hostile towards her people? She could only ask rather than jump to another assumption. Okay, fine. He'll bite. What is it that you do want? In response to this, a smug grin appeared on Berengar's face as he once more lectured the girl on his plans. Oh, it's very simple. I want to force your father to recognize the German Empire as his superior so that he may offer tribute to us in exchange for our protection. A scowl formed on the Aztec princess' face as she heard this before stubbornly responding to Berengar's claim. Protection? We don't need your protection. In response to this, Berenger chuckled once more before revealing the truth of the matter. What, do you seriously think we Germans are the only ones across the Atlantic Ocean? We may be the mightiest empire in this world, but there are plenty of other powerful states where I come from, any number of which could steamroll your pathetic and primitive empire. Yes, you do need our protection. Unfortunately, I am well aware that you come from a proud warrior culture, and there is no way your father would agree to my demands without a brutal display of our overwhelming superiority. So yes, I will shed the blood of your armies, and then I will march into your capital as conqueror, demanding that your father pay tribute in the form of gold, silver, oil, and whatever other resources I damn well please. In exchange for this tribute, you, or what is left of your civilization when I am through with it, can continue to exist in the lands I designate as a tributary state under the protection of the mighty German Empire. Albeit in a far more civilized state. Now that you understand my plans, I have but one question to ask. Am I not merciful? Tlexicly did not respond to Berenger, rather she looked to the side with tears in her eyes. Realizing that the man who had saved her life would be the death of her people's sovereignty in this world. Had she fought to the death with Berenger in that river valley, then perhaps her people might be spared. Berenger, of course, did not take well to this defiance and raised from his seat, grabbing hold of the woman's face, forcing her to look into his eye as he screamed at her with his loudest voice. Am I not merciful? Such a vicious response provoked a sense of fear in the woman, causing her to instinctively flinch. She then bowed her head in submission with a silent nod. After seeing this, Berenger smirked and released the Aztec princess' pretty face before sitting back in his chair and commenting on her previous actions. There, that wasn't so hard, was it? After saying this, Berenger rose from his seat once more before knocking on the steel door with 3 loud pounds of the fist. Immediately, the guards on the other side opened it, where Berenger stepped into the doorway, leaving one last remark to the Aztec princess before departing. You should prepare yourself, as you have a role to play in all of this. Until then, sit back and listening to the roaring thunder of my guns as they slaughter your father's army. With that said, Berenger turned away and the guards sealed the door behind him, leaving Tlexicly alone to sulk about everything she had heard. As for Berenger, he marched out into the courtyard and climbed the steps into the fortifications, gazing off into the clearing that his soldiers had made. Soon the Aztec army would arrive and the German soldiers would defend their position. It was this in mind that Berenger smirked as he gazed upon the Empire's flag, flapping in the wind. A symbol of the Reich's glory forever to stand on these shores until the end of time. Here he would make his stand and in doing so, bring true civilization to this land of savages. Perhaps in a few centuries, the Aztecs and the other Mexica people who were under the yoke of their tyranny would thank him for ending the barbaric rituals of slavery and human sacrifice. However, he severely doubted this, for in his past life, the people that the European empires so graciously brought modern civilization to ended up despising them. These were the thoughts that flowed through Berengar's mind as he gazed into the distance and waited for the arrival of the Aztec army. Chapter 630, A Ruthless Display of Force. Weeks had passed since the day that Berenger visited his favorite prisoner, and the time had finally arrived. In the clearing outside the German fortress that acted as its primary settlement in Mesoamerica, an army of roughly 25,000 Aztecs stood, gazing in shock at the fortifications that had seemingly sprung up overnight. They did not know how such a thing could come to exist without them knowing, but it would explain the many disappearances that had occurred over the past few months. Still, with the overall size of the settlement, it did not appear that many people were inside of the fortress. At most, it had to be 1,000 men. While the Aztecs examined the large star fort, the Germans within stared back at the massive native army, ready to open fire at the first sign of hostilities. The golden-haired German soldiers acted as the guardians of their settlement in the New World. As far as they were concerned, this was German land claimed by the Kaiser himself, and no force, no matter how large, would force them to depart. The Aztecs could not believe their eyes. The men on the other side of the clearing were dressed in strange clothing and wielded unique weapons, all while having an appearance that suggested divinity. Such a thing struck fear into the hearts of the many warriors who had come in search of the reason for the many disappearances that had recently occurred in this part of their empire. The massive ship sitting within the docks suggested these men had indeed come from across the Great Sea. Were they perhaps envoys of the Feathered Serpent? If so, why did they appear to be so hostile? There were many questions in the mind of the Aztec warriors as they struggled to muster the courage to approach the large star-shaped settlement. While the Aztec host was debating on how to proceed, a German officer gazed through his binoculars before reporting his evaluation of the enemy army to his emperor. "My Kaiser, it is of my belief that we will be able to hold this ground, but they do not appear to be hostile, rather they seem to behave in shock. Perhaps the glory of the Reich has stunned them into submission?" Berenger looked towards his officer as if the man was an idiot. He could plainly see that they were reacting in shock. However, he did not respond condescendingly to the officer and instead gave him an order on how to proceed. "I don't care how they're reacting. Fire a warning shot. If they step 1 foot on the land that I have claimed, then I give you permission to open fire. This is not a matter of negotiation, this is a show of force." With that said, the officer hurried to relay his orders to the nearest artillery battery. In a matter of seconds, the shells were loaded into the guns and fired into the distance towards the Aztec army. The shells detonated on the shores of the coast, far enough away from the Aztec army as to not actually harm them, but close enough so that they could feel the sting of the explosive blast. When the Aztecs witnessed the series of explosions, they panicked, nearly breaking ranks at that exact moment. They had never seen such destructive power from anything other than the forces of nature. Yet such massive explosions had taken place right in front of their very eyes and resulted from the foreigners' actions. The leader of the Aztec army nearly fainted upon seeing such a powerful series of blasts. He had no desire to come any closer to the fortress. After all, he and his men had witnessed why so many people had disappeared over the past few months, and rather than risk such a thing happening to himself, he would rather retreat. He was about to issue this command when he heard a shriek from among his ranks. The leader's own son had collapsed to the ground, bleeding through his padded armor. Evidently, a piece of shrapnel had embedded itself in the man's chest and had cut his aorta artery, killing the young man in a matter of seconds. When the leader of the Aztec army saw this, he was horrified, rushing over to the boy's side and grabbing hold of his lifeless body, begging for the gods to bring him back. "This can't be. Wake up! Wake up, my boy! Gods, please spare him." The other Aztec soldiers tried to comfort their commander by grasping hold of his shoulder, but this only sparked a savage reaction as the man wiped the tears from his eyes and gazed towards the German fortress with such a hatred it threatened to swallow the world. No longer in a state of reason, he ordered an attack on the fortress. "Kill these murderous bastards. I don't care if they are gods or men, they must pay for what they have done to my boy." With the order given, thousands of Aztec warriors immediately questioned their orders. They would have to be mad to obey them. They had all seen the destructive power of these weapons with their very eyes. Whoever these foreigners were, they were capable of killing a man dozens of yards away from the explosive blast of their weapons. To charge the fortress would be to voluntarily forfeit one's life. Still, despite this hesitation, they were enraged by the senseless death of the commander's son, as well as the fact that so many of their people had gone missing. Whether it was out of foolishness or pure hate, these thousands of men rushed towards the short stone walls of the Star Fort, screaming their war cries as they did so. The moment this occurred, Berenger waved his hand, signaling for the rifled breechloaders, mortars, and revolving cannons to open fire on the enemy. A combination of 75mm, 60mm, and 40mm shells landed upon the charging army, blasting every man within its radius apart. Despite the massive casualties suffered from a single barrage, the Aztecs continued their advance, fueled with rage. A screaming horde of Aztec warriors met with an overwhelming display of masterful artillery. As with each passing second, the Germans fired another shell into the enemy ranks, blasting men into mincemeat as the shells detonated on the ground near their feet. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, and yet the German artillery never once ceased their fire, raining explosive projectiles onto the Mesoamerica coastline, reaping the lives of thousands of Aztec warriors who tried desperately to get into range so that they could launch their primitive stone atlotl. Just when the Aztec war leader passed the danger-close range of the German artillery, the echo of rifle fire crackled in the air as a .4570 projectile embedded itself in the man's skull, blasting his head apart. Upon seeing his successful kill, an overeager German soldier cried out in joy as he pulled back the bolt of his weapon, ejecting his spent cartridge before reloading his rifle. "Got one." When Berenger heard this, he chuckled as he gazed upon the senseless slaughter. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. Despite the bloody scene, Berenger was unfazed. He had seen enough of war to where such excessive violence had longer affected him. As he watched the conflict unfold, he heard another soldier comment on how simple things were when compared to their previous wars. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. With the enemy passing through the realm of danger closed, the hand-cranked machine guns opened fire, sending thousands of rounds of lead down range in a matter of minutes. Those who were fortunate enough to survive the artillery barrage soon found their torsos blown apart by multiple rounds. With the commander dead and half their forces butchered on the field of battle, the remaining Aztec warriors wisely broke ranks and fled the scene. The Germans did not cease their fire until there was nothing left to shoot at. In a matter of minutes, the battle had begun and ended with an overwhelming German victory. After the last shot echoed in the air, Berenger gazed upon his soldiers and called out to them, searching to see if he had suffered any casualties. Is anyone injured? The German soldiers took a quick body count and found that none of them had been harmed during the battle. Thus, a confident voice filled the air as a Marine officer responded to his emperor's question. Not a single casualty, my Kaiser. Upon hearing this, Berenger smirked as he once more gazed upon the bloody scene. The smell of gunpowder blood filled the air as he reflected on the next phase of his operations. With a single order, the battle came to the close. Secure the area. Victory is ours. With this said, Berenger descended from the ramparts of his fortress and returned to the holding cell where the Aztec princess lay in wait. He planned to flaunt his victory in her face before bringing her on his journey to conquer the Aztec Empire. Chapter 631, An Unwanted Mercy. Berenger sat within the holding cell of the princess of the Aztec Empire. There was a wide grin on his face as he sipped from a cup of coffee. Though Tlexicli had not acted as witness to the senseless slaughter that had just unfolded, she could tell by the smug smirk on Berengar's face as well as the overwhelming scent of death in the air, that the Germans had killed a considerable amount of her people. Thus, her eyes were filled with tears as she questioned why Berenger was being so cruel to her. What have I ever done to deserve such animosity from you? Why do you make me sit here in the cell and witness the death of my people? Berenger scoffed as he heard this before giving the young woman a blunt answer. You killed 3 of my men. You think I had forgotten such a thing? These are men I personally knew whose families I have to explain their deaths to. You want to act like you're some dainty and harmless princess, but the reality is you are a savage and a killer. The only reason I haven't put you to death is because I need you as a bargaining chip in the negotiations with your father. Your first instinct when coming into contact with my people was murder. Think of this from our perspective. We come to your lands in pursuit of land and resources to sustain the growth of our empire. Completely unaware that there is a native civilization here, and the first contact we have with your people is witnessing a murder take place right in front of our very eyes. Then, after dealing with one of the murderers, the other flees into the woods. Naturally, this poses a security threat to us, so we pursue the absconding criminal. When we finally catch up with you, you act with further hostility, killing 3 of my bodyguards and even attempt to murder me in cold blood. Sure, we used each other to survive in the wilderness, but that does not mean I have pardoned you for your crimes. So I have decided that your sentence is to act as a witness to my conquest of your people. I will restrain you, then I will force you to follow me into every battle I wage, every village I slaughter, and eventually I will force you to bear witness as I march into your capital as a conquering hero. After you have done this, I will use you as a bargaining chip to force your empire into submission. Then, after you have served your sentence, you will be free to do as you please with your life. Because I have decided to be merciful even though you are undeserving of it. Frankly, your ungrateful attitude towards my benevolence has been emotionally taxing, to say the least. Tlexicli stared at Berenger in disbelief. Did this man seriously just call her ungrateful? This was hardly a mercy. It was more akin to spiritual torture. She had never before in her life considered suicide, but at this very moment it seemed like a viable alternative. Berenger immediately noticed what she was thinking and countered this thought with an even greater threat. I know what you are thinking, and I can promise you that if you decide to take your own life, I will burn your civilization to the ground. Every stone that has been used to build your temples will be dismantled and crushed to dust. Every field will be lit ablaze, and every last man, woman, and child will be slaughtered like common pigs. History will have no record of your mighty empire's existence. So how you choose to proceed will determine the fate of your people. The Aztec princess was filled with despair as she heard these words: either suffer through the conquest of her empire and servitude of her people, or condemn her entire civilization to extinction. These were hardly reasonable outcomes. Yet, these were the only 2 choices presented to her. As such, she nodded her head and wiped the tears from her eyes as she announced her decision. I understand, for the crimes I have committed against your people, I will bear witness to the conquest of my civilization. Upon hearing this answer, Berenger smiled and nodded his head before taking another sip of his coffee. After doing so, he gave the woman her instructions. I am glad to see you have come to a reasonable conclusion. Prepare yourself. In the coming days, I will march my army further into your lands. You will wear the animal skins that you wore during your capture, as well as the war paint. I want the people of the Aztec Empire to witness what I have reduced their mighty warrior princess to. Tlexicli nodded her head in silence. She had no choice but to agree to the German emperor's demands. Though she hated herself for doing it, as she would essentially slander the reputation of the mighty Jaguar warriors, ultimately she did not have the power to resist. She could only accept whatever Berenger commanded her to do with a heavy heart. It was at this moment that a knock resounded on the door, which caused Berenger to call out in response. Come in. After saying that, Anuria opened the door and appeared through the entrance, gazing upon the unseemly attire of the Aztec princess with a frown on her lips. Is this how Berenger dressed his prisoners? The pirate queen could not help but express her discontent with the situation. Berenger, my love? When Berenger heard these words, he immediately felt a shiver down his spine. He knew Anuria would never call him anything but daddy unless he was really pissed off. Thus, he gazed over with a forced smile as he went along with the woman's inquiry. Yes, dear? Anuria glared at Tlexicli once more, which made the Aztec princess feel as if the temperature had dropped by 20 degrees. She had thought she was a fearsome woman, but the purple-haired beauty in front of her was far more frightening. Anuria did not hesitate but express her dissatisfaction with the woman's wardrobe. Why is this woman half-naked? Surely you could have given her some more civilized attire. Berenger returned his gaze to the chiseled figure of the Aztec princess before taking a sip from his coffee in silence. He would allow her to answer why she was so underdressed. When the Aztec princess saw the German emperor's gaze, she immediately understood what was going on and responded in a way she knew would get Berenger in trouble. What? Are you saying I'm not supposed to be dressed like this? I knew it was strange that this man constantly fondles my breasts, but he assured me it was part of his culture, so I relented. Berenger nearly spat out his coffee when he heard this response. He could practically hear the clicking of Anuria's revolver, as if she had pulled back the hammer and prepared to execute him for his infidelity. However, in the next moment, when he gazed over at the woman, he realized it was just his imagination. Instead, she wore a murderous glare on her otherwise pretty face. When Berenger saw this, he knew he needed to establish his dominance in the situation, or else Tlexicli would continue to act in such an errant manner. Thus he stood up from his seat and backhanded the Aztec princess across the face before yelling at her for her misdeeds. You slanderous whore. Speak the truth, or I will make sure that your words come true. Tlexicli realized that she had messed up by trying to get Berenger in trouble with his wife. She could taste the blood from her lip as she struggled to fight the urge to pounce on Berenger. Ultimately, she sighed before revealing the truth of the matter. That was a lie. I just wanted to get some payback for the cruelty he has put me through. After hearing this, Anuria sighed. It appeared for a moment that she had accepted Tlexicli's apology. But in the next moment she grabbed the girl's short hair and pushed her into the wall, while punching her in the gut. Tlexicli nearly spat out her lunch as she felt the fist collide with her solar plexus. After attacking the native woman, Anuria grabbed hold of her pretty face and whispered something in her ear. Lie about my husband again, and I will cut off one of your pretty little fingers. I promise you that you are not the first native whore I have sent to the afterlife. Tlexicli struggled to gain control of herself as she fell to her knees and gazed upon the demonic expression that had etched itself on Anuria's stunning visage. She instantly realized that Berenger was not the person she should fear in her heart. Rather, it was his crazy wife that she needed to stay clear of. All she could do was nod her head and submit to Anuria's will. I promise, I won't make such a mistake again. After hearing this, the frightening look on Anuria's face vanished and was replaced with an otherwise kind expression. Good girl. Behave yourself, or I will be back. After saying this, she gave a terrifying glance to Berenger, uttering a single phrase before leaving the room. Get this bitch some proper clothes. I don't want to see her naked around you again. With that said, the Byzantine princess departed from her Aztec counterpart's quarters, leaving Berenger alone with the girl in a state of utter confusion. Just when had Anuria become so vicious? Chapter 632. Peace and Prosperity in New Vienna. Arnulf stared at a stack of paperwork in his hands with a smile on his face. Throughout these past few years, the colony of New Vienna had prospered immensely. Due to his skilled negotiations with the native peoples of the region, the German Empire had secured a large labor force that was paid for with food and shelter. Something Germany had an abundance of. The colony of New Vienna had gone from a small military fortress to a much larger settlement, filled with Germans and natives alike. Though disease had spread rapidly across the land, those who submitted themselves to an alliance with Germany would find basic medical treatment to help aid in recovery. Because of this, the death rate of the indigenous population of the region, once known as New York in Berengar's previous life, had been lowered drastically. As the colonial governor, Arnulf had exceeded Berengar's reputation in the region, and this was in part because he had a completely different mindset of foreign policy than the esteemed emperor. As far as Arnulf was concerned, conflict with the native populations was unsustainable, at least in the short term. For the time being, Germany simply did not have the number of vessels capable of transporting arms and munitions to the New World in vast enough quantity to completely overwhelm their potential enemies. Thus, unlike Berenger, who was hellbent on conquest and dominance, Arnulf reacted by brokering mutually favorable peace treaties with the local tribes and confederations. Unlike in the other settlements of the New World, the natives had begun to accept and embrace the foreign colonizers as a beneficial existence. So much so that Arnulf's word was treated with much respect amidst disputes between the various tribal confederations. He had earned the nickname the Great Peacemaker as a result. However, None had embraced the German colonials more so than Kawita, who was currently standing by Arnulf's side with an infant child in her arms. While Kawita had initially had romantic feelings for Berenger, it had been years since the one-eyed man last visited the colony, and as time passed by her interest in the man vanished, and was instead replaced with a strong foundation she had built with Arnulf over the years. The colonial governor had even taken her as one of his brides. Kawita was no longer a mere translator, but was actually the secretary of the colonial governor. She had learned a lot about math, science, and history in her spare time and was an excellent example as to Arnulf's friendly policy with the natives. The young couple stared at each other lovingly as Arnulf finished approving the establishment of a local armory, as well as a local nitrary. When Kawita saw this, she was slightly surprised and voiced her confusion on the matter. "Are we expecting a war anytime soon?" Arnulf merely smiled when he heard this and shook his head before grasping hold of one of the woman's free hands while kissing it. "No, not at all, but it is never a bad thing to be prepared. I still don't know much about the lands outside New Vienna, and there could be an existence that threatens everything we have built here. I have decided not to rely on the fatherland for support in terms of arms and munitions. You never know when the Kaiser will piss off some major power and find himself in another war, incapable of tending to our needs." When Kawita heard this, she chuckled, reminiscing on the violent display she had witnessed when Berenger first stepped foot in the New World. After having many conversations with her newfound husband, she came to understand that the German emperor was a bloodthirsty man hellbent on conquest, and was glad that she avoided falling prey to his charms. Thus, it was no surprise when she responded with a witty quip about the man in question. "Berenger is an interesting man. Do you think there will ever be a day where he doesn't need conflict in his life?" Arnulf scoffed as he heard this before breaking out a couple of mugs, which he quickly poured a hearty lager into from the keg in his office. After handing his wife one of the drinks, he shook his head before responding to Kawita's question. "Honestly, I think he wants to die on the battlefield. I don't know what it is, but he believes because he has the power to force his will on others, that is the only solution to his problems. This attitude of might makes right has, in reality, made many enemies for the empire. If we weren't so much superior to our enemies in terms of military technology, they would surely swarm us. I'm just glad that I am free to govern how I see fit here in New Vienna." Having said this, Arnulf took a large sip from his mug as if no amount of alcohol could put his worries at bay. When Kawita saw her husband was drinking in excess again, she smiled before calming his nerves. "Slow down, I know what worries you, but I highly doubt the Kaiser is going to call you to war anytime soon. You have retired from the military and are now a politician. Besides, there's plenty of young blood to be shed in his wars. Why would he ever need you by his side?" When Arnulf heard this, he felt much better about himself and slowed his drinking before taking a heavy sigh. He grabbed hold of Native Beauty and kissed her on the lips before reflecting on how good his life had become these past few years. "You know, when he first gave me this position, I thought of it as an insult. After my years of loyalty and hard work, he awarded me with a crap lot of land to rule over, an ocean away from the fatherland. However, I have come to realize becoming the colonial governor of New Vienna is the best thing that could have ever happened to me." Kawita smiled when she heard this and nodded her head in agreement with her husband's assessment. Without Arnulf, it was entirely possible that the German expansion in New Vienna would have been a long and bloody process. It was only because Arnulf was a skilled diplomat that he was able to peacefully solve the disputes between the colony of New Vienna and the natives. She could not believe how quickly things progressed. With the unconditional support of the fatherland, its advanced agricultural practices, and mechanized equipment, the colony of New Vienna had become the breadbasket of the region. However, it also had a significant interest in cash crops such as tobacco. As a result, it had become a wealthy and stable colony that was close to being on par with the fatherland. Though there were no trains yet, nor many of the other technological marvels the fatherland was renowned for. Many of the inventions that existed in the fatherland that allowed for convenience had found their way to New Vienna, creating a much more peaceful and stable life for those looking to escape the wars of Europe. Thus, while Berenger was lighting the Aztec Empire ablaze in the flames of war, Arnulf was living a serene life, filled with prosperity and meaning. Ultimately, Kawita took a sip from her drink before commenting on the approval of the new armory, as well as a few other projects that Arnulf had greenlighted recently. "Is it just me? Or are you seeking to establish a self-sufficient colony here in New Vienna?" When Arnulf heard this, he merely smiled and nodded his head before responding to his wife's thoughts. "Indeed, though I have much faith in Berenger to defend his empire from any and all enemies he may create. The truth of the matter is I do not know how competent his successors will be, nor the content of their character. It is because of this that I am preparing New Vienna to be a haven for my people who wish to flee from whatever chaos might follow the Kaiser's eventual death." When Kawita heard this, she broke out into giggles. She could not believe Arnulf was thinking so far ahead. Thus she merely sighed before nuzzling her head against the broad chest of her husband. "You are so wise, though I believe it will be many years before our Kaiser dies. You are right to assume that there could be some significant chaos within the fatherland when that happens. We are all so lucky to have you as our colonial governor. In response to this, Arnulf chuckled as he grabbed hold of his wife and child and dragged them into his embrace. Perhaps Berengar's successor will be a greater man than himself, or perhaps he would be a bloodthirsty tyrant. Whatever might be the case, Arnulf intended for his own successor to have the same vision of peace and prosperity for the colonies in North Vinland that he had sought to establish. After all, he was well aware that Berengar intended New Vienna to be the first of many such settlements. Chapter 633, Battle of the Three Armies Part 50. In the Holy Land, a total of the three armies were gathered in the fields outside the city of Acre. The first and most powerful of these armies belonged to the mighty Byzantine Empire. Despite its technological advantage, it was a small force of roughly 5,000 men in total. The Byzantines had not bothered to send the bulk of their forces to this battle, and instead chose a small elite brigade of infantry who was equipped with rifled flintlocks, bayonets, and mirror-pattern armor. Supporting this infantry brigade was a single artillery battalion which made use of the 14-17-12 PDR field guns which the German army had long since replaced, refurbished and sold to their allies. Unlike the German army, these weapons were not issued explosive shells, rather solid projectiles and canister shot. The second largest army present was the Timurid army, which consisted of roughly 10,000 men. They were equipped with medieval weapons and armor. However, their forces varied in the use of infantry, archers, cavalry, and skirmishers. The Timurid Empire had yet to witness, or adapt to, the new era of warfare that had arisen in Europe as a result of Berengar's interference in the timeline. Finally, there was the Crusader army, which comprised an English detachment, a French force, and the Knights Hospitaller. These men were equipped with medieval pattern armor, but their weapons were more advanced than their Muslim counterparts. Matchlock firearms were common among the Crusader forces, employed as both arquebuses and primitive muskets. They were also supported by their own artillery, which came in the form of falconets and sakers, though they were fewer than the cannons brought by the Byzantines. In total, the Crusaders had roughly 15,000 men, making them numerically on par with their enemies. One could say the fact that the English and French crowns who were at war with each other for decades were now fighting side by side was a miracle. One that resulted from the threat that the German Empire posed to the Catholic world at large. Despite the enmity between the two realms, they were not brothers in arms in the war against the heretics, and because of that, they had put their differences aside for the sake of this campaign. Aubrey had a smirk on his face as he gazed upon the hostile armies that had gathered in the distance. He was fairly certain that their army would be victorious. Though the numbers were the same between the two armies, they had more firearms than their enemies. Aubrey had witnessed how effective these weapons were in the field, and because of that, he believed the Crusaders would be victorious. Thus, he decided to make a friendly wager with his English rival. "Tell me, Lawrence, how much are you willing to bet that my knights outperform your poorly trained and equipped forces?" When Lawrence heard this, he scoffed, wanting to ignore the little boy king. But Aubrey did not know when to quit. Instead, he tried to seduce his rival across the pond. "What? No response? Don't tell me you've fallen for me? Very well. I swear to God in heaven that if my forces fail to outperform yours, I will submit to you and become your lawful wedded wife." Lawrence could not believe what he was hearing. Was this boy right in the head? He had every desire to backhand his French counterpart across the face, but instead chose to calm his nerves before lecturing Aubrey for his choice of words. "Who the hell wants you as a wife? I'll wager 15 tons of silver that England will prove to be the most valuable asset in this battle." Aubrey pouted when he heard this before accepting the deal. After all, his comment about becoming Lawrence's wife was a mere joke. For the animosity between the two kings could not be reconciled. Meanwhile, the Grand Master of the Hospitaller Order gazed at the two European kings with fury in his eyes. Could they be any more blasphemous in the Holy Land? Thus, he chose to rebuke them for their foolishness. "Can you two behave yourselves for a single moment? We are about to go into the field of battle in the name of God. Your blasphemy will not be tolerated." In response to this, Lawrence remained silent, and Aubrey chose to stick out his tongue when the Grand Master wasn't looking. While the Crusader leaders were bickering with one another about whose forces would prove to be the most capable, the Byzantine and Timurid commanders had a far more cordial conversation. On the Byzantine side, the strategos of Palestine himself was in command of the army. He was a relatively young yet powerful nobleman who had a proud lineage. Though he was not as capable as Palladius or the late Arethusa, he was one of the more trusted members of Vetrani's court. This man's name was Avenus Diogenes, and he had a wicked grin on his face as he gazed upon the Crusader army, with the Sultan of the Timurid Empire by his side. "I never thought I would fight side by side with a Muslim against a Christian army." Solon gazed over towards his Byzantine counterpart with a pitiful expression. It must be the end of days for Christians to turn on their own brothers in favor of their Muslim neighbors. It was because of this that he wore a wry smile as he made a jest towards the Byzantine strategos. If it makes you feel better, you could always call off this alliance and backstab us in the heat of battle. When Avienus heard this, he broke out into laughter. They both knew such a thing was not an option. They had committed to peace in the Middle East, and the Catholics were now intruding on that peace. If the Byzantine Empire were to betray the Timurids after coming to such an extensive compromise, none of their neighbors nor allies would ever trust them again. Thus Avienus merely replies with a witty remark of his own. Do you want to read more chapters? If you insist. After saying this, he did not wait for a response and instead snapped the reins of his horse, propelling him forward to the front of his army, as he issued a speech hoping to rally his soldiers together against the common enemy their feeble alliance was forced to contend with. It is by the wisdom of the emperor that we now find ourselves fighting side by side with our former enemies. Peace has finally come to the Holy Land, and it is our sworn duty to defend it. The Catholics have come to intrude on that peace, and in doing so, force their heretical beliefs on every one of you. It is time for us to show our old rivals to the West that we are not the dying dog they think we are. For glory, for the Empire, for the Holy Land. After this brief but powerful speech was concluded, the horde of Byzantine soldiers lifted their weapons into the air and called out to their commander in the same words he had spoken. For glory, for the Empire, for the Holy Land. Upon seeing his speech had heightened the morale of his soldiers, Avienus issued the order to march towards the enemy army and begin the battle. Forward march. Similarly, on the Crusaders' side, the Grand Master of the Hospitaller Order gave his speech to rally his soldiers into battle. Centuries ago, we bled to ensure that the Holy Land returned to the hands of Christendom. At the time, the treaty we had made with the Byzantine Empire had clearly stated that the Holy Land would forever be a part of their empire, ensuring that Christians of all denominations could have safe passage on their pilgrimage. The current emperor has spit on those agreements, negotiating with the Saracens and heretics alike to establish a false state, where Muslims are free to harm the followers of Christ with impunity. Today we come together, as many kingdoms united under Christ, to drive the Saracens and the heretics from the Holy Land and reclaim it for Christendom. God wills it. The moment the Grand Master of the Hospitaller Order concluded his speech, the soldiers in his army raised their weapons in the air and chanted their battle cry thrice. God wills it. God wills it. God wills it. With the two opposing sides completing their rallying cries, the three armies began to march into the field. This battle would be the first of many during the last crusade to the Holy Land, and would determine which faction had the most favorable start. Should the Byzantine and Timurid alliance fail here in the fields outside Acre, the Crusaders would have a mighty stronghold for themselves to prepare for their campaign. Should the Byzantine and Timurid empires trounce the Crusader forces, the Crusaders would be forced back to the sea, where they would have to search for a new landing point. Thus, this battle would determine the course of the entire war. Chapter 634. German Expansion. It had been days since the battle at the German fortress had occurred. Since then, Berengar had marched his forces into the jungle with a plot to conquer the Aztec Empire. At the moment, the German emperor rode on the back of his mighty red steed. In one hand was the reins to his horse, and in the other was a leash tied to the Aztec princess' neck. He had set out from his fortress with only 500 men in tow. Among these soldiers were 2 infantry companies, and an artillery battalion which had split its 6 guns into 2 Mk2 Schmidt guns, 2 revolving cannons, and 2 7.5 cm Fk-22 field guns. As for the remaining 500 men, they were split into 2 units. These 2 units were the garrison tasked with protecting the German fortress that had been established on the coastline, as well as a logistics unit, designed to resupply Berengar's small force with munitions and other necessary equipment to continue the fight. Plexicli had a flushed face as she held her head low in embarrassment. Her hands were tied behind her back and she was forced to march with a leash around her neck, following the German emperor as if she were his greatest prize. Berengar paid no attention to the complex emotions that were all over the woman's face as he dragged her through the woods. The Aztec princess could not help but stare at Berengar's back with bitter hatred. This man had enslaved her, and she was not content with such a fate. After all, despite everything that had occurred, she was still a princess, and more importantly, a warrior. Despite this resentment, she could do nothing but obey her commands. After several hours of marching, Berengar came across a small town which had makeshift fortifications around it. The German emperor was cautious with his approach, and first sent out scouts, who returned to his position with their report. My Kaiser, it appears that several thousand of the survivors from the last battle are stationed in this village. Many of them are wounded. What should we do? A cruel smirk appeared on Berengar's face as he issued his orders. Take cover on the hilltop above. We will use the rough terrain as our firing position. After we have set up our guns, we will rain fire upon the village, until there are no survivors. Upon receiving their orders, the German army circumvented the town and rose into the hills above. The artillery quickly set their guns up into the most advantageous position above the village, while the infantry surrounded them, creating a large barrier of soldiers who intended to protect their comrades with their lives. As for Berenger, he dismounted from his horse, dragging the Aztec princess with him behind a cliff, using a rock outcropping as cover. Berenger withdrew his cavalry carbine from his horse's saddle. As a man who was currently acting as a hussar, Berenger had access to 3 weapons: his cavalry saber, his 1422 service revolver, and his Kar-22, which was a G-22 redesigned as a cavalry carbine. Berenger ensured that his rifle was loaded, and the safety was off before giving the command to his troops to launch their attack. Open fire. With this command, a barrage of 6 guns went off, targeting the village below where the remnants of the Aztec army remained. In particular, the explosive artillery pieces targeted the buildings that were believed to house the wounded. After all, with the natives' level of medicine, they were all dead men anyway, and it was better to put them out of their misery. The moment the native warriors heard the thunderous echo of the guns, they knew they had been followed. Thus, it was no surprise when they tried to hide within the buildings, foolishly believing that they would be protected from the explosive shells. Sadly, this was not the case, and many of the men who hid were buried alive, as their stone houses collapsed on top of them. Screams filled the air as the rooftops of the stone buildings crumbled into their inhabitants. Try as they might, there was simply no hiding from the overwhelming firepower of the German army. When the Aztecs realized this, they knew there was only one chance of survival, and that was to confront the foreign soldiers who were attacking them. In an act of desperation, the remaining Aztec warriors charged from their hiding places and ran towards the hilltop where the German soldiers lay in wait for them. When Berenger saw this, he carefully aimed his carbine before squeezing the trigger, sending a round into the chest of a man who was trying to climb atop the hill, the moment the massive .4570 projectile punched through the man's chest. He fell from the ledge onto his comrades below. Having killed his target, Berenger quickly pulled back the bolt of his rifle, ejecting the spent cartridge, before shoving a spare into the chamber and slamming the bolt forward. While the infantry aimed towards those who were rising onto the hillside, the explosive artillery focused their blasts on the village, thoroughly blasting apart any semblance of structures. As for the hand-cranked machine guns, they opened fire on the Aztec warriors alongside the infantry. With the 2 guns combined, 400 bullets rushed out of their 20 barrels in the span of a minute and into the climbing horde, cutting down anyone unfortunate enough to be hit by its massive lead spray. Do you want to read more chapters? Despite the fact that there were thousands of Aztec warriors who had survived the battle and escaped to this village, the Germans held a superior position with overwhelming firepower. It was because of this that the enemy had a hard time reaching the German soldiers. A few brave warriors climbed their way to the top of the cliff, preparing to strike the enemy with their obsidian weapons. However, the Germans were prepared for this, and merely poked out their rifles, shoving their sharp steel bayonets into the torsos of the Aztec warriors, before pushing them down onto the rising tide. The padded armor of the Aztecs was no match for the German bayonets. A few of the smarter warriors tossed their atlatls towards the German position. However, their effect was limited. Because the Germans were taking cover behind rock cropping, and were in a prone position while firing, at most the stone spears would clang against the steel helmet of a German Marine, before deflecting elsewhere. All this accomplished was making these men a priority target as the German Marines aimed their rifles towards the ranged warriors and blasted holes in their torsos, claiming their lives in the process. As the battle raged, Berenger noticed Tlexicli trying to escape. Before she could manage to do so, he yanked on her leash, which was wrapped around her forearm, and dragged her into the dirt, where he climbed on top of the Aztec princess and pinned her to the ground, using his own body as a shield to protect her from the missile fire. After all, he was wearing body armor that could protect his vitals, and she was unarmored. Tlexicli was forced to bear the weight of Berengar's body, while she watched as her captor expertly reloaded his weapon on top of her and fired at her people. She was completely and totally helpless to do anything other than bear witness to the gruesome scene. As a jaguar warrior herself, she was well accustomed to bloodshed, but this was no battle. It was simply a massacre. Eventually, the artillery ceased their fire, as the ruined village was left with thousands of dead bodies. Any more fire would simply be a waste of munitions. As for the German infantry, they too halted their fire as they gazed upon the scene of the slaughter. Below their hill were a sea of corpses, and those who survived were quickly gunned down for sport. When Tlexicli gazed upon the scene, she now understood why Berenger had been so confident, with only a few hundred soldiers at his command. She could hardly believe that so few men had ruthlessly slaughtered an army. After Berenger had ensured that the area was secured, he lifted the woman up from the ground and dusted the dirt from her torso. The woman stared at him with resentment in her eyes. She could not believe that the Germans had killed so many of her people in a matter of minutes. She was afraid to ask what Berengar's next plans was. Luckily, she did not have to, as Berenger issued a command to his soldiers. "We will hold up in the village until our munitions are resupplied. Afterward we will move on to the next village on our path to the capital. I dare to see the Aztec emperor deny my request with so many of his people slaughtered. After saying this, Berenger dragged Tlexicli into the ruined village and tied her to a post, ensuring that she could not flee. The woman was filled with indignation as she gazed upon the bloodshed that had just occurred. If what Berenger said was true, this was the first of many such massacres that would come in the following days. Chapter 635. Battle of the Three Armies Part LL. In the fields outside the city of Acre, tens of thousands of soldiers marched towards each other. On one side was the mighty Crusader army composed of 15,000 men, on the other was the Byzantine-Timurid alliance, which held an equal number of soldiers. While the infantry marched towards one another with killing intent, the artillery had begun to open fire on their adversaries. The Byzantine artillery officers were well disciplined, having received their training from German military advisors. The individual members of the artillery batteries loaded their weapons from the muzzle, before lighting the linstock and using it to ignite the cannon. With a thunderous echo, the cannonballs rained onto the Crusader armies, blasting bodies apart as they burrowed their way through the enemy ranks. Aubrey was not the kind of man to lead his troops from the front. Rather, he, like his English counterpart, stayed safely behind their own lines and observed the battle as it took place in the field below. The boy king could not help but exclaim in shock as he witnessed the carnage inflicted on the Crusader armies by the superior Byzantine artillery. He pouted lightly as he condemned Berenger for selling him bad goods. That German bastard. If I had known the cannons he sold me were inferior to his allies, I would have never bothered paying full price. As he said this, another bombardment struck the Crusader lines, turning men into meat paste. However, because they were not explosive shells, the cannonballs were far less effective than the artillery that the German army had at its command. King Lawrence merely scoffed when he heard this before scolding the boy for his own stupidity. What? Did you honestly expect Berenger to sell you, a hostile neighbor, the same weapons that he sells to his allies? You're more foolish than I thought. Despite his harsh words, the English king was more worried about what was happening with the Byzantine infantry. While the Timurid soldiers approached the Crusaders' armies with religious fervor, the Byzantine musketeers had stayed behind and guarded the artillery, firing their rifled muskets at great distances into the enemy ranks, unwilling to approach the front lines while using their superior range advantage against the Crusader forces. The volley fire performed by the Byzantine musketeers, who reloaded their guns as quickly as they could, ruthlessly cut the English, French, and Hospitaller forces down in massive swaths. Because they were lacking in quick loading tubes, it took the Byzantines well over 10 seconds to load their guns before firing. However, despite this, they were still faster than the enemy arquebusiers, who still were not within range of firing their weapons. When the English king saw this overwhelming range advantage, he called out to the Crusader artillery and issuing them new orders. Focus your guns on the Byzantines. The Timurids are not a threat. Do you want to read more chapters? With this command, the Crusader artillery shifted the aim of their guns onto the smaller forces of the Byzantine Empire and fired their cannonballs into the enemy position. The Byzantines had not prepared proper fortifications and instead felt the sting of the 1- and 6-pound cannonballs rip through their ranks at high velocity. When Aubrey saw this command being issued, he realized that the biggest threat to their army was the 5,000 Byzantines. As for the Timurid soldiers, they were merely your standard medieval force, and against the mighty guns of the Crusader army could easily fall by the wayside. Despite the cannon fire targeting the Byzantine forces, they continued to load their weapons and fire at the charging enemy, who were desperately trying to approach the firing range of their smoothbore weapons. Eventually, they succeeded in their endeavors, despite the literal piles of bodies that formed at their feet. Those who were armed with firearms quickly formed ranks and fired a volley on the Byzantine and Timurid forces, ruthlessly cutting down their front lines. The reality was that advanced firearms like muskets were a relatively new technology that had only recently spread to the rest of Europe in limited capacity. This was thanks to the influence Berenger had on the timeline. The downside of this was that none of the armies present really had any field practice with their weapons, having only really used them against inanimate targets. It is because of this that both sides lacked proper tactics for how to most effectively wield their weapons. Thus, the generals of both factions merely lined their soldiers up and fired at one another. As for the Timurids, they could only overwhelm the volume of fire with sheer numbers, and because of this, the soldiers of the Muslim Empire recklessly charged into the Crusader lines and collided with them, forcing them into melee combat. Aubrey smiled as he witnessed this. Even though he had armed a substantial amount of his levies with matchlock firearms, he still had several heavily armored knights who took the vanguard the moment the battle turned into a melee fight. He noticed a particularly tall French knight thrusting his sword through the heart of a Timurid warrior, spilling the man's blood onto the sand beneath his feet, and kicking the corpse over. This man was one of the Aubrey's lovers, and nothing turned him on more than watching one of his men dominate on the battlefield. Thus, the French king licked his lips as he gazed at the gory scene. However, in the next minute he watched in horror as the man was gunned down by several mini-balls that had been fired at his position by the Byzantine musketeers, who continued to stay back and use their ranged advantage in the chaotic melee. The tall French knight fell to his knees in shock as he bled through his breastplate before collapsing onto the field of bodies. Aubrey could not help but cry out in tears as he witnessed the death of one of his many lovers. Shock, no. When the English king heard this, he looked at the feminine king and scoffed at him before making a comment at Aubrey's expense. So, I take it he was one of your lovers? Don't worry, you can always find another. Aubrey did not take this insult well and immediately stared at King Lawrence with a hateful gaze. Shut your mouth. Upon hearing this, the English king merely smirked before turning his attention back to the battlefield. Smoke and blood filled the air as the rear lines of the Crusader army opened fire on the Timurid forces, cutting them down in a symphony of bloodshed. By now, the Muslims had lost over half their forces and were beginning to panic. They had not expected the enemy's firearms to be so effective. Gunshots continued to roar in the air, but despite the significant range advantage of the Byzantine armies, their Crusader rivals simply had too many firearms employed by its forces. The moment they closed the gap, they would open fire on both the Byzantine and Timurid forces. Every arquebusier who fell was replaced by a pikeman within their ranks who merely scavenged a firearm and used it himself. It was becoming increasingly clear that if something did not change soon, the tides of war would fall within the Crusaders' favor. Unfortunately, as the Byzantine and Timurid forces were struggling to maintain their ranks, a horn of war blew in the distance and the Crusader cavalry appeared on a hill above. Evidently, the Knights of the Red Dragon had arrived at the scene, led by their Grand Master, who was carrying something akin to a cavalry carbine in his arms. The Knights of the Red Dragon were one of the many Crusader orders formed by the Catholic Church in an attempt to counter the growing threat of the Berenger heresy. Since its inception, its Grand Master had been obsessed with firearms and had been one of the leading contributors in their development. This army of knights were fully equipped with such weapons, and rushed down from the hilltop above with their matchlock carbines, and rained fire upon the Byzantine and Timurid forces, collapsing what little resistance that had managed to muster. With the arrival of more Crusaders, and the volleys they fired into the enemy's ranks, the Byzantine and Timurid armies found themselves overwhelmed. Eventually, the strategos of Palestine issued a retreat. Retreat. Retreat to Acre. Those who could do so began to rout as the Red Dragon cavalry swept by them with blades in hand, cutting down those who could not escape their pursuit. The French and English kings gazed in awe at their victory. Throughout the entire battle, they had a lingering suspicion that they would be defeated, but those worries appeared to be moot. With this defeat, the Byzantine and Timurid soldiers who survived the battle would retreat to the nearby city of Acre, where they would be forced to defend it in a siege. Though the field battle had been won by the Crusader forces, it would be pointless if they failed to take the city. Thus, the upcoming weeks would be filled with fierce conflict, as both sides battled for supremacy within the Holy Land. Chapter 636. Troubles in the East. Chandra Tamara stood within the confines of the royal palace of Anangpur with his eyes wide in shock. He had just now received reports of what had transpired in the Holy Land of the Abrahamic religions. He could not believe his eyes as he read the words One-Eyed Emperor written on the scroll within his hands. While he had been aware for some time that the mighty Timurid Empire was planning to reclaim their Holy Land from the Byzantine Empire, he had never expected that a strange power further west could unite its people into a single realm, and its leader would convince the warring factions in the Mediterranean to put down their arms and unite against a common enemy. Most shocking, this mysterious one-eyed monarch was from the realm he had once sent his son to as a diplomat, something Ishvar had failed to inform him of. If this was true, then the prophecy was close to being fulfilled. It was only a matter of time before this man led his hordes into India and destroyed what little remained of his family's empire. He had no choice, though he intended to lock away his niece until the troubling times had passed. The appearance of a one-eyed warlord meant that time was running out. If he wanted to prevent his people's fate, he would have to do the unthinkable. He had to kill the princess. However, Chandra was a shrewd man, and he knew if he got rid of the girl the wrong way, it would arouse suspicion. He needed to slowly poison her, so that she grew sick and died of what appeared to be illness. Thus, he immediately called for his court alchemist to prepare the ingredients to assassinate the Anangpur princess. The court alchemist was an old and wise man with bronze skin and gray hair. When brought to the regent of the empire, he bowed his head respectfully before inquiring about the sudden meeting. Your Majesty, it is the greatest honor for a man such as myself to assist in whatever ails you. However, I must admit it is a strange hour of the night to be discussing such things. Perhaps you are incapable of sleeping? I'm sure I have a cure for that. However, this was not the case, and instead Chandra brought the man in close as he whispered about his dastardly plot to assassinate his niece. Ranjit, my old friend, what I am about to ask you to do is of the utmost importance for the safety of our realm. However, I need it to be conducted with complete and total secrecy. Can I trust you to do this on my behalf? The elderly alchemist stroked his beard for a few moments before nodding his head in agreement. If you have come to me for help in this matter, then it must not be something simple. Please enlighten me on how I can assist you. In a whispering voice, Chandra revealed the extension of his plot. I need you to find a poison that will slowly, over time, degrade a person's health until it comes to a point where it appears they die of sickness. This process needs to take months or even years and show no sign after death that the body has been poisoned. Can you do this for me? The man reflected on the astonishing demand for several moments before nodding his head in affirmation of his abilities. It won't be easy, but I can accomplish the task. However, I have to ask, who am I poisoning? Upon hearing this response, Chandra shook his head before ensuring that his plot was handled on a need-to-know basis. He could not very well trust the elderly alchemist to poison the young princess if he was aware of her identity. Do you want to read more chapters? You leave that up to me. Just know that this individual will bring great destruction to our empire if left to their own devices. However, their identity is complicated and thus they must be eliminated covertly. Do you understand? It took several moments for the alchemist to respond. He did not like the idea of poisoning a target without knowing who they were or what kind of threat they posed. However, if the matter was really as important as Chandra claimed, then he supposed he had no choice but to accept the position. Thus, with a heavy sigh, the man named Ranjit agreed to the regent's demands. Very well, I understand. I will do what you require from me. I will acquire the poison. As for how it is delivered, that is up for you to decide. After hearing this, a wide smile formed on Chandra's lips as he practically celebrated his victory in that moment. If the princess was not alive to lure the one-eyed warlord to their domain, then the prophecy could be prevented. He quickly thanked the man for his service before departing. Thank you, Ranjit. I knew I could count on you. After saying this, Chandra quickly got to task on the other portions of his assassination scheme. As for the princess in question, she was currently locked within her room, where her brother Daria was visiting. Princess Priya Tamara hugged her brother tightly. It was not often that the boy could sneak into her quarters and spend time with his sister. He could tell by how thin she was that she was not being properly fed. Her disheveled appearance was heartbreaking for the boy emperor to see. Priya, so much time has passed and you are still not growing. I have no choice. If uncle will not feed you properly, then I will have to smuggle in your meals myself. I can no longer sit by and watch that old bastard punish you for no reason. Though I still lack the strength to overthrow his rule, I swear one day he will pay for his crimes. The young girl smiled as she heard her brother promise to avenge her. However, she was more interested in hearing about that legendary land that her cousin Ishvar had visited years ago, and thus inquired about it. Tell me about it again, that mythical land to the west that cousin Ishvar visited. The boy emperor sighed when he heard this. Every time he visited his sister, this was all she wanted to hear about. However, despite his reluctance to talk about the story once more, he ultimately conceded. Considering the tale of their cousin's journey brought her so much hope, Daria felt it would be cruel to deny the girl what little happiness she had in this cruel world. According to Ishvar, he traveled far to the west across the Timurid Empire, and even the gates of Byzantium, entering a land called Austria. Their capital was a city of technological wonders which he had taken a magical carriage through the mountains in order to visit. Supposedly, this carriage could fit hundreds of people, and completely operated with no beasts of burden. Upon his arrival to the capital of this mysterious city, he noticed that the people there had pale skin, golden hair, and blue eyes. Even the common people were dressed in such luxurious attire that it made our cousin envious. The palace of this kingdom was magnificent. He said it was over 3 times the size of our own, and filled with marvelous paintings and luxurious tapestries. It even had a garden that was rivaled only by the heavens. Ishvar says that a benevolent one-eyed man, who, despite his disfigurement, was still handsome and charming, rules this kingdom. This king used his power and wealth to help his people prosper, and was loved by all within his domain. Priya's emerald eyes glistened with interest as she heard the tale for the 1000th time. As always, she asked a simple question when it came to this part of the story. What was this one-eyed man's name? Upon hearing this question yet again, Daria sighed heavily before revealing what he was told by his cousin. Berenger von Kufstein. They say he was a man who rose from the low nobility to the position of a mighty king who all of his neighbors envied. Supposedly now he has expanded his borders and created a vast empire in the center of the land known as Europe. Despite his wealth, he still focuses on investing in his empire so that he can form a peaceful and prosperous land where his people can thrive. This land is now called the German Empire and is said to be the most powerful realm in the world. The young princess slowly drifted off to sleep as her brother told her the story of Ishvar's journey to the west. Once she was out cold, he lifted her up and placed her on her cot, where he covered her with what little sheets she had. Sweet dreams, my little sister. After saying this, Daria left the girl's quarters. struggling to come up with a solution to usurp power from his uncle. If he did not, then it was only a matter of time before his sister met a disastrous fate. He was completely unaware that the man had already planned to poison the girl into an early grave. Chapter 637. The War for Tomatoes begins. While Berengar led his forces in a campaign against the Aztec Empire, his former Grand Admiral was now the colonial governor of the German colony of New Swabia, in the land that was once known as Venezuela in Berengar's past life. Unlike the German military stronghold which was placed on the coast of Mexico, this was a full-fledged colony that had been operating for some time. Until now, the fatherland had sunken substantial cost into the colony, with little in terms of material gain aside from potatoes. The expenditure reports were giving Emmerich a headache, who now wondered if this colony was a failure. After all, not a day went by without some kind of skirmish with the natives. By now, the Germans had trained several captives to become translators, and despite their best attempts to communicate with the natives, the locals continued to show their hostility. The reason was simple. The Germans had brought with them diseases from the old world that the people of this land were unaccustomed to. In the time since their arrival, a pestilence had spread across the native tribes, ravaging their populations. Thus, the natives despised the Germans, believing them to be the bringers of the apocalypse, and had destined themselves to fight until the last man standing against their foreign invaders. Thus, no peaceful resolution could be negotiated. With this in mind, Emmerich had enacted a shoot-on-sight policy to eliminate any native they came across in order to thin their numbers and reduce the ambushes that the German soldiers continued to suffer. With this policy in place, scouting parties could march deeper into the Andes and discover many new products. Among these discoveries was the tomato plant, which Emmerich was currently staring at on his desk. "You're saying they're completely edible and in abundance within the region?" When the scout heard this, he quickly nodded his head in excitement. Before answering the colonial governor, "We still don't know if they will grow in the fatherland's climate, but at the very least we can grow them here. I can only imagine the many complex dishes that can be made with these. I've heard rumors that the emperor loves food, and I bet he would find some good use for these vegetables." Emmerich nodded his head in response to this. He was well aware of Berengar's habits of overindulging with his favorite dishes. Sometimes he swore the man was sailing around the world solely so he can experience the taste of the world's best food. He did not doubt that one day the man would sail to Asia just to experience its cuisine. If these things actually tasted good, then surely Berengar would be interested in them. However, they already had a hard enough time explaining where potatoes and tobacco came from. To add another foreign product to the diet of the Germans would surely arouse suspicions by their people and those who visited their markets. Ultimately, only the Kaiser could decide whether these plants made their way to the fatherland. It was simply out of Emmerich's control. However, what he could decide on was whether his people grew these strange vegetables within the colony. Thus, Emmerich took a bite from the fresh tomato, willing to sample its taste. After a few moments, he nodded his head before approving of their cultivation. "Gather as many of these as you can and grow them in the colony. I will alert this matter to the Kaiser when I am next able. As for the meantime, we will begin producing them ourselves. After all, the more food we can grow here, the better we can sustain ourselves." The scout had a wide smile on his face as he nodded his head. He quickly departed from the villa and relayed the orders to his troops. The war for tomatoes had just begun. After all, the indigenous people of the Andes were not just going to let them pick the tomatoes without a fight. Days had passed since Emmerich had given the order, and rain fell down upon the German soldiers who had marched deep into the Andes in search of tomatoes. These soldiers were on high alert, as the natives had a tendency to ambush them at any moment, hiding behind rocks, cliffs, and the thick foliage waiting for their prey to enter the range of their attacks. The scout in charge of the German troops knew the villages in this area were cultivating tomatoes, and it was because of this that he had planned to raid them. Since there was no peaceful contact between the Germans and natives, it was just better to take what they desired and leave a pile of corpses in their wake. As the Germans crossed the mountains, they soon found themselves in a range of the nearest village. The captain of the scouting company gazed into the distance through his binoculars and confirmed his target. After seeing that tomatoes were in abundance within this village, he quickly relayed his orders to the soldiers beneath his command. "All right, set up the mortars on the hill. The rest of you fix your bayonets and prepare for battle. Make sure not to damage the crops." The soldiers beneath the captain's command nodded their heads as they did what they were instructed. Each platoon had its own mortar team where they set up their weapon on the hill above. They quickly launched their projectiles at the unsuspecting village, setting its huts ablaze. Before the villagers could even react, explosions were set off at the residential areas, tearing their houses apart and spreading fire across the village. The people began to panic as they quickly rushed from their homes, and in doing so ran right into the iron sights of the German soldiers, who ruthlessly fired their rifles at the native civilians. It was almost impossible to tell the warriors from the civilians apart in these villages. as they were often one and the same. It was because of this the colonial governor had ordered for their attacks to be ruthless, eliminating all the men and boys, while capturing the women and girls. As the bullets hit their mark, bodies were blasted apart and fell into a pool of their own blood. Those who could muster their courage charged at the German lines. However, it was no use. The length of the rifles in the German hands, combined with the size of their bayonets, allowed for an easy slaughter, as the German soldiers cut down those foolish enough to fight them. Before long, they massacred the village, with a few women and children being rallied in the center. The soldiers bound them up as prisoners as they had orders to bring them back to the colony. Aside from killing the men and boys of a raided village, another command was given, which was the capture of women and young girls who survived the battlefield. Their purpose? To be used as colonial concubines when they came of age, so that the colony could raise its numbers. Unlike the northern colony of New Vienna, New Swabia had a desperate shortage of manpower. They simply did not have the labor to build and sustain the mines. Since slavery had been outlawed by decree of the Kaiser, Emmerich had to get creative in how he operated his colony. Though it might take a generation, they would have plenty of young men to work for the greater good of the colony in a few decades. Of course, Berenger was completely unaware of this practice, as he was currently fighting a war in Mexico. However, it was only a matter of time before the crown found out about this. In the meantime, the soldiers ran across the village and captured as many tomatoes as they could, forcing the women to carry them in wicker baskets down the mountains and to the colony as they reaped the spoils of their slaughter. The leader of the scouts gazed one last time on the destruction wrought upon the native population and merely sighed before shaking his head. If the native people had just cooperated like they had in New Vienna, perhaps they would have been spared such a cruel fate. Unfortunately, colonialism was a brutal endeavor, and the mistreatment of the native populace was often the cost of the wealth that came with it. After all, not every governor would be as diplomatic and tolerant as Arnulf was. The scout could only sigh in defeat. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the natives could only blame themselves for not being powerful enough to stop the foreign invaders. There were a finite amount of resources on this planet, and sooner or later, each culture would fight for control over them. Such was the way of life. This was a destiny that mankind could only escape when they ascended to the stars above. Having gazed upon the senseless slaughter, the scout returned his attention to the long march home. They had gotten what they came for. Now they could only hope that the colony of New Swabia would grow and prosper under the reign of its new colonial governor. Chapter 638. Shattered Bonds. Within the capital of the German Empire, Linda and Adela, the two empresses were sitting in a room having a civil discussion. It had been some time since the dynamic duo had been on their honeymoon. Yet Adela could remember that last night as clear as day. Her hands trembled as she recalled the lustful stare that the filthy savage had as he held her hostage. If not for Berenger, she likely would have suffered a fate worse than death. Linda, on the other hand, was much more relaxed as she took a sip from her coffee. She had much life and death encounters in her life, even before she hooked up with Berenger. She was a tool of intrigue for her father, and had risked her safety time and again to spy on Lothar's enemies. Thus, the experience was not as terrifying for her as it was for Adela. Noticing the chaotic expression on Adela's face as the two sat together and discussed the event, Linda reached out and grabbed the girl's dainty hand with her own. She wore a pretty smile as she assured Adela that everything was going to be okay. Adela, you're shaking. Was the event really so traumatic that you can't get over it? Adela gazed out the window, unwilling to meet Lindy's gaze. The relationship between the two of them was extremely complicated. For so many years, they had been bitter rivals. Yet recently they had become intimate with one another, with Linda being the more dominant personality of the two. If anything, something akin to a friendship was beginning to form between them. It was because of this that Adela thought perhaps she could trust Linda with her feelings, and had thus decided to meet with her in private. It was not the first time I'd seen such a bloody scene. While I was in Granada with Berenger many years ago, we came close to death. Yet he was as calm as could be. He was even eating his food as a slaughter took place around us, as if nothing was out of his control. However, the look on his face when he saw that savage warrior holding me hostage, I have never seen him so furious before, except maybe once. I think that terrifying expression is what haunts me the most. Does Berenger really have such hatred contained deep in his heart? It was as if he was more concerned about killing the savage than he was saving me. Linda merely scoffed when she heard Adela's complaints before giving the girl some genuine advice. Berenger is a bloodthirsty tyrant. I thought you knew this when you married him? It's exactly what makes me so in love with him. His willingness to challenge the world and exert his authority at all times, his overbearing nature. I can't get enough of it. I wonder if God himself could compel Berenger to kneel before him. Then again, I suppose if he couldn't, he wouldn't be omnipotent now, would he? As far as your concerns go, Berenger would never harm a hair on your head. He cares for you, but I think your arrogant attitude vexed him, and that is what drove him to be a bit cruel towards you. Adela sighed and nodded her head as she drank from her coffee. The young empress realized she may have been a bit of a prude, and even worse, an arrogant bitch for the first few years of her marriage. She realized now that her pious attitude had driven a wedge between her and Berenger and had actively sought to remedy in recent years. Adela gritted her hands in envy as she revealed her inner feelings to her oldest rival. I despised you, you know that, right? When Linda heard this, her brow raised slightly before she nodded her head. I am aware. In response to this answer, Adela placed her cup of coffee down on the table before asking a question. Do you know why? A smug smile etched itself upon Lindy's pretty lips as she nodded her head before responding in a haughty tone. You were jealous. It was quite obvious. Adela's cheeks immediately flushed red when she realized she had been seen through. She sighed heavily, releasing the stress in her fingers as she revealed the dark feelings she had towards Linda all these years. Yes, I was envious. You and Berenger had such a great relationship, and he clearly cared more about you than he did me. Even though he made me his first wife, you were always the woman he went to when he wanted companionship. Even Honoria knows this. I felt like you had stolen his heart from me, but the truth was, it never lied to me to begin with. You were always his favorite and always will be. I had even thought of having you killed a few times, but I knew that would only drive Berenger mad, and he would probably have me executed if I somehow succeeded. Lindy's brow raised once more in curiosity. She knew most of this, but was surprised to hear just how much Adela had hated her over the years. She could not help but ask the question on her mind. Why are you telling me this? Adela sighed before taking another sip of her coffee. It was only after she had finished the drink that she worked up the courage to tell Linda the truth. Because I want you to know that I have come to accept it. I will never be Berengar's favorite, but I can at least find joy being by his side, the same way Honoria and Yasmin do. However, it is because of this that I want you to do me a favor. Linda was now exceptionally curious about what it was that Adela had planned to ask of her and thus nodded her head in silence, signaling to the girl that she should continue. With a firm tone, Adela met Lindy's gaze and professed her greatest hope. I want you to give me some alone time with Berenger, so I can try to rekindle the relationship we had in the past. I know right now he views me as his least favorable wife, and though your training has helped him increase his fondness for me, I am still lagging behind the other girls. When he returns from his war in the New World, all I ask is you let me get a head start. Linda was stunned when she heard this. After all, she had always monopolized Berengar's attention when he first came home from his many campaigns. She struggled to endure the months without him, which is one of the reasons she had turned to Honoria to satisfy her growing lust in Berengar's absence. If she could not be the first to embrace the man she loved, then she would go mad. However, she could tell that Adela was serious about fixing things between her and Berenger, and knew the only way that would happen was if they got some alone time together. Thus, the red-headed beauty could only sigh as she nodded her head in agreement with Adela's request. Just this once, I will allow it. After all, it would not be good for our household to continue the way it has been for some time. If Berenger cannot get over his bitterness towards you, it will only lead to future issues among his other wives. I will warn you though, when he returns from the New World, you will see our husband when he is at his worst. He will be rough, more than your tender ass can handle. He's just spent the last 3 months killing his way to victory, and witnessing the deaths of his comrades that doesn't just magically go away when he comes home. I have always used my special touch to calm his fury. It was Adela's turn to raise her brow in curiosity. She had no idea what Linda meant by what she had said, and was quick to ask about it. Is it possible to learn this ability? A cruel smirk appeared on Lindy's lips as she questioned what the girl was asking of her. You want me to teach you how to become a slutty, masochistic pig who solely exists for her husband to vent his emotions onto? Adela's jaw dropped when she heard exactly what it was that Linda did whenever Berenger returned home from his campaigns. She instantly had decided it was best to wait until he was in a better mood before getting some proper alone time with the man. You know what? I think I have changed my mind. I can barely handle what you put me through. If I had to endure Berengar's wrath, I think that I might really break into pieces. You can have him when he gets home. I will find some other time to mend our relationship. She knew the moment Adela heard what she really went through, the girl would back off. Thus she wore a pretty smile as she gave the young empress some comforting words. They'll make sure he's loving and kind by the time I hand him off to you. I know you love that romantic aspect of his, so you can have it this time around. Thus, the two empresses had come to an agreement on the best way to help repair the shattered bond that existed between Adela and Berenger. Chapter 639, Subjugating an Empire. Weeks had passed since Berenger first marched across the Aztec landscape, and during this time he had raided every village he came across on his journey to the capital of the Aztec Empire. Disease spread like wildfire. Not only were natives unable to cope with the sickness that accompanied the German soldiers, yet the Marines did not even bother to bury the massive piles of corpses they left behind in each village they encountered. By now, this plague had made its way to Tenochtitlan just in time for the German army to arrive at its entrance. Countless Aztecs had now come in contact with the disease, leaving them vulnerable to the German conquest. At this point, Berenger simply needed to walk through the streets of the capital with their princess in tow and declare himself victorious, which is exactly what he planned to do. The banners of the German army flew proudly in the air as roughly 500 golden-haired men strolled through the streets of the city of Tenochtitlan, its citizens not daring to get too close to the invaders. These soldiers sang one of their best marching songs, Erica, as they proudly displayed their might to the native people. Tlexicli held her head as low as possible as her people witnessed her bound and dragged by a one-eyed man who rode on the back of a beast they did not recognize. To the Aztec people, the sight of the golden-haired men entering their sacred city was as if the feathered serpent had returned from the east. Normally this would be a joyous occasion, however, instead of years of prosperity, the servants of the god brought with them thunder, death, and pestilence. The Aztec people did not know what they had done to anger the feathered serpent, but they did not dare resist their punishment. Eventually, Berengar's army strode up to the royal palace where the Aztec emperor rushed out from his home and kneeled before his conquerors who held his daughter as their prisoner. He wept tears of joy upon realizing that the girl was still alive. Surprisingly, the one-eyed man spoke his language as he made his demands. "Are you the emperor of these lands?" Itzcoatl was too afraid to raise his head in the presence of the mighty foreigners. Instead, he cowed out so low that his forehead was touching the ground. "Yes, I beg you to spare my daughter from your wrath. Whatever we have done to invoke such fury, I swear I will find a way to appease your anger." Itzcoatl had not believed it until now, but after seeing an army of 500 blonde-haired men enter his capital with strange beasts and weapons, he was positive that these men were at the very least the envoys of the feathered serpent. A cruel smile appeared on Berengar's face after he noticed the emperor was being so compliant. He quickly gave an order to him in front of his people who did not dare to approach the strange foreigners. "If you wish for your daughter to be spared and the pestilence that spread across the land to end, you will do as I command." The Aztec emperor merely nodded his head as he still kneeled before Berenger. If these men would spare his daughter and end the plague, he would be willing to do just about anything, especially since he was now certain of their divinity. Berenger, on the other hand, had every intention to milk this misconception to its fullest extent. He would make sure the Aztecs signed away their rights as a sovereign state and existed as a protectorate of his empire until the end of time. Thus, he spoke in an authoritative tone as he issued his commands to the Aztec emperor. "Very well, we shall speak in private." After saying this, he hopped down from his horse and pulled out his bayonet, which he used to cut Tlexicli's bindings. Once the girl was free, she rushed over to her father and hugged him. Tears streamed down her eyes as if they were rivers while she apologized for the trouble she had caused. "Father, I'm sorry. This is all my fault." However, Berenger did not intend for her to shatter the belief that her father had and immediately took the emperor into his palace where the two would settle the terms that would end the conflict between their two empires. Berenger and Itzcoatl sat alone as Berenger appeased the man with falsehoods built upon his misunderstandings. "My name is Berenger von Kufstein and I come from across the Atlantic Ocean, or as your people call it, the Great Sea. You could say that I am the herald of the feathered serpent and I have traveled a great distance in advance of my people to ensure that his eternal empire remains well supplied. However, when I first entered these lands, I noticed the savage acts your people engage in and it enraged me. Under the authority bestowed upon me, I decided to teach you a valuable lesson about angering the gods. Now that you have paid the price of your insolence, it is my duty to negotiate terms. I will be frank with you. The feathered serpent wishes for your empire to be subservient to the one he has built abroad during his exile. We will end the disease that has spread in these lands, and in return you will allow us to build settlements on the coast to ensure that trade between our two empires is prosperous. You will also pay a yearly tribute to the realm of the feathered serpent, also known as the German Empire, where you will give us whatever it is we desire. Whether that be gold, silver, crops, or anything else that we deem to be a valid form of payment. In exchange for this tribute, we will protect you from foreign threats that may wish to conquer your lands for themselves. As a protectorate beneath the German Empire, you will be free to rule over your lands as you see fit. However, we demand the barbaric practice of human sacrifice ends." When Itzcoatl heard these demands, he could only bow his head in silence. The one-eyed man had confirmed that he was, in fact, the herald of Quetzalcoatl. This meant that the Aztecs had no choice but to obey these demands, especially if they wanted the disease that plagued their lands to be lifted. He did not know why the feathered serpent had demanded an end to human sacrifice, but if that was his wish, he would accept it. As for Berenger, a cruel smirk curved on his lips. It was too easy to negotiate with these primitive civilizations. He was lucky he had showed up in the Aztec Empire with only blonde-haired soldiers and during a year of the reed. If not, he could not so easily enforce his demands. It was a blessing that these people believed in the divinity of their German suzerains. Such a thing would guarantee their loyalty for several generations until they evolved beyond their primitive state. The Aztec emperor finally spoke after several moments of silence, recognizing Berengar's divinity and declaring the Aztec Empire to be his humble servants. "I, Itzcoatl, emperor of the Aztec people, recognize you as the herald of the feathered serpent and hereby pledge the loyalty and service of my people to the German Empire. With this said, the Aztec Empire had officially become a protectorate belonging to Berengar and his mighty empire. In truth, the number of people he killed in this campaign was a paltry sum compared to those who died in the Spanish conquest of his past life. Tens of thousands lie dead rather than millions. Despite the brutality that Berengar had showed during his rapid conquest, the Aztec people perceived it as their punishment for angering the gods. Only Tlaxcala knew the truth about the German Empire and their humanity. However, she said nothing in fear of what Berengar might do to her people if they realized the truth. Thus, her father had given her the position of being his personal envoy to the feathered servant, meaning she would follow Berengar back to the fatherland and act as a diplomat for her people. Berengar had meant what he said. He intended to turn the Aztec Empire into a protectorate whose massive slave labor force would act as the required manpower to mine the gold, silver, iron, and other valuable resources which would be given to the fatherland as tribute. After all, despite Germany's massive growth, it still lacked the means to fully colonize the area within his lifetime. Thus, in the following months, the Germans would flood the coastline of Mesoamerica, establishing their own settlements and bringing with them basic treatment for the cold and flu symptoms that the natives were enduring. This act of benevolence would further act as proof of the German divinity in the eyes of the locals and secure German dominance in the region for years to come. As for Berengar, he intended to take the first ship back to the fatherland. He had spent far too much time in the New World and had matters of importance he had to attend to back home. His first step in securing colonies in Mesoamerica had begun, and he looked forward to his future colonial adventures. Chapter 640, Another Awkward Return Home. Weeks had passed since the Aztec Empire surrendered to the Germans, and now Berengar had returned to his homeland with Anuria and Tlaxcala in tow. For whatever reason, the Aztec princess showed no symptoms of the illnesses the Germans carried with them. Whether the great goddess of Teotihuacan granted her a blessing or she simply had an exemplary immune system, Berengar did not know. However, the moment they stepped off the docks of Trieste and into the lands of the German Empire, the Aztec princess felt as if she had entered an entirely different world. Hundreds of ships lie within the docks, many of them were naval vessels and others belonged to merchants across the globe. She had initially thought that Berengar only possessed a small fleet of such large metal vessels, but when she saw that there were dozens of such behemoths in Trieste's naval base, she nearly had a heart attack. If his navy had such power, then how insane was his army? Berengar had only dispatched 1,000 men to Mesoamerica in a rather foolish attempt could compare his feat to Hernán Cortés from his past life. While Cortés had allied with the neighbors of the mighty Aztec Empire to defeat them, Berengar used only the power of his own army and the disease he knew would spread. Berengar smiled when he saw the stunned expression on the woman's face before hinting to her that her astonishment had only just begun. "You are impressed by this? Wait until you see the trains." The woman looked at Berengar as if her understanding of the German language had suddenly dissipated from her mind. However, it was not long before the trio boarded the train to Kufstein. Tlaxcala had thought that horses were impressive as her people completely lacked beasts of burden. Yet when she stepped foot on the royal train which traveled at higher speeds than she could imagine, she practically fainted. As the Austrian landscape passed by her visage, she noticed other strange machines which were used in the massive fields of the kingdom. She could not help but satisfy her curiosity as she asked about the function of such devices. "Berengar, what are those?" The German emperor chuckled when he saw the childish look of wonder in the Aztec princess' eyes, before responding with a confident expression on his face. "Those are tractors. They are used to plow, seed, and harvest the fields. We used to rely on animal power to achieve this. However, as more tractors enter the agricultural industry, those old horse-drawn devices are now shipped to the other kingdoms of my empire or to the colonies to be used in their fields." Tlaxcala gazed upon the massive fields that took up thousands of acres across the Austrian landscape and could not believe that so much food was being produced by the German Empire. She immediately realized why she had lost the war and that in reality Berengar was being quite generous with how few of her people he killed. She could not help but ask the question in her mind as she gazed at Berengar in a new light. "Just how many men does your army have?" She had personally witnessed the sheer destructive power in the hands of the German soldiers as well as their loyalty to their emperor. However, Berengar's words completely went beyond her expectations. "In my army I have between 250 to 300,000 men. That's not including the men in the border guard, navy, and coast guard. Altogether, the armed forces of the German Empire consist of roughly 500,000 men at the moment." Tlaxcala felt like she was about to hyperventilate. Berengar had only sent 1,000 of his soldiers to the New World, excluding the naval personnel to ferry them. If he had sent a larger force, her people would have been completely slaughtered. When she came to this realization, she could only think of one question to ask him. "Tell me the truth, are you actually a god?" A fit of laughter broke the silence as Berengar and Anuria both mocked Tlaxcala for her question. The Aztec princess immediately pouted when she heard the royal couple making fun of her. After several moments, Berengar finally gave her an answer. "No, I'm not a god. However, there's no person in this world who can challenge my authority, so you could say I'm not far from being one." A look of disbelief filled on the Aztec princess' face as she heard this. What she was witnessing on this train ride had completely overturned her understanding of civilization. She immediately understood why Berengar referred to her and her people as filthy savages. Compared to the technological marvels, wealth, and power that belonged to the fatherland, her people were practically cavemen. If Germany was so much superior to her people, then the lands she sailed by probably weren't too far behind. She immediately became thankful that Berenger had demanded for her civilization to become a protectorate instead of just wiping them from the face of the earth. Eventually the train ride ended and the trio ended up in front of the royal palace where Berengar's lovers were quick to greet him. The moment they saw another woman by his side, they sighed heavily. Their man just could not keep it in his pants. They were about to go through the usual routine when Berenger introduced the woman by his side. This is Tlexicli. She's the princess of an empire in the New World. Her father has asked her to act as a diplomat in our realm. Before you get angry, I swear that I have not laid my hands on her. It took Tlexicli a moment to notice, but all of these women were Berengar's wives and they were eyeing her as if she were a rival. Thus, she bowed her head in submission as she assured them there was nothing between her and Berenger. It is as the Kaiser has said. I am merely a diplomat who will be staying with you until His Majesty can find me some quarters. There is no inappropriate relationship between us. Queen Honoria can attest to that. Berengar's wives immediately glanced at Honoria for confirmation, which she responded to with a slow nod of the head. After realizing that Tlexicli was not one of their rivals, the women immediately became more friendly with her. Linda was the first to speak as she walked up to her husband and kissed him in front of the new girl. Master, it has been so long since I have seen you, you do not know how worried I was when I heard you went missing. When Tlexicli heard the way Linda referred to Berenger, she immediately questioned it by whispering to Honoria. Master? Honoria could only sigh and reveal the truth as she informed Tlexicli of the relationship between the two. It's a sex thing. The Aztec princess immediately flushed in embarrassment when she heard this and tried to avert her gaze. However, despite Linda being unwilling to let go of her husband, she greeted the newcomer. Tlexicli, was it? I am Empress Linda von Kufstein, wife of Berenger von Kufstein. Do not think that you can so easily climb to my position. The Aztec princess merely bowed her head in response to Linda and remained silent, which was enough to convince the red-headed beauty that the girl was at the very least obedient. After Linda greeted Tlexicli, Adela did the same. I am Empress Adela von Kufstein. It is a pleasure to meet you. Though Adela was pleasant on the surface, after her encounter with the savages in the Caribbean, she had an inherent disdain towards the natives of the New World and could not find herself to trust the Aztec princess. Tlexicli remained bowing and silent. That is, until Henrietta approached her. I'm Princess Henrietta von Kufstein, Berengar's little sister. It is rare that I get to meet princesses of other realms. Maybe we can talk later, perhaps over some coffee and pfeffernuss? However, after saying this, Henrietta ran up to Berenger and kissed him passionately on the lips before hugging him tightly. This action immediately shocked the woman as she inquired about the relationship between the two. Honoria, aren't they siblings? The Byzantine princess could only sigh in defeat and shake her head. It's complicated. He'll explain it to you later. The last of Berengar's lovers to introduce themselves was Yasmin, who carefully examined the Aztec princess. After a thorough analysis, she greeted the woman. So you are a princess from the New World, huh? I would love to hear about the stories you can tell me about your homeland. Tlexicli responded to this with a bow and a simple response. It would be my pleasure. After the women had introduced themselves to one another, Berenger led them into the palace for a nice meal. It had been a while since he had survived on anything other than rations and he desperately wanted to taste his wife's cooking. Chapter 641, Linda learns the truth. Berenger may have just returned home from a long campaign of subjugation against the Aztec Empire, but he was as hard at work as ever. Currently, he was in his office where he was looking over a map of the current borders of his empire. Aside from the fatherland, which was a unification of the German-speaking regions of Europe, there were 3 small sections across the Atlantic Ocean which were the borders of the German colonies. With the subjugation of the once mighty Aztec Empire, Germany now had a settlement on the coast of Mesoamerica. This created an interesting question in Berengar's mind. Obviously, he could no longer refer to the Americas by the term Vinland. Nor could he refer to the regions as the Americas. Thus, Berenger was now thinking of alternative names for the New World. Since Berenger had discovered the New World in this timeline, the first thought that came to his mind was naming the region after himself. However, after thinking about a pleasant-sounding name for more time than he probably should have, he decided to name the continents of the New World after his 2 German wives, as he felt their names would be a better substitute. As he gazed upon the map of the regions known as North and South America in his past life, he decided the most fitting name for the Northern Hemisphere would be Lindaheim. After all, Linda was a redhead and redheads performed better in colder climates. This came as no surprise as Berenger had always had strange reasons for naming certain things. As far as the southern continent was concerned, he would obviously name it Adelheim after his first wife. Having written the names on the map that displayed not only his colonies but the entire Americas from his past lives' memories, he realized he had not yet named his newest colony. Thus, Berenger decided he might as well grant himself the honor and jotted down the name Barenstadt. Finally, after much hard work, he had come up with an appropriate terminology for the Americas and his newest settlement. The German emperor was so entranced with his work that he failed to notice the approach of his red-headed wife. She had already wrapped her arms around his back by the time he realized her presence. With a calm smile on his face, Berenger spun around and gazed into his wife's sky-blue eyes. "You are just in time, Linda. There is something important I wanted to discuss with you." Linda had a pretty smile on her face when she heard this. She had spent every waking hour she could with her husband since he came home from his journey overseas. It was almost as if she believed he would disappear in the next moment, and because of this she needed to be by his side at all times. Berenger had noticed this odd behavior and assumed it had something to do with his previous disappearance. Just when Linda was about to ask what Berenger wanted to speak to her about, her inquisitive gaze landed upon the map which had explicitly mapped out territory that had yet to be explored. Naturally, this caught the cunning woman's attention, which caused her to inquire about where Berenger received such information. "Master, I know it is not my place, but how exactly do you know that these are the borders of the New World?" "As far as I'm aware, we have not sent explorers to such regions yet." Berenger sighed heavily. Linda arguably had the brightest mind he had come across in this new world. If someone as simple as Anuria was suspicious about the origin of his knowledge, then surely Linda would have noticed something by now. There was only one reason Berenger had not revealed the truth to his most trusted companion, and that was fear. Fear that she would flee from his arms the moment she found out he was not the man she thought she knew. While Yasmin was quick to accept him, Anuria had been angered for days, and despite eventually coming around to the idea, she had refused to speak with him for some time. The reality was that Linda was Berengar's favorite wife. Hell, she was practically his soulmate. If she ran away from him after learning the truth, it would absolutely devastate him. He didn't know if he could continue on his path in this life without her. However, sooner or later, he would have to tell the woman the truth, or else it would gnaw at his very soul. Especially when he already felt guilty for informing two of his other wives before Linda. Thus, with a heavy sigh, Berenger began his journey on a path with no return. "Linda, it is time you learned the truth. I suppose someone as bright as you have been wondering for some time now how I know the things I know." Lindy's heart beat rapidly when she heard the words. She felt as if she could pass out from anxiety at any moment. Naturally, she had suspected the truth about Berengar's origins for some time and had long since investigated it. However, in the end, she could not find a single clue that would lead her to the truth. If Berenger was willing to inform her about his biggest secret now, it meant he fully trusted her, and she obviously would pay attention to what the man had to say. However, before she did so, she wanted to make a few things clear and interrupted her husband before he told her everything. "Promise you won't be mad, but I may have already looked into your past in an attempt to learn about what you have been hiding from me. However, even with all the resources you have given me over the years, I simply could not find the slightest trail to follow that would lead me to the truth. It might sound crazy, but I have come up with 3 theories that explain your otherworldly knowledge. So tell me if I guess one of them correctly. The first is the possibility that the Catholics are right and you have sold your soul to the devil in exchange for limitless knowledge. This seems unlikely to me, as I know you would never risk eternal damnation simply for some feats in this life. The second theory is the absurd idea that you are, in fact, a god in the flesh and you are omniscient. However, this also seems implausible, as there is a very clear record of your birth and you did not begin displaying your keen intellect until you were already an adult. As for my third speculation, it somehow seems more far-fetched than the others, but it has the most evidence to support it. I strongly believe you are a man from the future, where all the information you have brought forth into this world is already common knowledge in your time. The only part that makes me unable to accept this theory is I can't seem to figure out how you replaced the original Berenger and so seamlessly blended into his life." Berengar's jaw had nearly hit the floor when he heard Linda had already been researching into his secrets. Especially when the third theory she had was close to reality. The woman had an anxious expression on her face as she was practically squirming in her seat, waiting for a response. It was not until she spoke up that Berenger snapped out of his daze. "Well, which one is it?" Berenger chuckled softly. He was truly bewildered. In his past life, this woman would surely have been a genius among geniuses. He could only guess how she was leading to such crazy theories. He supposed an old quote from Arthur Conan Doyle may have something to do with it. When you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. If Linda had followed such a thought process, then it meant she had exhausted every logical and rational possibility that she could think of, only to come up with 3 highly improbably and otherwise insane theories to explain the truth behind Berengar's seemingly limitless knowledge. He could only smile when he thought about how much dedication Linda had put forward to learning more about him. Thus, he had quite the pleasant expression on his face as he revealed the truth. "Your third theory is the closest to the truth. I'm not a time traveler per se, but I have the memories of a man from the future of a similar but distinctively different world. The truth of the matter is I was born in this world as Berenger von Kufstein, and until I was 20 years old, I was a lazy, drunken loser of extremely low intellect. However, when my brother poisoned me, I fell into a deep coma, and when I finally awoke, I had the memories of a man called Julian Weber, who was an engineer in an unbelievably advanced society. If I told you that in my past life, mankind had already been to the moon, would you believe me? At first I thought when I awoke in this world, I thought I was simply Julian and that Berenger had died off after my transmigration, but as the years have passed, I found that I have more of the original Berenger in me than I originally thought. Particularly in my cruel and ruthless nature, as well as my personal beliefs. These were not aspects of my personality in my past life. Linda gazed at Berenger with a twinkling expression in her eyes. Unlike what Berenger had expected, she did not care in the slightest that he had lied to her for years, nor did she ponder the possibility that he was a complete stranger. She was more interested in learning everything there was to know about both of his identities. With an excited expression on her face, Linda demanded to know more. "Tell me everything." This reaction initially shocked Berenger, however he could tell that she was not angry at him and was genuinely interested in learning about his past life. Thus, he spent the rest of the day telling Linda stories of his past life, everything from his personal life story to the history of that world. He even went as far to describe his favorite snacks and how they tasted. For the first time in a long time, the couple spent the entire night doing nothing but talking to one another. By the time the morning came, Linda felt as if she had a better understanding of the man she loved and that she was closer to him than ever. Chapter 642, Hans learns the truth. While Berenger was speaking with his wife Linda about his past life and everything he could recall from that world, another important discussion was going on in a different corner of the house. A young princess was sitting in shock as her fiancé had proclaimed the hidden truth he knew. "So, Veronica, I see you still fancy my father." Hans was sipping from a teacup which was filled with milk while he acted as if he was perfectly calm. A state of being in which he was anything but. Quite some time ago, the Princess of Bohemia had approached the Emperor of Germany and asked that she be betrothed to him rather than his son. This was a request that Berenger had denied, something which displeased the young girl. However, she was completely unaware that her actual fiancé, Prince Hans von Kufstein, had overheard her and until now had kept his mouth shut on the issue. Hans was initially willing to let this request slide. After all, he was rather close to Veronica and had assumed it was a mere passing fancy one, which she had gotten over. However, Hans had recently spotted his fiancée fawning over his father after the man returned from his expedition, and because of this, the boy could no longer keep his wrath confined. The Prince of Germany was not even 10 years old, but his intellect had expanded rapidly to the point where he was practically on the same level as the Bohemian princess who was now a young adolescent girl. Despite this, he had the emotional maturity of a child his age. The fact that he had been able to keep quiet on this issue for so long was a miracle in itself. Veronica flushed red in embarrassment as she reflected on the past incident where she foolishly chased after Berenger. She had no idea that the boy Hans was aware of her crush. However, she had come to terms that she was engaged to the man's son and took solace in the fact that the boy was equally exceptional in his own way. Her only complaint was that her fiancé was still a young child and it would be many years before he was an age where they could actually be intimate with one another. Her first instinct was to deny and deflect, which is exactly what she did once she came to her senses. "What are you talking about? Berenger is a brute. A man who stole my father's crown and holds me prisoner. How could I possibly admire such a man?" Despite the princess' words, Hans was having a hard time believing her. After all, her emotions were written all over her face. "You are a terrible liar." Upon seeing that she had been caught red-handed, Veronica finally admitted the truth. "While I may have had a crush on your father in the past, I realize now that I was foolish and I just have to be patient until you come of age." In response to this, Hans merely scoffed as he took another sip of his milk. After doing so, he pointed out the holes in the girl's story. "If that were true, you wouldn't have been fawning over him the moment he returned home from another one of his campaigns." "What were your words?" "Oh yeah, I think it was something along the lines of 'Oh my Kaiser, where did you go this time? Did you claim new land for our empire? Did you kill anybody? Is there room for one more in your harem? You are so brave and strong." Veronica immediately protested the boy as he mocked her. "I did not say such a thing." Once more, the Prince of Germany wore a smug expression on his childish face as he commented on the girl's denial. "You didn't need to. The expression on your face said it for you." The Princess of Bohemia had never been so embarrassed in her entire life. Did she really look like she was harboring such thoughts? She was only admiring the hero who saved her from her mother after he had made another triumphant return. The Emperor didn't truly believe she thought of him in such a way, did he? She could only come up with a suitable excuse for her behavior. "Okay, I'll admit it. I'm a fan of your father, but that doesn't mean I still fancy him." Hans did not say a word. He remained silent as he let the girl's protests speak for themselves. Obviously, she could not handle the awkward atmosphere as she once more began defending her actions. "It's hard not to be a fan of him. He single-handedly united our empire and has never been defeated in battle. He is fearless, charming, domineering, and cares about his loved ones deeply. I'm not the only one who is an admirer of Berenger. Practically the entire empire is as well." After hearing such praise, Hans felt as if he was about to have an aneurysm. He finally snapped and let out his innermost thoughts on his father. "My father is a fool who has needlessly put his life at risk too many times to count. For what purpose? Some vain pursuit of glory on the battlefield? He is either a fool or he is a bloodthirsty maniac who can only rest after he has taken someone's life. Either way, my mother shouldn't have to sit at home and worry about that bastard's safe return every time he goes off to war. My father is more often found on the battlefield than he is at home with his family. It just goes to show his priorities." Veronica was taken aback when she heard the prince's true thoughts on his father. Clearly, Hans had become bitter after witnessing his mother in a state of despair after Berenger had gone missing. He was right about one thing, though. Berenger had spent more time at war than looking after his family. This was a major point of contention for not only Hans but Helga as well, who practically considered her father a stranger. The Bohemian princess suddenly realized what was going on. Hans was not angry at her, he was angry at his father. Thus, she wore a smug smile as she witnessed the prince pouting. You know, Hans, your father is an incredibly busy man. In case you haven't noticed, the man has an empire to run. I'm sure he simply forgets to spend time with you and your siblings. Communication is a two-way street. Have you ever actually requested that your father spend some time with you? I'm sure he would be willing to do so if you asked politely. I can't even imagine how hard he is working to secure a better future for you, your siblings, and the German people as a whole. Not to mention he has 4 wives and a mistress that he has to satisfy. I'm sure it slips his mind to spend some time with his kids. If you don't ask, then you will never find out if he is willfully neglecting you or if he simply loses track of time. Though Hans may be a brilliant child, he was severely lacking in wisdom and maturity. The reason was simple. Those 2 things usually came with life experience, and he had yet to reach double digits in years, let alone the age of the majority. It had never actually occurred to him to take the initiative. After all, Linda worked equally hard as Berenger, but she always made time for her kids. If that was the case, why couldn't his father? Fundamentally, it came down to the last reason that Veronica had listed. Berenger had too many lovers to satisfy on both an emotional and physical level. The 5 of them monopolized his free time, so much so that it was often at the expense of their children. There were only so many hours of the day, and Berenger had too much to do. Hans had realized that Veronica was right and felt ashamed of taking his anger out on her and his father. He immediately got up from his seat and bowed to the girl before departing. Thank you for the insight. I know what I have to do. After saying this, Hans ran off towards his parents, hoping to ask them to spend some quality time together as a family. He did not know what kind of major revelation Berenger was sharing with Linda at this very moment, but he was about to find out more than he had bargained for when he stumbled upon their conversation. By the time Hans had located his parents, they were deep in a discussion about his past life. If I told you that in my past life, mankind had already been to the moon, would you believe me? The moment Hans overheard this statement, the boy stopped in his tracks and hid outside the room, eavesdropping on his parents' conversation. Just what madness was his father speaking? This was a tremendous revelation and if true would explain many of the boy's questions about his father. While Berenger and Linda spent the night speaking about his past life, they were completely unaware that Hans had heard the entire conversation. Chapter 643, Reminiscing of the Past. Hans sat outside the door to the room where his mother and father were having a shocking discussion. The young boy hugged his knees to his chest as he listened to every word his father spoke as if it were a commandment from God himself. He could hear the voice of his mother as she prodded the man's mysterious background with more questions. It would appear that no matter how much Berenger spoke of his past life, Linda was never fully satisfied. She desired to know everything about her man, and thus she immediately inquired about past lovers. So you died when you were in your mid-20s? You must have had a wife or a lover then. Here I thought I was your first. She could hardly believe Berengar's next words as he spoke about his past life with a nostalgic smile on his face. You were my first in both lives. I was not exactly what you call handsome in my past life. I was also an introvert who had a hard time approaching women. There were a few girls I was close to, but they never really saw me as their equal, and because of that, they treated me like a little brother. Besides, none of them were as beautiful as you. They were all harpies who coated themselves in pounds of makeup to make them appear as if they were princesses. You are entirely different from those hags and are naturally beautiful, a trait most women don't have. You could say reincarnating into this world and meeting you was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. Linda blushed in embarrassment when she heard these words. It was rare for Berenger to speak so fondly of her. Though he treated her well, he seldom used such shameless flattery. As for Hans, when he heard his father's words, he took a mental note. He had always wondered how the man subdued someone like his mother. Perhaps it was his kind words that won her heart. Of course, if the young boy knew the truth of how his parents had come together, it would definitely skew his conception of romance. After all, their relationship might seem like one out of a fairy tale on the outside, but behind the scenes, it was far from it. Luckily for him, Berenger and Linda had seldom spoken the truth about how they became a couple. After all, it was not something you would normally say in polite company. Linda fawned over her husband after he spoke such sweet words to her, completely missing the point that in his past life he died bitter and alone. It took her several minutes to break away from Berengar's charm and realize the meaning behind his words. After doing so, she only had more questions on her mind, which she quickly voiced. You're telling me that in the entire life you lived, you never had a single woman who loved you? What is wrong with the bitches in that world? Berenger wore a bitter expression as he reminisced about his past life. In the end, he simply sighed and shrugged his shoulders as if admitting defeat. That's just the way things were in that world. The sad truth of the matter is that by the time I died, the prospect of marriage had long since become a joke. Only a foolish man would risk such a union. I'm better off here with you. Hell, I'm not sure that I had much to look forward to even if I somehow survived my last tour in Afghanistan. Linda could not agree more with Berenger when he said that. He was clearly better off in this world by her side. However, she obviously had more questions on her mind about his past life and was quick to voice them. You previously said you had no siblings, nor did you have any friends or girlfriends. Was your relationship with your parents at least decent? Berenger sighed heavily as he heard this before revealing more about his past. Sure, when I actually saw them. However, they worked long hours and most days I had to take care of myself. I would only get to see them for a few hours every night, and by that time they were too exhausted to really do anything with me. Though I suppose I have a few good memories of them. This one year, they worked overtime for several months just to pull together enough cash to take us on a family trip to one of the country's major theme parks. I don't think I ever spent so much time with my parents as I did then. I ended up getting sick on the last day and vomited the entire trip home. Still, it was fun. Of course, the moment we got home it was like the trip had never happened. They had to go to work the next day, and once more I was stuck by myself, with nothing but my books to keep me company. Linda could see the joy on Berengar's face dissipate as he mentioned that last part. It was as if she could feel the pain and loneliness in the man's heart. She couldn't bear seeing her man harboring such emotions and quickly seized his hand to assure him he was not alone in this life. Berenger smiled as he saw the concerned expression on Lindy's pretty pink lips. He then assured her he was okay. It's all right, I've long since accepted my past. My only worry is that I'm doing the same thing to my own children. I turned out to be just like my father, working from sunup until sundown. By the time I'm finally finished with all my work and too exhausted to spend any time with them. I suppose they are lucky to have multiple mothers who care for them in ways I can't. I wasn't afforded such a luxury in my past life. When Hans heard these words on the other side of the door, he struggled to contain the tears in his eyes. For some time he had been resentful towards his father for not being a consistent part of his life. However, the man was simply overworked. After all, he was the leader of the world's most powerful empire. When the boy heard his father had suffered through a similar childhood but with his mother absent as well, he realized how lucky he was to have Linda as an ever-present part of his life. Hans was still a young child and couldn't control his emotions very well. He rushed into the room and hugged his father's leg as he apologized for being angry with him. Father, I'm sorry, I didn't know. It shocked Berenger and Linda to see their eldest child run into the room while crying. Berenger was especially bewildered as he did not know what the boy was talking about. He quickly picked the child up and set him on his knee while inquiring further about his current state of mind. What's wrong, Hans? The child continued to cry as he wiped his snotty nose all over Berengar's imperial regalia. I hated you. You were never there for me, but I know now how good I have it. Linda was stunned that the boy was eavesdropping on them the entire time. She quickly asked how much her son had heard of her private conversation with her husband. Hans, how much did you hear? The boy did not dare hide the truth from his mother and uttered a single word in response to her interrogation. Everything. Berenger and Linda looked at each other with astonishment. Ultimately, the German emperor sighed before flicking his son on the nose. Hans, it is not polite to eavesdrop. You must keep everything you have heard today a secret. If such knowledge became common, it could be disastrous for us. There are those who would not understand and would stop at nothing to harm our family. The boy nodded his head in silence. He was obviously aware of the dangers such a secret presented not only to his father but to himself as well. He swore then and there he would never tell another living soul. I swear, I won't say a word to anyone. Ultimately, Berenger sighed before gazing out the window and realizing it was already morning. The boy had stayed up all night listening to their conversation. Thus, he quickly got up from his seat and carried his child with him towards the boy's room. You can't stay up all night. It's not healthy for you. You are going to get some sleep and we will talk about this tomorrow. As for Linda, she followed her husband towards the prince's quarters where for the first time in a long time tucked the child into his bed together as parents. The moment the boy's head hit the feather pillow, he passed out from exhaustion. Linda gazed at her husband with a warm expression on her pretty face. It looks like you will need to make some time for our son. It is not good for him to grow up with resentment in his heart, especially at such a young age. Berenger simply nodded his head in agreement before expressing his opinion. Not just Hans, I need to make time for all of my children. Having said this, Berenger decided he would cut his hours to a manageable level and begin spending some more time with his family. Chapter 644, Acre has fallen. The thunder of guns echoed in the air outside the city of Acre. The city's brave defenders continued to fire their rifled muskets onto the enemy formations, creating a wall of death as the mini-ball projectiles tore through the iron armor of the Crusaders as if it were made of tissue paper. With the echo of every volley, the scent of fresh blood would accompany it. Though the city's walls were primitive insofar as they were not based upon the star principle that the German Empire used, they held firm against the measly 1 and 6-pound cannon balls which sought to bring them down. The reality was that the Crusaders lacked the gunpowder necessary to continuously bombard the enemy's defenses. As supplies began to run short, the artillery officer called out to the English king, who gazed upon the scene of the siege with disdain on his lips. He had assumed with the arrival of the Knights of the Red Dragon, things would be easier. However, for the past few weeks the Crusader forces had failed to break through Acre's defenses. Supplies were running low and so too was morale. If they did not bring these walls down soon, then they would be overwhelmed by the Byzantine and Timurid reinforcements, which were surely on their way to break the siege. King Lawrence of England had no choice but to shift his tactics. Target the gates. Use the last of our artillery fire to smash them to pieces. Field artillery was still a new concept to most of the world's empires, and though Berenger used them with exceptional results, the rest of the European kingdoms were lagging behind in their tactics. It was because of this that they foolishly followed the German Empire's example of smashing walls to bits with overwhelming firepower. This did not work out as planned, as they lacked explosive shells capable of rapidly achieving such results. Sure, a solid cannonball could bring down a castle wall, but it required quite a few of them, and with every shot fired, that was a waste of precious gunpowder. A resource the Catholics were severely lacking now that Berenger had destroyed one of the largest deposits of saltpeter in Europe. The Crusaders' artillery quickly shifted their target towards the thick wooden gates of the city's walls. When the Byzantine defenders saw the artillery barrage aiming for their gates, they had finally had enough. They quickly ordered their own artillery to target the enemy's guns. Much like in the early days of Berengar's rule, the city of Acre was defended by 24-pound siege cannons, which had a much greater effect than their 12-pound counterparts. These massive pieces of artillery were refurbished by the German Empire and sold to their Byzantine allies at a fraction of the cost. Though few of them had ever actually been used in combat, Berenger still felt the need to refurbish the weapons, and many of them had been poorly maintained and were pitted with rust. After these magnificent pieces of artillery were loaded and fired, explosions echoed in the air as the 24-pound cannon balls rained from the sky and onto the Crusader artillery pieces. The pathetic falconet and saker cannons were practically torn apart by the superior artillery of the Byzantine artillery. Needless to say, they were rendered inoperable. When the Byzantine soldiers saw they had successfully removed a major threat to the city, they cried out in joy. Despite this loss, the Grand Master of the Knights of the Red Dragon was not the slightest bit discouraged. Instead, he quickly issued orders to his own troops. Bring out the Drakes. The soldiers of the English, French, and Hospitaller armies were confused when they heard this. However, when they saw the unique field guns gathered beyond the range of the 24-pound smoothbore cannons, they had a hint of excitement on their face. These cannons differed from the 1- and 6-pound guns the Crusaders were previously using. For starters, they were made entirely of wrought iron and had a giant metal band over the rear section of the gun. These guns were designed to fire 12-pound projectiles that were in the shape of a shell. The only difference was they were inert. The Grand Master of the Red Dragon had done extensive research on the captured rifled muskets from the Austrian War of Independence and had discovered the rifling in their barrels. And while he had yet to figure out how to replicate such a pattern on muskets, he decided to experiment with its principle in artillery. Because of this, the Order of the Red Dragon now had rifled muzzle-loading artillery which fired inert projectiles. A total of 6 of these guns, which were referred to as Drakes, lined up far beyond the range of the 24-pound siege guns and fired their projectiles towards the gate of the city, smashing them into splinters after a single volley. Once the gates were blown apart, both parties stood back in shock. However, it did not take long for the Crusaders to recover. They quickly rushed through the opening of the gates. In response, the strategos of Palestine desperately called out to the Timurid soldiers below. Hold the line. However, as the men appeared in the gap, they were quickly gunned down by the volley fire of the Crusaders' musketeers, who proceeded to charge into the fray with their socket bayonets. Bodies filled up the gap as the feudal Timurid soldiers clashed with the Crusaders. While this was occurring in the gap, the Byzantine soldiers continued to fire their shots onto the soldiers below, taking as many lives as possible, hoping to relieve the pressure at the gates. Aubrey gazed upon the scene from afar and decided to place another wager with his English counterpart. I wager 10 tons of silver that my soldiers kill the most heretics. Lawrence gazed over at the effeminate prince and scoffed before replying. Make it 20 and you have a deal. As the two kings gambled on whose forces would kill the most of the enemy troops, the Hospitaller and Red Dragon leaders were engaged in a different conversation. Those cannons? They are one of your inventions? The Grand Master of the Order of the Red Dragon broke out into laughter as he explained himself. Indeed. I noticed something peculiar after cutting one of the barrels of a captured musket in half. They have these little grooves on the inside of the barrel. These grooves rotate and help spin the projectile, allowing it to stabilize at greater distances. That is why the German and Byzantine weapons have such a greater range than our own. However, unfortunately, I have yet to figure out how to efficiently cut the grooves into the tiny barrels of a musket. It is much easier with a larger bore, at least for me. This should give our armies vastly superior range in terms of artillery against our foes. Only the German army will have better artillery than the Knights of the Red Dragon. The Hospitaller Grand Master did not disagree with a word the man had said. He had seen how far away the so-called Drakes were as they fired onto the gates of the city. He was thoroughly impressed. Now if only they could figure out how to make the weapons explode like the Germans had. Unfortunately for them, that would require advanced chemicals that would not enter their hands for many, many years. The city's defenders fought bravely to defend themselves from the enemy. However, in the end the city began to fall into the hands of the Crusaders. The Sultan of the Timurid Empire was in a state of panic as he fled to the rear of the city with the strategos of Palestine. We need to get out of here. Tell me there is some way to leave the city without the Crusader army noticing? The strategos was a bit hesitant, however he ultimately nodded his head. We can escape through the rear gate, however our soldiers will know what we have done and will quickly surrender the moment we abandon them. In response to this, Solon spat upon the ground before turning away from his Byzantine counterpart. You can stay if you wish. However, I know what happens to a city that falls into the hands of crusaders and I will not wait around to have my head removed. After saying this, the Sultan had run off looking for a mount to escape upon. The strategos gazed upon the chaos which was spreading into the hearts of the city and sighed before taking off in the direction of the Timurid emperor. It was a pity, but Acre had fallen. There was no hope of salvaging this battle. As for the fate of the city's inhabitants and the brave men who defended it, that remained to be seen, but history had shown that when Catholics were worked into a religious frenzy, only bloodshed could abate their fury. Chapter 645, The German Cadet Corps. Hans stood in formation alongside a bunch of other young boys his age. They were dressed in military-style uniforms and each held a rifle in their arms. The Prince of Germany was given no special treatment as he trained alongside his fellow cadets in the use of firearms. Since the age of 7, Hans, as well as every other boy in Germany, had begun military training in some small capacity. They mostly learned things such as marching in formation, survival skills, shooting weapons, hand-to-hand combat, and physical fitness. The establishment of the German Cadet Corps was loosely based upon the Prussian Cadet Corps from Berengar's past life. However, it was more Spartan in nature than it was Prussian. The purpose of the German Cadet Corps was twofold. For starters, its purpose was to ensure that the youth of Germany were well prepared for their eventual military service once they reached adulthood. However, it served as another important aspect in German society, and that was the idea that Germany must be militaristic if it wished to maintain global dominance. The red-haired prince did not care about any of this, and instead, he focused on the task at hand. Hans aimed down the tangent sights of his rifle before acquiring his target at a distance of 300 yards. After taking a deep breath, he squeezed the trigger, sending the copper-jacketed Spitzer projectile downrange and straight into the steel target's chest. An audible clang resounded in the air as the bullet hit its mark. This was the 20th target that Hans had hit in the last 2 minutes, earning him his expert marksman badge. The young boy released his breath as he quickly pulled back the bolt on his rifle, ejecting the spent cartridge before placing the rifle safely on the rack. The instructor who witnessed the boy's excellent marks could not help but sigh as he handed the boy his badge. Corporal Hans, it is my greatest honor to award you the expert marksmanship badge. Make sure to continue training with your rifle and act as an example to the other boys. Hans smiled as he grabbed hold of the badge and pinned it to the breast of his uniform. He had a sense of overwhelming pride in his heart as he saluted his instructor. Unlike everything else he owned in this world, this badge represented his personal worth as a cadet and not just a pampered prince. Despite being royalty, Hans was treated no differently from any of the other boys in the cadet corps, having to climb from the same lowly rank to the top. Everything he accomplished in the cadet corps was because of his own merit. Despite the sense of fulfillment that Hans felt, he wore stoic expression as he thanked the sergeant for the award. "Thank you, Sergeant, I will do my best." The sergeant nodded his head before giving the prince his next task. "You can wait around for the other boys to finish, or you can proceed to your next task. Remember, the sooner you complete your daily objectives, the sooner you can return home." Hans nodded and gazed at the other boys, who were still shooting their targets. Clearly the prince had a head start in shooting, as his father had personally been instructing him in some capacity since he was 5 years old. However, there were other boys who concluded their rounds shortly after Hans. After all, the national militia permitted men to possess arms in their own homes so long as they served. This meant there were other boys who trained with their fathers on how to shoot and how to hunt at a young age. Upon seeing that he was beaten once again, a young blonde boy by the name of Claus approached the prince and congratulated him on another victory. "Good job, Hans, but next time I swear I will beat you." Here in the cadet corps, all boys were equal no matter the status of their families. It was because of this that a commoner such as Claus could refer to Hans by his first name. Hans merely nodded his head in silence before shifting his gaze towards the ongoing shooting competition. Many boys failed to hit their targets. After all, the targets were set at varying distances. The boys were only allowed 20 rounds to complete the task. In order to reach expert marksman, one had to hit all 20 targets in under 3 minutes. After completing his rifle assignment and setting the record, Hans walked off from the area, no longer interested in the results that the other boys in his unit would achieve. Instead, he focused on his next task for the day, which was grappling. Hans walked into a large gymnasium where he noticed a bunch of boys wrestling for position before working into submissions. The rules were simple: the fight would go on until one boy tapped or could no longer continue. Sparing not a single moment, the prince quickly stripped out of his uniform and put on some athletic attire before stepping onto the large mat, where he was immediately greeted by a 9-year-old boy by the name of Johannes. Johannes had a smug expression on his face as he took an aggressive stance. "Hans, come to taste defeat yet again. There's no way a little runt like you could defeat me." Hans was not small in the slightest, at least not for his age, but John's was older and larger. The boy always abused his size and strength to get the best of Hans. Despite this, Hans always accepted the boy's challenge and quickly took his own stance. "We'll see about that." The two boys circled one another for a while, grabbing each other's wrists and ripping them away. Eventually the duo tied up, where Hans had one hand on the back of the boy's neck and one on his forearm. Hans quickly pulled the larger boy forward, forcing him to step towards the prince. Upon seeing an opening, Hans dropped to his knee and grabbed hold of the Johannes ankle, lifting it into the air while pushing the boy forward. A broad smirk appeared on the prince's face as he had succeeded in taking the boy down with the ankle pick he had learned from his father. Hans did not hesitate, and neither did Johannes. The larger and stronger boy realized he had been taken down and quickly tried to catch the prince in a classic guard. However, Hans was faster. He grabbed hold of the boy's two legs and used a pressure pass to get by Johannes' guard and into side control. Hans wasted no time as he quickly transitioned into a full mount where fished for a submission. He quickly grabbed hold of Johannes' forearm and pinned it to the ground in an attempt to lock up the Americana. However, the boy realized what Hans was doing and grabbed hold of his arm while blocking his leg. He bridged into the air and reversed the position with Hans now on the ground. Hans grunted as he used his legs to push the boy forward into his guard while clamping his head down with his hand. Johannes struggled to break out of Hans' guard, but in doing so he left an opening for the prince to snatch a triangle choke on him. After Hans had sunk the submission in, the boy had two options: tap out or pass out. Refusing to admit defeat to the boy he had bullied for some time, Johannes went to sleep in a matter of seconds, desperately struggling to break out of the choke during the countdown. It was only after Johannes went limp that Hans released his grip and tossed him to the side. After several seconds, the boy gasped and looked around in shock. The blood rapidly returned to his head as he tried to get his bearings, forgetting how he had passed out in the first place. For the first time, Hans had beaten Johannes and revealed the boy's weak spot, though he was a good wrestler. Once taken down, the boy's ground game was severely lacking, walking straight into Hans' triangle choke. Despite being defeated, Johannes was not discouraged. He quickly stood up and signaled for the two to start again. Hans and Johannes grappled for several rounds. However, after the prince had learned his rival's weakness, he only lost once. Having been unable to escape the larger boy's pressure until the coach's whistle blew and the round was over, Hans would then switch to a new partner and grapple for several more rounds until the entire grappling session was over. With each defeat, he learned from his opponents and improved his game, never slacking off in the slightest. The coach gazed upon the crown prince and shuddered. Though he was only 7, he was quickly learning how to defeat his opponents in hand-to-hand combat. He knew that by the time this boy concluded his cadet training, he would be ready for combat. Though what the battlefields would look like by then, the instructor did not know. Thus, Hans continued to fulfill his daily tasks before returning home while covered in sweat and grime. When his mother laid eyes on him, she quickly ordered the servants to prepare a bath for the prince where he relaxed after a hard day's work. Thus was the daily life of the young prince. Chapter 646, Family Outing. Today was a rare day for Berenger. He had taken some time off from his never-ending work to spend time with his family. Currently, all 4 of his wives and his mistress, Henrietta, were pregnant with his children. Most of the girls already had at least one child with Berenger, with the Princess of Germany being the odd one out. Rather than stay inside the palace all day, Berenger had taken his family into the hills above the capital for a picnic. There were ample amount of imperial guards present to ensure the security of the royal family. Berenger sat in the center of the large blanket which was sprawled across the grass, where he dined on a few sandwiches which Linda had prepared for the group. By his side was not only the busted redhead but Adela as well. The two women fawned over their husband as their children played in the field. Hans was currently bullying his little brother Christopher while teaching the boy some wrestling. By now, Christopher had grown from an infant child into a young toddler and struggled to prevent his big brother from bringing him to the ground. Adela gazed in shock at the violence that was occurring between the two boys and was quick to intervene. However, before she could do so, Berenger raised his hand with a smile on his face. Let the boys be. They're just playing around. If they were really fighting, Hans would have thrown some hands already. Hans had neither thrown any strikes nor had he used any submissions. He knew well that the small child was too young to practice such things and instead bullied the boy with his size and strength. Despite putting the boy into a front headlock, he did not execute any attacks, merely holding his brother to the ground, encouraging him to escape the position. Come on, Chris, get out of this. You can do it. The blonde-haired boy struggled to escape Hans' grasp as he was pinned to the ground with his brother's arms wrapped around his neck. Ultimately, the second prince tried to break free of the headlock. However, in doing so he had presented his back, where Hans spun around and sunk his hooks in, putting the boy in a body triangle as he succeeded in taking his brother's back. It was at this time Berenger had seen enough and interrupted the two of them before things went any further. Hans, let your brother go. He hasn't even begun training yet. You're just bullying him at this point. Hans did as he was instructed and released his little brother with a mischievous smile on his face. Yes, father. Linda could not help but smile as she saw her son dominate Adela's child on the ground. Hans was turning into a fine young warrior, just like his father. As for Adela, she hurried over to her son, who was crying, and picked him up into the air. There, Christopher, one day you will be big and strong, just like your father. When that day comes, you will be able to beat your brother at his own game. Berenger also walked over and comforted the child. Unlike Hans, the boy was not an exceptional genius. At least he had not showed the near superhuman intellect of his older brother. However, there were clear signs of being mentally gifted even at his young age. Upon seeing his father also coming over to comfort him, the boy smiled wickedly towards his older brother. Hans immediately realized that the brat was acting up just so his parents could fawn over him. This made the boy slightly enraged by the little brat's guile. Clearly, he had underestimated his little brother. Linda also noticed the boy's challenging stare towards her son and immediately competed by grabbing hold of Hans and stroking his silky, strawberry blonde hair. Berenger was forced to choose between his two sons on who he wanted to spend time with, putting him in a precarious situation as both of the boys' mothers competed for his affection. Ultimately, he took the safe bet and walked over to his eldest daughter, Helga, who was in the process of painting the scene of the picnic. "What are you up to, my baby girl?" Helga did not shift her focus from the painting and instead continued her practice. Over the past few years, her talent had showed itself as she was now painting at a level vastly superior to a girl her age. Even Berenger was stunned when he first glimpsed the painting. The girl was diligent not only in her studies but in her hobbies as well. She was constantly improving her craft as if she were a professional. When the princess noticed the expression on her father's face, she smiled. It was perhaps the first time Berenger had ever seen the girl smile in her life. Unlike her previous paintings, the current artwork included all of Berengar's lovers and their children as well. With a pretty smile on her lips, the girl confidently described her work to her father. "It is such a beautiful scene that I could not help but paint it." Berenger gazed up from the painting and towards the scene where the four beautiful women played with their children. In the painting, he was in the center of the family, proudly gazing upon his wives and offspring. He had always known that the girl had talent in the arts, but he was now starting to believe she had an intellect on par with her brothers. Ultimately, the emperor smiled as he pat the girl on the head and encouraged her to continue working hard. "I look forward to the finished product." Helga merely nodded her head, continuing to smile as she painted the scene of the royal family at its picnic in the hills above the city of Kufstein. Berenger then returned to his family where Henrietta shoved a sandwich in his mouth. The scene was so endearing that Helga edited the painting to include it. Henrietta had a radiant smile on her face as she commented on Lindy's cooking skills. "Linda has gotten so good at cooking. These sandwiches are delicious." The sandwich in question was a tuna melt. Because of advancements in maritime technology as well as food preservation, the business of catching and farming tuna had been booming in Trieste and Malta. As a result, tuna had now become a popular food item and had been experimented upon in many ways by the German populace. The tuna melt was made with toasted sourdough slices, melted German butter cheese, and a tuna salad mix containing onions, mayonnaise, mustard, among other things. Being a huge fan of tuna sandwiches in his past life, Berenger obediently took a bite from the delicious sandwich before washing it down with a lager. He nodded his head in agreement with Henrietta's evaluation as he gave his compliments to the chef. "That has got to be the best sandwich I have ever had." "Well done, Linda, you have truly mastered your craft." Linda flushed slightly red as she heard her husband's compliments before taking a bite of her own creation. She had to admit it truly was a delicious sandwich. Of course, without the technology Berenger had brought to the world in terms of food preservation, creating such a delicious snack would not be a simple task. Thus, she complimented the man for making the tuna melt possible. "It is all thanks to your inventions that we can sit here and enjoy such delicacies." Yasmin was shocked that Linda had found such a way to prepare the canned tuna that lied in their food storage. She was not the biggest fan of the product, but after tasting Lindy's creation, she desired to learn how to cook it herself. "Linda, you must teach me this recipe when we return home." The red-headed beauty merely smiled and nodded her head in response to the Moorish princess' request. "Sure." Anuria also complimented Lindy's work while looking after her own son in her arms. "It really is delicious, Linda, you should make these more often." Berenger was truly in a state of bliss as he gazed upon the scene of his family coming together and getting along so brilliantly. He was beginning to think he was in a dream and pinched himself to see if this was really reality. After confirming it was, he took a sip from his lager before making a promise to his family. "This is really nice. I think I should take some time off from work every once in a while and enjoy time with you all like we are doing now." Immediately, all eyes were on Berenger as he said this. His entire family had assumed this was a one-time thing and he would be back to his usual workaholic self the moment he returned home. To their surprise, he was acting as if he desired to make this a regular occurrence. Berenger did not bother wasting time waiting for their responses. Instead, he ran off with Christopher and Hans and wrestled with the two of them on the grass. He would continue to play with his children for several hours before returning home. When the royal family finally returned to the palace, they were relieved to know that Berenger planned to continue these family outings in the future. After all, there was quite some resentment in the hearts of his children for the lack of time he spent with them. Surely the time spent with his family would create wonderful memories and camaraderie among them all. Chapter 647, Chocolate and Saltpeter. News had quickly spread of Acre's fall and Berenger could not care less. The reality was the Byzantine army in itself was capable of defeating the Crusader army. Still, he was slightly worried about reports of rifled muzzleloaders being used by the enemy. He did not think they would develop that technology so soon. Even then, it was not a major concern as their range was still vastly inferior to his own weapons. The young German emperor was more focused with important matters regarding his own realm. He had just received word of the war that was being waged in the settlement of New Swabia. Emmerich had discovered tomatoes, and as a result, he had begun to fight with the natives over their many tomato plants. The man had even begun to request an additional brigade of soldiers to assist him in his efforts, which Berenger quickly approved. There were many dishes he could make with tomatoes, and he did not care what the cost was. He would have them brought to the fatherland. As for the idea of produce from the New World, an interesting idea came to mind, and because of that he fetched his ambassador to the Aztec Empire. After waiting for a little while, the young Aztec princess was standing in front of Berenger. She no longer had the appearance of a savage warrior, instead she wore fine jewelry and a silk dress that tightly clung to her curves. Unlike the frilly dresses worn by German noblewomen, she wanted something short and simple. If anything, the dress that the woman wore was far more modern in design than Berenger had expected. Berenger was stunned at her appearance and complimented her looks briefly before getting down to business. "So you have shed the skin of a savage and have become a proper lady? I must say I am impressed. That's not the reason I called you here. I was wondering if you could return to your homeland briefly and negotiate on my behalf." Tlexicli stared at the man in disbelief. She had only just arrived in the empire not long ago, and yet despite this Berenger was already asking her to leave. However, she simply sighed in defeat before asking the question on her mind. "Do I even have a choice?" A smug expression appeared on the German emperor's face as he shook his head and informed the woman of her task. "Afraid not. What I need you to do is return to your father and ask him to prepare large quantities of cocoa for me. I have plans for such a crop and I need large supplies for it. If he is willing to do this for me, I can promise him some benefits in return. What do you say? Are you up for the task?" The young Aztec princess could not believe her ears. The man wanted her to travel across the Atlantic just so she can bring back vast quantities of cocoa beans? She had no idea what it was that he had planned, but clearly it was something important. She would never believe that Berenger wanted to prepare German chocolate cake for Adela's upcoming birthday. Thus, she naively bowed her head before responding to his request. "Very well, if it is so urgent, I won't mind returning to my homeland. However, I will miss the empire. I have grown quite fond of how pleasant it is here." When the emperor heard this, he broke out into a fit of laughter before giving the girl hope. "It's not like you're going to be away forever. You will be gone for a little over a month. Trust me, I need cocoa for my plans, and you're the most reliable person I have to negotiate with your father." Tlexicli smiled and nodded her head. She truly feared Berenger was kicking her out of the fatherland. She had come to realize why Berenger was so condescending towards her people during his invasion. Germany was an advanced civilization with trains and factories. How could her people even compete with the quality of life that the people of the empire lived in? "I understand. Perhaps do you wish for me to tell my father that his gods demand cocoa?" When Berenger heard this suggestion, he chuckled once more before giving the Aztec princess free rein. "If you think that's the most effective solution. However, I trust you enough to not screw mover. After all, you of all people should be aware of the consequences of betraying my trust." Tlexicli shivered in fear when she heard these words. She had witnessed Berengar's conquest of her people firsthand and was well aware of his complete and total disregard of human life. The last thing she wanted to do was end up on his bad side. Thus, she obediently followed her orders and quickly set off on a journey to the New World where she intended to negotiate with her father on matters of trade. As for Berenger, he was quickly interrupted by one of his many wives. The red-headed spy master quickly entered his office, not even needing the permission most would require, where she placed a document on the desk of her husband. It was a dossier about the ongoing information her spies had gathered on the Timurid Empire. "Our spies report that the Timurids are suffering heavy losses in the crusade. They simply have not had the time to adapt to the rapid development of firearms that have come as a result of your interference in this world. They are requesting to purchase some firearms in order to ease the burden they are currently under. As we speak, the Timurid armies are being used as meat shields for the Byzantine musketeers. Acre is only the beginning. It is acting as a staging point for the other Catholic kingdoms to muster their forces. Soon there will be tens of thousands of crusaders in the Holy Land. We have two options: supply the Timurids with firearms or disrupt the gunpowder supply of the enemy." Berenger reflected on this issue carefully for several minutes before inquiring for further details. "Do we know where the Catholics are getting their saltpeter from?" Having heard this, Linda laid out a map of the suspected trade routes from where the Catholic world was getting their hands on the necessary component to create gunpowder. "We suspect it is coming from India. The trade is not flowing through the Middle East, but through the Golden Horde. The political situation within the Horde has stabilized and a new Khan has been selected. Their new leader suspects we are responsible for the infighting that has been going on in their ranks, and he is correct in his assumption. The new Khan is not the kind of man to recklessly charge into our lands, especially after what we did to the Eastern Coalition. However, he has decided to supply our enemies with the saltpeter so he can use them as a proxy against us. If we can disrupt the trade routes that the Golden Horde uses to bring saltpeter into Europe, we can cripple the Catholics' efforts to invade the Holy Land." Berenger thought about this issue for several moments in silence before nodding his head in agreement with Lindy's assessment. I agree, something needs to be done to disrupt the Catholic saltpeter supply, however for the time being they are a powerful tool to be used against the Byzantine and Timurid forces. Dispatch some spies to the Golden Horde to monitor things. As for taking action, we will wait until the Crusaders and Timurids kill each other in larger numbers for interfering in their conflict. Lindy's eyes widened in disbelief as she heard Berengar's words and immediately asked for clarification on his stance. The Byzantine Empire is our ally. Should we really be allowing them to suffer such losses? In response to this question, Berengar nodded his head before elaborating on his plan to Linda. Of course, the more losses the Byzantines suffer, the better it is for me. Whether we support them or not, it doesn't matter, in the end the Byzantines will win the war. However, the losses they suffer, should they be severe, will cripple the foundation that Vitranes has sought to maintain. By the time of his death, the empire will be in a poor state, allowing for Alexandros to become a prime candidate to succeed him. Especially since the only other option is that fool Quintus. As for the Catholics, they are destined to lose this war, so the more of them that die, the less pressure we will be facing when they finally turn towards our borders. Either way, it is in my interest to drag this conflict out as long as possible, ensuring all sides are in a feeble state after the war is over. If the Byzantine army calls upon our alliance to end the threat that the Crusaders pose, then we will answer, but until then, let the war run its course. At most, you can provide intelligence on behalf of our allies. Yet, direct intervention is out of the question for the time being. Linda nodded her head in response before obeying her commands. I understand. I will make sure that Imperial intelligence does as you have instructed. After saying this, the young empress left her husband be, where Berengar quickly got back to work on other important matters. Chapter 648, Expansion of German Culture. Within the streets of the city of Kufstein, there was a large group of peasants, nobility, and foreigners alike gathered to witness a spectacular event. An art exhibit was displaying the newest pieces created by Germany's most talented artists. It was such a grand event that both the emperor and his wife Adela, who was the Minister of Cultural Identity, had decided to host it. While Berengar may be most infamous internationally as a warlord who united the German people via conquest, in the Kingdom of Austria he was also known for several other traits. One of these was a major patron of the arts. For some time, Berengar had been sponsoring talented artists to fulfill their dreams, giving them the knowledge and tools to make realistic paintings. He had even gone so far as to dedicate certain schools towards the arts. Berengar was no artist himself, but he had gone through a few art classes during his high school years of his past life. It was because of this that he had basic knowledge of critical techniques such as the different points of perspective, shading, coloring, etc. Over the years, he had imparted these tools to the artistic minds of Germany. Naturally, being sponsored by the crown, these artists took his knowledge and improved upon it every step of the way. It wasn't simply a matter of talent that would get one to be sponsored by the crown. They also needed to toe the line. Though it wasn't outright enforced, the crown heavily emphasized that the artists should focus on nationalistic topics. This could come in many forms, such as showing off the natural beauty of the German landscape, the magnificence of its architecture, or the glory of the German people's past accomplishments. There were even a few depictions of Germany itself as a beautiful blonde woman. The culture of Germany was being refined through Berengar's lens, which was largely inspired by the Kingdom of Prussia in his past life, and while Berengar may be pursuing the martial path for his society, he also inspired the arts. Thus the two often blended into one's concept, as many of the paintings revolved around Germany's militaristic nature. Among these paintings was one drafted by a former soldier of Berengar's army who stood with him during the Austrian War of Independence. The painting in question was called A Dominating Aura, and it depicted the young emperor standing above his army in the Alps, giving them the rousing speech that led them into Italy. Adela gazed upon the scene and was impressed at how well the man had captured her husband's brilliance. The artist in question was among the crowd, gazing at his own work and listening to the comments from the viewers. He was quite delighted when he heard the empress commend his painting. Amazing, whoever the artist of this painting is, they did an incredible job displaying your suffocating aura. I actually feel compelled to kneel before this painting of you. Did such a thing really occur? Berengar gazed at the painting with awe. In his mind, he reversed the perspective of the painting to his point of view and knew the exact moment the man had captured. It was truly impressive and brought back many enemies. He wore a proud smile on his face as he declared the painting to be a masterpiece. Truly, this is a masterpiece. I must say it is interesting seeing my past accomplishments from another person's perspective. Whoever painted this had to have been a soldier in my army in order to properly understand every little detail that he included. I never thought I'd see the day where an Austrian soldier became such an incredible painter. The painter was incredibly humbled to hear the emperor personally declare his work to be of such fine quality. He wanted to kneel before him and thank him then and there, but he had decided to be incognito during his visit to the exhibit and thus restrained himself. As for Berengar and Adela, they continued to gaze upon the work of art for some time before moving on to another interesting piece. This was no mere painting, but rather a marble sculpture of Berengar prior to his eye injury. It was a sculpture of him in a bath towel with only his lower half covered. He could immediately tell somebody relatively close to him had made this piece, as there were only a few people who would be able to understand every line of his muscles with such precision. Just when he was about to ask who had made such a fine marble statue, a woman approached him. She was dressed rather lavishly despite being a mere commoner. Though Berenger had a vague notion of who she was, the woman quickly introduced herself as the sculptor. Apologies, Your Majesty, I don't believe you ever learned my name. However, I was once a servant of your parents during my youth. Berenger chuckled when he heard this as he came to a sudden realization. That would explain how you know my figure so well. Adela immediately looked at the two with a hint of fury in her eyes. Did her husband sleep with the servant girl when they were engaged? The man in question immediately noticed the cold stare his wife was giving him, and he quickly cleared up her misconceptions. Do not fret, my dear. Nothing happened between us. In my younger years, I simply had a habit of walking from the bath to my room in nothing but a towel. After saying this, he shifted his gaze towards the sculptor and politely inquired about the piece. So what is this sculpture called? In response to this, the woman blushed slightly before giving her answer. I call it Rebirth. It was inspired from the first time I saw you shirtless after you had improved your health. You were practically skin and bones for most of the years that I worked in your parents' service. However, I remember seeing you walk out of the bath one day in nothing but a towel, and the sight was captivating. It was as if you had been reborn from the brink of death. Berenger nodded his head in approval. It was a fitting name. After all, he was reborn in more ways than one at that time. A single phrase escaped his lips as he gazed upon the piece of art. It's perfect. After saying this, Berenger chatted with the woman for some time before going on his way to observe other pieces of art. Adela had played a large part in the country's cultural affairs. In fact, it was her main job outside of raising her kids. The Ministry of Cultural Identity was nothing more than a propaganda department, and it was her job to ensure that everybody followed the will of the crown. Because of this, artists who were critical of Berengar's reign rarely found their work being appreciated. However, the next painting that the couple witnessed was definitely controversial. How exactly it had made it into the art gallery, Adela did not know. The offending piece was a painting depicting the scene from the night Henrietta was wounded in an assassination attempt on her brother's life. More than a few people had witnessed the princess kiss her brother, and though Berenger had never made their relationship public, there were rumors going around that the girl was his mistress. Thus, the painting was the moment Henrietta confessed her feelings to her big brother while bleeding out. Berenger and Adela stared at the piece with awkward expressions. Berenger was uncomfortable witnessing the painting as he had never informed the people that Henrietta was actually his aunt by blood. Thus, when people saw the painting, they thought the emperor and his sister were involved in a serious taboo. The piece was even named Forbidden Love, and aside from the controversial nature of the piece, it was exquisite. Of course, nobody dared to comment on what they truly thought while Berenger was nearby. They knew the temperament of their emperor, and it was not risking making the man their enemy. Even if they believed the rumors regarding Berenger and his sister, they would never speak them aloud. Naturally, to maintain their secret relationship, Berenger had hidden Henrietta away in the palace while she was carrying his child. It would be very troublesome if such news made it to the public. Thus, she was not able to witness the painting of her confession. Not wanting to be the center of everyone's attention, Berenger and Adela quickly moved on to another piece. Adela whispered to him an apology for such a thing being in her art gallery. I'm sorry. I don't know how that painting got in here. I will severely admonish whoever is responsible for it. Berenger merely nodded his head in silence. Such memories were bitter, and simply gazing upon the scene of his sister's near-death experience soured his mood. He no longer cared to see the rest of the paintings, but he continued his work regardless. After all, he was hosting the event, and it would be improper for him to abscond so early into the night. Chapter 649, The Royal Wedding of Prussia. Shortly after the art exhibition, Berenger visited Prussia, where he was not standing at the altar of a particularly large cathedral. By his side was none other than King Eckhard von Marienburg. It was the first time in a long time that the two men had seen each other, and despite the years going by, Eckhard remained the same stalwart veteran he had always been. No, today was not Berengar's wedding day, and at the moment he had no real prospects for his final wife. Instead, today was the wedding of one of Berengar's oldest friends. Eckhard had climbed from the ranks of being a lonely, landless knight to a mighty general in the armed forces of Austria. Now, after years of service, he was the king of Prussia, which was a state founded as the cornerstone of German hegemony in the Baltic. The bride was a particularly loathsome bitch who Berenger held utter contempt for. After learning the extent that she and her father went towards to dethrone his dearest friend, Berenger had even thought of having the cunt executed. However, Eckhard had other plans for Martha. Despite the woman's character flaws, Eckhard had insisted on marrying her. Why? Mainly as a matter of pride. He said he was going to marry her, and he was a man who followed through with his promises. However, there were two other reasons that he chose to follow through with his engagement, one of which was simply a matter of spite towards the bride's family. The other major factor for Eckhard marrying Martha was the political stability it provided to the German Empire. After all, he was afforded up to 5 wives, and he didn't mind having a loveless marriage with his first wife. There was bound to be some other young woman who would fall in love with him. Eckhard was not a man like Berenger. He did not have a mind hellbent on conquest of land and the hearts of beauties. He was a far more simple man. If not for the fact that Martha was such a disappointment, he never would have considered having more than one wife. Berenger was selected as the best man for the wedding. After all, one could most certainly say that all of Eckhard's other friends were either dead or in active combat zones. Besides, he had grown close with the emperor through his years of service, and because of that, he was glad to have the man hold such an esteemed position at his wedding. The bride entered the chapel and walked down the aisle with her brother leading her towards the altar. After all, her fiancé had in fact killed her father in combat, or at the very least gave the order to do so. She had a stern expression on her face. Though she wanted to rebel, she knew she had no choice in the matter. After what happened to her father, her brother immediately submitted to Eckhard's demands and grew fearful of the man. Though Eckhard no longer commanded his own personal army, he was a close friend of the Kaiser who acted as Reichsmarshal over all of Germany's forces as well as a former general in the Austrian army. Needless to say, if he requested help from the Kaiser to deal with the Hohenzollerns, then things would be bloody. The man in question gazed upon his emperor and the King of Prussia with a complicated expression as he handed off the bride. The long white dress that belonged to the woman contrasted nicely with the Prussian royal regalia. Even though Eckhard was now retired from military service, he still wore a military-style uniform with all of his accolades. He even wore the chain that belonged to the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. He was quite the imposing figure and was several decades older than the bride. The ceremony proceeded without incident, where Berenger watched with a pleasant smile. Eventually, the couple said their vows and kissed, sealing their matrimony. Afterward, the party was led into the Palace of Marienburg, where they dined on dishes prepared for the reception. Berenger sat by his friend's side and quietly informed him of some secrets that were being kept from the other monarchs. Colonization of the New World is going as planned. I have even subjugated a native empire. When Eckhard heard this, he smiled. For the first time in a long time. Life had been pretty dull since he retired from the military, and though he no longer wished to see bloodshed, it was still a joy to hear about his former comrades achieving glory in war. Thus, he could not help but pay more attention to Berengar's tales than to his new bride. Really? A native empire? Were they powerful? In response to this, Berenger merely drank from his chalice before shaking his head. Hardly. They were a bunch of Stone Age primitives engaging in human sacrifice. However, they built some impressive structures. It is truly hard to believe they accomplished such feats without bronze or iron tools. Still, I only brought 500 men with me on campaign. The weapons we have nowadays tore the savages to shreds. It truly was a magnificent sight to behold. Eckhard was eager to learn more about this native empire and the emperor's plans for colonization, and thus he quickly inquired further about the topic. So how many did you kill? Did you annihilate the empire? Berenger shook his head before informing Eckhard of the info he requested. No, I simply don't have the means to control such a vast empire across the Atlantic. Get this, I told them I was a divine envoy of their gods and that the gods were angry at them. That the German Empire was a divine empire requesting their servitude. After witnessing a few gory scenes and the spreading of a plague, their emperor was practically on his knees, begging me to make him a protectorate. His daughter, though, she was smart enough to realize we were not gods, but said nothing. After all, she and I had some history. Eckhard scoffed when he heard this. Of course, Berenger was going into foreign countries and taming their beauties. He was not surprised in the slightest. Instead, he made a smug remark. Oh, you had history, did you? Is that what you're calling it now? Berenger feigned offense as he scolded Eckhard for making assumptions. Hey, I'm an emperor with 4 gorgeous wives. Do you really think I'm the kind of man to sail across the ocean and get distracted by a native beauty? In response to this, Eckhard raised a brow before asking the question on his mind. Do you really want me to answer that? The two men immediately broke out into laughter. Meanwhile, Martha noticed that her husband was being awfully chummy with the emperor and decided to introduce herself to the man in question. Your Majesty, I believe this is the first time we have met. You are as impressive as they say. Pardon my rudeness, I am Martha von Hohenzollern, or well, I suppose that would be Martha von Marienburg now. Despite his internal feelings towards the woman, Berenger choked down his nasty words and instead responded with a forced smile. After all, it would not be good for his public image to start a scene. Nor would it help his friendship with Eckhard, thus he responded kindly to the woman despite his detest for her. A pleasure. I am certain that Eckhard has made the right decision in forgiving you for your transgressions. Truly, he is a better man than I. Eckhard glanced at Berenger with a hint of caution. He knew the man was forcing himself to be polite, which was not his style in the slightest. He could only imagine what the man thought about his new wife. However, in order to secure the peace of the realm, he had gone through with this sham of marriage, even if he wasn't fond of Martha himself. Martha, on the other hand, was not pleased with the tone Berenger had used with her. She was about to comment on it when Linda interrupted. Berenger took one date with him to this wedding, not wanting to complicate matters with his entire family, and decided to take Linda, who was on better terms with Eckhard than the others were. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Martha. I am Linda. I have heard so much about you. Apparently, the Empress was more cordial, or so Martha thought. She had no idea how terrifying the statement Linda just made was. The woman was the director of Imperial Intelligence, but few people knew this. So when she used a phrase like I have heard so much about you, what she was really saying was something more akin to I know everything there is to know about you, watch your step. However, due to her ignorance, Martha assumed the woman was being friendly and decided to converse with her throughout the wedding reception. thus taking her attention off of the important discussions Berenger would be having with his old friend. Berenger and Eckhard would continue to get drunk while catching up well into the night, to the point where Eckhard nearly forgot to consummate his marriage. Luckily, Berenger gave him a reminder, and thus they were the last two people to retire for the night. Chapter 650, Uncovering an Ancient Prophecy. At the moment, Berenger was seated in his office drawing out a series of blueprints designed to create a significant improvement in his country's technology. There were a lot of devices that he could create that were powered strictly by electricity. Many of these devices were simply for convenience, but others were necessary for the growth of his empire. It was because of this that the young German emperor planned to make use of the natural energy resources that were abundant across Austria and Germany. One of these energy sources was the bountiful rivers that flowed through the realm. It was his intention to start his energy production via hydroelectric dams. After all, such power plants only needed resources such as earth, concrete, and steel, all of which Germany had an abundance of. The basic function of a hydroelectric dam was actually quite simple. In summary, the river would flow through the dam until it hit a turbine. The pressure of this water would turn the turbine, and the turbine would start the generator above, which would then send a current through long-distance power lines and into the city. As for the excess water, it would escape safely out the other side of the dam and back into the river. Berenger intended to set up his first hydroelectric dam in the Inn River outside the city of Kufstein. The reason for this was he had always favored introducing new inventions to the capital first and then slowly spread them across the empire, thus making the capital the most desirable place to live among the citizens. It was a matter of convenience that a large tributary of the Danube flowed through the city of Kufstein. Now, with the future of electricity on the horizon, Berenger could begin introducing a better public transportation system across the growing metropolis, chiefly in the form of trolleys and subways. This would solve one of his biggest recurring headaches. After finishing the design of the simple yet effective hydroelectric dam, Berenger laid back in his chair and pulled out a glass chalice which he filled with fortified wine. He believed he had earned the right to enjoy himself on this day. As he was taking a sip from the alcohol, a knock resounded on his door. Berenger didn't even have time to answer as the doorway was opened, revealing the pregnant figure of his wife, Linda. The woman quickly walked over to Berenger and laid a report down on his desk. The folder was stamped top secret and contained critical information that had shocked Linda when she read it. There was a look of fury on her face as she asked the question on her mind. "Did you know?" Berenger quickly grabbed hold of the folder and skimmed through its contents. However, before doing so, he asked for clarification on the matter. "Did I know what?" Linda only responded with a harumph before letting her husband read through the documents. After taking a look at the document, it was from his recently established Department of Archaeology. They had been digging diligently through the German Empire in search of anything of historical value. They found a lot of interesting items in the time since they were established, but recently the archaeologists uncovered an old runestone in the Black Forest of ancient Germania. The runestone appeared to be written in the blood of humans and contained a prophecy. The historians had some difficulty translating the Elder Futhark ruins into the current variation of the German language, but after a year's worth of progress and a massive budget, they finally cracked the code. If the stone was to be believed, then the prophecy appeared to have been written by the Norns, which one might consider the Germanic version of the Greek Sisters of Fate. This prophecy contained a story eerily reminiscent of Berengar's journey so far in this life. In summary, it stated that in an era where a foreign religion had replaced the ancient faith, a godless man would arrive from another world and would unify the Germanic people in an act of rebellion against the Semitic god. Whether this was literal or figurative, Berenger did not know. Rebellion against God? Well, it was true he had started his own branch of Christianity that could be considered a heresy, but he had no intentions of actually waging war against the Abrahamic deity. How would that even be possible? Linda could tell by the confusion on Berengar's face that he was as stunned as she was. However, she was convinced that he knew something she didn't and began to interrogate him for answers. "What are you telling me?" Berenger wore an awkward smile as he tried to explain his circumstances to her. "Look, I already told you I have no idea how I came into this world or who brought me here. However, I may have left out the fact that I have stumbled on some clues during my journeys. Granted, I still don't know if these were reality or delusions." Linda was not amused. She wanted to know everything about Berenger so much so that it was bordering on the obsessive. Since Berenger had revealed the truth to her, she had been coordinating with the Department of Archaeology in order to find some clues about Berengar's unique existence. She did not know that the runestone they discovered during the early days of their search was such a critical component. Thus, she was frowning as she inquired further into the details. "What clues?" Berenger poured himself another drink before answering the woman's question. "So, you remember when I went to the border in Frisia quite some time ago?" The woman nodded her head in silence, causing Berenger to continue his story. "On my way back, we stopped next to this mysterious patch of woodlands which was covered in fog. When I fell asleep that night, I awoke inside the woodlands where a small girl claiming to be the ancient goddess Badahenna approached me. She told me some very vague notions about my fate and gave me a boon of courage." Linda bit her lip in displeasure. Why was she not surprised there was another woman in Berengar's life that he managed to keep a secret from her? She could only calm her wrath and continue investigating this matter. "Is there anything else about?" Initially, Berenger didn't want to inform Linda of this next part as he thought it would make her worry, but he decided to anyway now that she was asking him directly. Remember when I went missing in the colonies? Well, during that time I came across these ancient ruins which supposedly housed an ancient goddess whose name is forgotten in history. She told me that there are gods who have plans for me, and she said she removed the claim that the Abrahamic God had over my soul due to my baptism at birth. Linda was shocked when she heard this and instantly became anxious. She spared no second to ask the question on her mind. What do you mean by that? What claim? Do I have a claim on my soul? Berenger nodded his head silently before revealing his thoughts on the matter. The gods I've come across have been deliberately vague, but I think so. After all, you were baptized as a baby just like me. Basically, think of it this way, there are multiple gods, multiple afterlives, etc. Most of these gods have their own realms which they bring the souls of their followers to after death. But the Abrahamic God is an asshole. He had me destined to go to hell. Can you believe that? Anyway, from my limited understanding, it takes another deity to remove the claim of another god. I don't know how they do it and it hurts like hell. However, once it's removed, I pretty much have the freedom to choose whatever afterlife I want to go to. Or so I think. Like I said, the gods are deliberately vague. Linda was completely stunned when she heard all this. It sounded like the ramblings of a mad Ann, or perhaps some shitty fiction made by a terrible writer. Either way, she had a hard time believing it, but if it was true, there was one serious matter on her mind that worried her more than anything. So we're not going to be together for eternity? The crazy look in Lindy's eyes shocked Berenger. She was serious about being with him for eternity. The idea that they would be apart after death weighed heavily on her conscience. Berenger had to think of a way to calm the woman, or she might do something foolish. Unless we can find another god to remove the claim on your soul. Even then, I don't know if it costs the deity anything to do it. It seemed the great goddess of Teotihuacan removed mine on a whim, so I really don't know if there are any rules behind this. Linda sat down in her chair in disbelief. She had firmly believed she and Berenger would be together for eternity even after death. It was the only thing that made her somewhat believe in the Christian faith. However, this news like a bombshell dropped on her heart. It took her a few moments to cope with it. In the end, she gritted her teeth and walked out the door. When Berenger saw this, he called out to her with a hint of worry in his tone. Linda, dear, where are you going? A single response resounded on the other side of the door, one which shocked Berenger to the core of his being. To hunt down a god. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.